blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange?
Bom, com essa nova line-up, né, essa nova hotlane, essa line-up é foi formada para ser a melhor Vivo Cage de todos os tempos, então eu tô realmente...
Dragon, sino ba mga kalaban natin?
Wala ko ilabot.
We'll knock you off!
For BKS, Vitality, and FUT, be ready, because we will find you and we will crush you.
Não quero dar recado para nenhum time específico, mas vocês vão conhecer o melhor top game do Ocidente.
Our best challenge is going to be beat them Asian teams. Team Secret, I guess, is a great rival for us.
不只是沙特世界杯，我来 S2 就是想拿冠军。
Falar pra Team Secret, a gente vai ganhar bem fácil. Infelizmente, vamos deixar os torcedores da Malásia tristes, mas a Argentina vai estar muito feliz.
东南亚赛区的操作手法上面都是比较厉害的，对于我们来说其实也是蛮有压力的。
أنا فخور جدا عشان احنا بنمثل الوطن العربي وإن شاء الله نأدي أداء.
Because R8 is coming and be careful.
不要小看我们，虽然我们是一个很新的队伍，我说一定会追上你们的。
比较担心那个老对手 LGD 吧，
因为我们平时训练赛跟他们打起来，感觉他们比较厉害。
因为我们确实比别人厉害一点。
I just want to say, don't scare about us. We are same human being, so we are only 10 finger. Don't scare about us. Don't scare. Don't scare. Don't scare about us. 虽然你们老干爹很厉害，但是我相信我的队伍不会让自己失望。
去年的 KW 决赛我们输给了他们，今年我要赢回来。
打你们像喝水一样。
如果遇到我们会2-0拿下你们。
无论遇上什么队伍，我们也可以打得有来有回。
晋不晋级无所谓，但是一定要打出自己平时备战的训练状态，然后不要有遗憾。
Let's just enjoy the game and give the fans a good fight.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born to stay, ayy. This is my chest to my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, please, I'm illicit. I'm the one that you hate. H-to-E-R-A, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I'll go again. Blow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. It's go time, knock me down, so I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who go fuck them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. I got you. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion,
Calling out for the game. This love. So high. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song about it? Wherever you are. Won't you yell out my name? Crush the
down.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
All I need is a target.
Lane stealers only bring frustration to a team. The team will be at a disadvantage and players will not enjoy the match. We are also players, and we know the problem doesn't lie with the good players. Therefore, based on feedback, we created the lane pre-pick system. Players will choose the lanes they want to play before looking for a match. The system will take these preferences into account and find suitable matches so that everyone can enjoy the game. To combat lane stealers, everyone has a chance to create a better gaming environment by reporting them and making the Gorge a better place. With this system, finding a balanced team is no longer a problem, but a practice in innovation.
Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA, featuring intense and fair team-based battles, high-end graphics, a deep roster of diverse heroes, and a variety of gameplay modes, all combining to offer players an innovative mobile gaming experience.
One of our main goals is to develop Honor of Kings for a global audience. To achieve this, we continue to add localized content to the game, such as collaborating with popular franchises to bring new regionally inspired heroes, skins, in-game events, and more to our worldwide community.
While we are members of the development team, we are also gamers. meaning we want games that foster fair, competitive environment and reward players based on their skill. This is also our North Star when it comes to developing Honor of Kings, ensuring that the game's mechanics, heroes, equipment, and more are well balanced. The game has been designed from the ground up with a mindset that all elements that affect gameplay can be earned through effort and time spent, such as hero unlock and the Kena system. This core tenet ensures that Honor of Kings remains fair, competitive, and most of all, fun.
In addition to accessibility, we believe that a good BVB game needs to maintain friendly and fair matchmaking for players of all skill levels. This is why our team focuses on both game balance and matchmaking optimization. In fact, we review the community's gameplay data every 2 weeks to help us determine how best to balance the hero roster's skills and stats. It's like adjusting a precision clock to make sure everyone experiences the competitive fun of each match.
Maintaining a safe, competitive environment makes for a healthier Honor of Kings community, where players can meet friendly teammates and respectful opponents in every session. Our team is passionate about ensuring that players can cooperate effectively in each battle. With a feature like map lane pre-selection, a reward system for positive play, the ability to report bad actor mid-match, and an easy-to-use Conwheel interface, all designed to foster safe, cooperative matches based on good sportsmanship.
We also want Honor of Kings to be a platform where players from all over the world can realize their dreams of high-level competitive gameplay. Alliances, leaderboards, and other social features allow our challengers to meet like-minded friends and show off their skills. Meanwhile, our partner program and its incentives allow content creators to stand out and become rising stars in Honor of Kings. The esports ecosystem provides a global stage for all professional esports players to compete. These systems combine to form the game's ecosystem, building a stage for players from all over the world to shine. This is what Honor of Kings means to us.
We look forward to meeting you in Heroes Jour
as we come together as one strong, competitive, and awesome community.
Welcome to Honor of Kings.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
essa nova lineup, né, essa nova hotlane. Essa lineup foi formada para ser a melhor Vivo Cage de todos os tempos, então eu tô realmente...
Dragon, sino ba mga kalaban natin?
Wala ko ilabot.
We'll knock you off!
For BKS, Vitality, and FUT, be ready, because we will find you and we will crush you.
Não quero dar recado para nenhum time específico, mas vocês vão conhecer o melhor top lane do Ocidente.
Our best challenge is going to be beat them Asian teams. Team Secret, I guess, is a great rival for us.
不只是查特世界杯，我来 S2 就是想拿冠军。
Falar pra Team Secret, a gente vai ganhar bem fácil. Infelizmente, vamos deixar os torcedores da Malásia tristes, mas a Argentina vai estar muito feliz.
东南亚赛区的操作手法上面都是比较厉害的，对于我们来说其实也是蛮有压力的。
أنا فخور جدا عشان ما احنا بنمثل الوطن العربي وإن شاء الله نأدي أداء.
Because R8 is coming and be careful.
不要小看我们，虽然我们是一个很新的队伍，我们一定会追上你们的。
比较担心那个老对手 LGD 吧，
因为我们平时训练赛跟他们打起来，感觉他们比较厉害。
因为我们确实比别人厉害一点。
I just want to say, don't scare about us. We are same human being, so we are only 10 finger. Don't scare about us. Don't scare. Don't scare. Don't scare about us. 虽然你们老干爹很厉害，但是我相信我的队伍不会让自己失望。
去年的 KW 决赛我们输给了他们，今年我要赢回来，
把你们像喝水一样。
如果遇到我们会2比0拿下你们。
无论遇上什么队伍，我们也可以打得有来有回。
晋不晋级无所谓，但是一定要打出自己平时备战的训练状态，然后不要有遗憾。
Let's just enjoy the game and give the fans a good fight.
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one?
Fight are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead. Well, confident by Bang. Bang doing the time damage from Danny as well, taking the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. Today you have myself, Blam, and with me, a friendly face from Season 1 Invitational. It is Zero. How's it going, mate?
It's great to be back here, Blam. It has been a while since we've had the Season 1 Invitational. We've been kept on our feet waiting for this moment to come, and the days are finally here. We're going to have the Season 2 Invitational happening throughout this entire few weeks, so it's going to be a blast alongside with you here, Blam.
Absolutely. I mean, we have 8 amazing days and 13 amazing teams to play for that top prize. And obviously, the top 8 teams that do go through in each of these groups get to go to EWC MSI as well. So there's plenty more to play for in Season 2 compared to Season 1. And we're going to be seeing some friendly faces and some new faces overall in the Season 2 Invitational as well.
Yeah, this is the first time, we've had, so many regions joining in one single tournament. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be an eye-opening experience for all of these players whose who might have not known about, how the other regions play, what sort of meta they've been running. So this entire clash of styles, season 1 we had a little bit of similarities with the different regions, but right now we have Southeast Asia, we've got the Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan region, we've got, players from all around the world, and they are all gathered here to find out who will be taking the top spots in this Season 2 Invitational.
Yeah, really exciting times. Really excited for all these teams to finally get head-to-head. It's going to be a great 8 days, to be honest. Definitely going to be a lot more action-packed than Season 1, like you were alluding to there, Zero. But the all-important thing that they are all fighting for is this prize pool. So first place gets that 100,000 USD. Second place is 40,000 USD. Third and fourth is at 25k. Fifth and eighth place is 15k, and then 9th to the 13th place will be your 10k USD. So a lot of money there, and obviously we saw that VKS took Season 1 Invitational top spot. Are they going to be able to maintain and retain that championship crown going to the end of Season 2? It's definitely going to be all to see very soon. Yep. And obviously, speaking about those 13 teams, here are some of the groupings.
Yeah, in Season 1, there were clear favorites to find out who will be moving on to the finals. It was Alpha 7 as well as VKS. But right here, Blam, it's a toss-up for me. I mean, VKS defending champions. Obviously, they have been on a roll previously, but when they're playing against this many regions, suddenly things become much more interesting. Because you now throw in the mix of the experienced players from Malaysia and Indonesia, and as well as the Philippines, so it's going to be a different entire ball game altogether.
Yep, don't leave out my boys, Team Vitality there, representing EU, the first EU team on the scene, who I am very much excited to look forward to see play in Group A, but I won't get to see them today. It will be tomorrow, their first match, and we are going to be looking at today's matches in a moment, but as you can see, like Zero was saying, plenty of representation across the world, but here we go. Today, kicking it off is LGD Gaming versus Impunity Esports, and then we have All Gamers Global go against the MENA region R8 Esports, and then Osiris going against Team Secret. And then to finish off the day, I've got to say that is a banger to close, is Vivo Keystars going against Boom Esports. David, which one of those matches seems like it's going to be the best one to watch for the people at home?
I mean, Vivo Keystars coming in here as the defending champions is going to be what people are hoping to see. Boom Esports, not an easy opponent as well. They came through the Philippines qualifiers with a very good result. They only lost a single game against Blacklist International in the upper bracket finals, but they were able to sweep the grand finals of that qualifiers as well. So it's going to be, I mean, every single one of these matches is looking like it could go either way. It is very early to call. We haven't really seen the clash of the regions, the differences between these teams as of yet. But, after today, after we get to see all of these groups have one of their, at least one match happening today, and we can see where the hierarchy stands after that.
Yeah, it's definitely all important first day for these groups and these teams playing today, because after today, I mean, other than Group A, you will only have another match to fight. So again, that all important first day, getting that first point on the board to make sure you are cementing your place in that top 2 is going to be vital for some of these teams. But it's no easy feat, like you were saying, Zero. It's going to be a lot harder than Season 1. We are going to see plenty of flavor across the globe, because again, we're not going to be getting those done jungle picks that we saw and didn't really like in Season 1, because we know there's some flashy heroes in that jungle. So I am definitely going to be looking forward to seeing what they do pick up. Is there anything that you are looking forward to in particular, Zero?
Well, I'm looking forward to the first game that's going to be happening very, very soon here, Blam. LGD representing Malaysia going up against Impunity Gaming will be happening here. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves, and let's watch the game begin.
silent storm of international conflict will be unleashed upon Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Ulti değil, Nigel üzerine geldi sadece. Closer düşerse. Oh!
This battleground, there are no restart nor an exit key.
Victory!
It's a win or die battle. This is more than just a game. This is an ultimate trial, a fight for honor.
13 teams across the entire world has fight themselves throughout to this stage, but only one will be crowned as champion. And who will be the kings of the kings between them all? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2 in Malaysia! Selamat datang ke Malaysia. Apa khabar Malaysia? Assalamualaikum. Orang Malaysia? I love the energy. I love the energy. Now, if you guys don't know, I'm your host for the entire event. My name is Choo. Nice to meet you. And if you guys happen to be crossing here around our venue, we are live on ground in Sunway Velocity Mall in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. If you guys happen to be nearby, come and join us. It's going to be free entry. If you guys got seats, go ahead and take the seats. But if you guys want to take a live actions into the next level, be sure to be on ground with us to witness amongst the 13 teams. Only 8 will advance to the knockout stage, and only 8 will advance to the Esports World Championship in Riyadh for higher stakes later. But I think we don't want to waste any more time. We don't want to chit-chat anymore. Let's officially start Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2. Back to the casters. Action!
What a fantastic opening that was, Zero. We got to see all 13 teams, and like we were saying in the introduction, we saw some familiar faces like Vivo Keystar players. We saw a few change arounds as well, obviously. McGinshey and Muster and WinRG being on Cyrus as well. So again, nice to see some familiar faces all the way from Season 1, just keeping that home brand for Honor of Kings and just showing how well these players play in these championships. So there is plenty to play for, like the host was alluding to there. So 8 days, 13 fantastic teams, but only one can win that top prize. But the top 8, EWC, baby.
Yep, absolutely. It's nice to see Imenguchi keeping his signature mustache as well, but this event would not have been possible without our fantastic sponsor, which is Infinix. Experience esports level gaming with the Infinix GT 20 Pro, like all the professional players here at the HOK Season 2 Invitationals are using. If you'd like to find out more, of course, you can check out the Infinix official website. They've been very supportive of the entire Honor of Kings competitive scene. We've seen them in Season 1, and it's great to see them back here for Season 2.
Yes, and obviously it also would not be possible as well as our other sponsor, which is the EWC, which will be taking place next. So we are thrilled our partnership with the Esports World Championship Cup for this season of Honor of Kings Invitational. The collaboration brings our teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports event of the year. Top 8 teams from this invitational will qualify for the EWC in July. So keep your eyes on the action, because we'll be on the road to EWC starts here. So again, like we've been saying in the entire introduction, that is probably all the prizes and all the eyes of these players are on is that top 8 spots, so they can be in for another chance of winning a even grander prize at EWC MSI as well. So I'm super excited. I cannot wait for these matches to start. And I think, to be honest, LGD starting off against Impunity after those little bit of fighting words from Impunity. Not so much from LGD for those that caught that showreel teaser. They said, don't be scared of us. We're all humans. We all have 10 fingers. And that definitely caught me off guard and made me chuckle quite a bit, to be fair. So
yeah, let's take a look at the players from the side of LGD. They are a Chinese organization, but this is their Malaysian roster. We have Xiang, Musang King, Zihong, JR, and Ze as their main roster. And one of the main benefits of having the backing of a Chinese organization is that you get the support, you get the structure of a very successful KPL team. So they definitely have that going for them.
They definitely do. I mean, we only saw these guys in the qualifier, and obviously they did come out on their top spot, but here are their first opponents within their group, and it is Impunity Esports. Over onto the side of them, there's Ajing, Black, X-Hero, Shaolin, and Megumi on the side of Impunity Esports. I have to say, aesthetically, I'm probably really impressed with their jersey the most. I really like it. I mean, call me, give me one, airdrop me one. I will wear it. But yeah, Impunity obviously winning their qualifier as well. So both of these teams have already proven themselves to be top of the bunch within their respective qualifiers. So again, for this to be the opening match of Season 2 Invitational is definitely going to come with a bang. So do we... I'm not too sure what I'm feeling in the predictions here. I mean, this is a grander stage than their qualifiers. These two teams have not met yet, but I feel like this is going to be met with a full clash and a storm ahead of us, Zero.
Yeah, Impunity has had, a lot of experience in Honor of Kings. They are a very long-standing organization. They've also went undefeated in the Cambodia and Myanmar qualifier, so they are definitely looking, at least to me, the slight favorites here, not by much, but, LGD Gaming can surprise them. They do have a lot of great players, and again, when you have the support, when you have the brains of a successful KPL team to pick off of, especially for the younger players, that's something that has to come into play as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, every little bit helps in terms of the experience on such a stage like the Season 2 Invitational. But like you said, Impunity and not having a blemish on their qualifying record so far. But it is LGD, the team that have pointed out that they have 10 fingers are going to be the ones to cause that blemish. We'll have to wait and see. But in terms of the draft, I mean, both of these teams, I did a few top picks that they were looking for in the season, their respective qualifiers, and obviously top picks like Princess Frost coming through, Pei in the jungle, both Ali and Direnji were their 100% farm lane heroes as well. So again, maybe that's something that Impunity is either going to look to take off them first in the draft, or maybe they are going to try and ban those two heroes on the side of LGD, and then obviously Mayin being that clash lane top pick for them in their qualifier. So I feel like there's a lot here that Impunity may have already picked up on, or similarities within on the side of Impunity as well. I mean, their top picks going through into their qualifiers, we were looking at Kaiser with 100% win rate in the jungle, Haino as well, and then even Dolia. So again, top picks look a little bit different. I do have to say that Dun does make its way onto that top pick sheet, unfortunately, Zero. But maybe they've changed a few things since their respective qualifier.
Yeah, you can just see from the playstyles just by their top picks is that, LGD likes to play fast. You've got the Arlie, you've got the Princess Frost. This is high tempo, high octane gameplay designed to win in the mid game, because Arlie, super mobile, super hard to catch in the early to mid game, does fall off slightly towards the later stages of the game. But, to stop that, you just end the game early, duh.
Yeah, that is probably the only way to stop that that actual technical term of stopping that pick. But here we are. The draft has already started for us. We have already a little bit to discuss here. So on the side of LGD, they have banned out the Zhongfei and the Dolia. So already looking at the top picks for Impunity from their qualifier. And then over to the side of Impunity, they banned out the Mai Shiranui and the Luna. So both of these ban phases look a little bit different on both of these teams. We've got a jungle ban and a mid lane ban, but then over to the side of LGD, they want to take off that support. These are two fantastic support heroes as well. Zhongfei being a very tanky hero in the support lane, and then obviously Dolia giving out double ultimates everywhere, left, right, and center. So over to you for what we're thinking of these picks so far, Zero.
I mean, LGD, they get their hands on their favorite Arlie. as the first pick, and we might see them pick up the Princess Frost in this phase as well. So that plays right into LGD's book. And if you look at the two supports that they did ban out, they did take out the Zhang Fei, like you said, which is very great in playing defensive. So does the Dolia. So LGD, you know, spotting that Impunity likes to play that little bit of a more late game scenario, they take away the supports that can enable that. So picking up the Heino for the side of LGD, it is a very flexible mage. You can play it in the clash, you can play it in the mid, sometimes you can even play it in the jungle. So not really revealing too much of where this particular hero is going, but the Lian Po should give an idea that, hey, this probably is a clash or a jungle or a mid lane Heino, and the Lian Po going towards the clash lane.
Yes, I mean, already looking like a very colorful draft so far. I mean, like you say, the Lian Po just recently got the buff as well on base stats, and then obviously one of his skills also. But like you said, the Heino flex pick there, we could see him in the mid lane, we could see him in the clash, or we could see the LGD have taken a thing or two from the Brazilian region and play him in the jungle, as VKS Danny has done so many times in Chalk BR 24. But rounding off the Impunity's ban draft is very mid and jungle centric. I mean, you got the Mai, you got the Luna, you got the Shangguan, and then you've also got Jing as well. One of our favorite picks to watch in season 1, Zero, was that Jing pickup in the jungle. And then over to the side of LGD, we see that Kaiser and Musashi gets banned out there again. Another top pick for Impunity taken off the board, which is that Kaiser, and then Musashi also kind of filling that same kind of, not too squishy, but not too tanky, but great for shutting down the back line like the Ali, like the Heino as well. But then, obviously, the Chao gets to come through, which was a completely different story already in terms of draft compared to Season 1, because this little lady did not get to see the light of day in the Gorge in the entire of Season 1 Invitational. And then that is complemented by the Lady Chen and obviously D-Ren-G, so they do get one of their 100% win rate marksman on the board. However, we do see that Dunn come through, so top pick Dunn has made it into day 1 in game 1 already. Zero. It's looking like it may be surfacing more than we thought it would.
Yeah, like if you guys watch season 1, that was not one of our favorite heroes for sure. But at least in Impunity's hand, they might just prove us wrong. A lane will be picked up here from the side of LGD, so that should be their clash laner along with the Pei played in the jungle. So this is going to be a Lianpo support with the Heino going towards the mid. A very aggressive lineup in the early game, and they also have their late game pretty set in stone with the Heino going towards the late game as well.
Yeah, so picking up the lane there and then Pei. So again, so this is now cemented at the fact that the Heino is going to be in the mid lane. Lian Po is going to be the support, whereas the Elaine is going to go up into that clash lane. A big clash lane pick coming from the open series as well. We saw this hero getting picked up quite often, and it's pretty brilliant as well, because with Death on Sunset, you can literally disappear up into the sky for a few seconds, so you can kind of negate any or predict any massive amounts of damage that's coming towards you by just proccing that ult. You go bye-bye, you come back down, you do some massive damage and a few knockups, and then you just get to go back at it. So I can see some really great pairing with that Lian Po ultimate as well. So again, Lian Po's ultimate is able to do 3 big jumps and then a massive knockup at that end. So if LGD are able to time Lian Po's ultimate with that Death on Sunset, we could be seeing plenty of deaths on the Sunset for the side of Impunity, because LGD have got what's looking like a great team comp.
Yeah, this is definitely right up in their alley. This is definitely one of their comfortable hero compositions, I would say. But Impunity doesn't look like they have gone too far away from the book as well. They're playing what they're comfortable with. This is a best of 3 series, of course. This is the opening match, the first time both of them might be facing against each other in a competitive standpoint. They might have scrimped against each other before that, but you know, with the first time of both of these teams playing against each other on a big stage. This is going to be the litmus test to find out who has the skills, who has the rotations, and who has the macro plays down.
Yeah, and then obviously we didn't see towards the end of that draft that the Dharma actually came through onto the side of Impunity. So Dharma, again, another fantastic Clash Lane hero. If you're able to land those ultimates, we've seen those huge ultimates from Dharma from Season 1 to the Open Series to all these mini little qualifiers where it may not shine in the early game, but coming towards that mid to late game, he's able to pick up a lot of kills and then try and, with those kills, bring a lot more gold back to the team. But again, Durenji paired with the Chow as well. That's going to be really interesting to see how Impunity actually navigate that little lady with her teleports, because again, such a fantastic utility to your team is the Chow, and I think this could make or break if this team come for Impunity in Game 1.
Here, Game 1 is just about to begin. LGD starts off aggressive, invading in towards the enemy jungle. Pig does get one of the camps away from Black, and here Black is really under pressure here. They're constantly putting a lot of focus, a lot of pressure on towards Black, not letting the Dun have such a great early game in the jungle. And you can see he does struggle a little bit, especially with Dun needing a good start to go into his mid game. Having 2 of his jungle camps stolen is not a good start.
Yeah, no, I mean, he doesn't have the fastest of clear in the early game anyway. I mean, he does generally favor in the lanes where he has those empowered abilities from his skills as well. I mean, empowered base attack, sorry, from those skills. So, again, the only real reason, or the only time it starts to speed up for Dun is when he does get his ultimate, where he can use that chain throw over the wall just to start to clear a little bit faster. But like you say, taking those 2 camps from Dun early games is a little bit troublesome. It's definitely not the pace you want to start on. It's definitely not the foot that you want into the Game 1 against LGD, especially with their team comp, with the likes of the Liempo roaming heavily around that mid lane towards Clash Lane and then helping out Pei as well. But we're seeing a picture being painted down here in the farm lane. Ali having to 2v1 against the Chow, against the Direnji, but now she teleports out of there. This is the effectiveness of the Chow. You may think she's in that lane, and you may be thinking you are safe, but she can teleport faster than any other hero in this game and offer some great utility. But again, Clash Lane having a lot of pressure being pushed onto the side of Impunity right now, as well as the mid lane. So the only lane that was winning was the farm lane in terms of the minion priority, but now that's been taken away from them pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's how much pressure you can get off with, you know, 2 to 3 heroes early on in your enemy's jungle. And Dun is suffering a little bit. Black that doesn't have a great start, and he needs to get some kills to get back into this game. Engagement towards the mid lane, but just a little poking and prodding from the Lysian top lane. They're trying to gank on towards the lane, but not the easiest hero to gank. He doesn't even need to use his ultimate to get out of there. So he's going to be a-okay, and it's a 1,000 gold lead going towards the way of LGD.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about the Elaine hero as well, is the amount of CC immunity with that first skill when you procced it. If you manage to just stack up those basic attacks to get that first skill, enabling that CC immunity when it comes to the Chow popping down those little ramps to try and stop you, to try and knock you a little bit, it's not going to work, and you're just going to get met by 2 twin blades just constantly just chopping away at you like a bit of wasabi on the gorge. But it's getting to that almost very important 4-minute mark here. We're seeing a big presence down in the farm lane, as well as that Tyrant is up in 20 seconds time. And obviously those that have the better footing on the farm lane generally have a better bet at going for the Tyrant as well and claiming it, because obviously early game, no one's quite died yet, no one's done enough damage. Taking that Tyrant is going to give you that extra damage.
Yeah, and we see LGD already in position to try and fight this. They do have the Haynor for the long-range poke. He clears out the mid lane very quickly as well, just with 2 of his first skills. So that's going to allow him to be in position early. But now, Impunity rotates all 5 members here. Even with the Da Chao having the ultimate, they're not going to use it and instead are going to position the members here, which allows LGD to continue farming on the other sides of the map. So they're utilizing their little farming time more, and looks like LGD might just give this up towards Impunity.
Oh, okay, so Impunity takes the Tyrant, whilst we saw that Pei was helping himself to dunge jungle, but again, we see that LGD is already headed gold, so that could be a bit of a better trade for them as they get that first tier turret in the Clash lane as well. So yes, they may get Tyrant on the side of Impunity. There's been no kills that have been given over because LGD have just had a fantastic rotation in this early game, but they also have the gold difference in their pockets as well. But Derenji is looking to try and take a side lane for the side of Impunity. He manages to take the farm lane first tier turret, but then that is a quick response by LGD, taking a second tier turret 5 minutes in. Are we looking at a pre-10-minute match here for LGD? Zero.
They're just waiting for their power spikes, their item timings to come out. They need the Pei to have one item before he's able to really join the fight and deal damage. And before that, they just want to play a bit more passive. Arlie's trying to poke and prod. Ze taking a lot of damage there, but being the Lian Po, he's able to regen that out really quickly as well. So not too much being taken away here from LGD. They're still ready to take the next fight.
It looks like it. Elaine here sitting in the bush, hopefully trying to pick off one of the unsuspecting members of Impunity, but they are able to respond in the farm lane, respectively, getting that farm lane first tier turret as well. So that's 3 turrets for the side of LGD. No kills yet, but this is what the difference is of Honor of Kings against other games, is that kills aren't everything. It's just all about that tempo, and there's a death on Sunset straight onto the Chow. And then again, he is not done yet. Siang is still in a little bit too deep. Unfortunately, it is a 1-1 trade between Impunity and LGD. But again, turrets are just being taken from Impunity just under their feet. They just don't know what's quite going on here.
Yeah, overall, I think that trade definitely favors LGD. They were able to take away the blue buff away from the Dun as well. So again, this hero without a fantastic start is okay at best, and without a snowballing of a game, you really see that hero really fall off as LGD is going to go for the Overlord, will get it, and that's going to allow them to put more map pressure across the map.
Yep, so picking up that Overlord, they didn't quite get the Tyrant, but has the Tyrant really helped Impunity in this game one? Yet not quite. Obviously, they don't have the buff as it only does last for a minute, but that Overlord coming through will definitely be helpful in trying to get this mid lane first tier turret, because for those that watched Season 1 and watched any previous Honor of Kings tournaments or even played a game know how important that mid lane turret is, because if that goes down first or even quite early in your game, that allows Pei. I mean, even though LGD have been giving themselves access to Impunity's jungle anyway, that mid lane turret has not stopped them, and here it is. The Vanguard does come round with Arlie, so JR picking up that first tier turret in the mid lane. It's looking quite shaky here for Impunity, but they are looking for a macro play into the Clash lane to try and at least take another turret from the side of LGD, but we do have a rotation here from Elaine and Pei, looking at a scissor movement between Dachau and Dharma.
Yeah, LGD's looking for a fight right now. They want to try and get something done, try and get some kills, but Musang King might be the one in trouble. Here comes the ultimate from the Dachau. The Musang King will fall, and Elaine still going. Arlie gets a kill on towards the Dharma. Here comes the ultimate coming from the Lian Po. They're going straight for the Direnji, but Direnji is so fast, so agile, being able to deal damage while trying to run away, and he will survive the Dachau down to very low HP. The Arlie trying to give chase. Can he find his target? Trying to teleport away. No, both go down.
Double kill.
2 double kills going over to JR on the Arlie. The life step coming through quite well there. Just clutching the escape thanks to Dachau. Was Megumi there in that mid lane. Almost get taken down by Hino and the Li and Po, but this is already looking at an unsettling pace here for Impunity game 1, because they are pretty much back towards those higher ground turrets right now, as Pei is just able to have a lot more freedom in that jungle, knowing that the they have pushed them back a little bit. They've managed to get a double kill here, but again, may get pick up here onto JR, but it's not going to be the case. There's that teleport coming in through the Chow, and then Dharma getting the kill onto the Liempo. It's not done yet. We see that Ali goes down as well. JR gets paid back for that double kill onto the side of Impunity.
Yeah, they thought they got a free kill on towards Megumi, but he called the troops. Everybody teleported towards the top lane. Megumi was able to back off, heal the foe, and then come back because of her ultimate. So that's going to be huge there for Impunity. Gets them back into the fight. But here, it's not a fight you want to fight. Black has to back away. Done in trouble. Zihong will get the kill. Elaine pops the ultimate. Will go for the Dharma. Dharma trying to fight back. Megumi will save his teammates and will be able to back off as well.
That was a beautiful recall there. It's just so clutch, and this is why I like that the Chow coming through. And this is what we really missed in Season 1, was just the amount of not just playmaking, but being able to aid her team so well. It's just, it gives you like a second life without Sage's Sanctuary coming through. It's just like, nope, boop, see you later, back to base, you come back, and we'll definitely try that again. But LGD managed to pick up the Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant, I have to say, going into Game 1. So they already have 3 pickups in the jungle, 6 turrets against 2 and 1 on Impunity. But there seems to be a takedown here on the Shadow Overlord. There's going to be no contest here for the side of Impunity because all their lanes were pretty pushed until they had to stop it at that higher ground turret, because if it weren't for that, those Shadow Vanguards coming through could really ramp up the effort for this team to push these high ground turrets a lot quicker than we thought.
Yeah, LG definitely in the driver's seat at the moment. 6,000 gold lead. The Halo is already online. He's doing a lot of damage from a good safe range. And for those who are not familiar with how that hero works, he can basically heal to almost full as long as he gets his ultimate off. So very elusive, very far range mage that can really be great in sieging these high ground towers, because having a low cooldown skill, poking and prodding, the damage does start to rack up, and that's going to allow LGD to really break through this defense on towards the high ground.
Yeah, there's a massive offense here going on the side of LGD. We see that Liempo going straight into the back of the line there. That was amazing. That was almost like, what, a 4-man knockup, 3-man knockup. There it is, confirmed in game. And then Ali takes down the high ground turret thanks to the Shadow Vanguard as well. Down goes the mid lane high ground turret as well. Dharma looking to try and push this Shadow Vanguard from advancing that crystal any further. But we see LGD have backed off for now. They're like, yo, we've taken all your turrets. We're going to let you breathe for just a minute second. They are going to wait for that next minion wave to come through so they can push and hopefully take Game 1, it seems. But Impunity are definitely backed against the wall with a 35k gold difference to the 43. So overall, an 8k gold difference, teetering on that 9k. LGD looking to be the winners and the closers of this Game 1.
Yeah, that push towards the high ground on all 3 lanes was just so clean there for LGD. Only losing 1 member, and he was the sacrificial lamb anyways. They were more than happy to let go of the Liempo if it means they get all 3 lanes. But here, they're trying to go for the push. Liempo has his ultimate. He's going to use it. The Dun will use his ultimate to get away back to safety. Hey, you know, trying to base on ultimate. Dharma gets nuked down. The lane goes towards the back line. That's going to be trouble there for the ladies, and the ladies will fall. So will the Dun, and they are down to last 2 heroes. Hey, you know, trying to back off very low, and will be able to survive. Only the Da Qiao as well as the Diren left alive.
They are really holding out hope here on the side of Impunity, but that second minion wave does come through, and there's only Direnji and the Chow to try and stop it, but that crystal is being taken down just like the Chow almost did at the end there. So Game 1 going to LGD, all because of that ferocious performance in the jungle. That play was just so fast, so clean. Amazing rotations, just denying Dun of any buffs in the jungle.
Yeah, the surgical precision and aggression of LGD in the early game allowed them to really snowball the game going towards the mid game. And we talked about how LGD likes to play this mid game lineup that ends the game early as quickly as possible. And having that pay off to a great start while also shutting down your opponent's jungle definitely was the key to them really just running away with this first game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, runaway. I think about probably fly away seems a little bit more a little bit more realistic with that game one. But like we said in the introduction and in the draft, this is game one. This is where the teams do a little bit of research and development. They kind of think, right, okay, let's see what we're going to ban going into game two. But it doesn't surprise me a team like LGD aren't just going to be a one team comp pony. They are going to have a lot more in their pocket going into game two. But there is definitely a lot of readjustment in the banning phase and the draft that Impunity have to do. I'm going to say that done. If you've got such an aggressive jungle on your enemy team, you should just retire that old man with his chain blade.
Yeah, he's just too reliant on the first 4 minutes. If his first 4 minutes is a shambles, he really does absolutely nothing in the entire game. And you know, there are ways to enable that, you know, rotating your support along with the Dun just to ensure that he has a great start off to maybe get a few ganks early on. But if you let the Dun suffer alone while the Pei as well as the lane as well as Lianpo is invading your jungle, then that's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, again, I think it was maybe just sort of a underestimating your enemy there, because like you said, if they just rotated the support with the jungle, we could have seen a different story here. But looking at the post-game analytics, we are seeing plenty of gold on that Pei, and the way that the Pei was played really shows dividends to the fact that he's 10k and the only other 10k on his team was the Arlie, and rightfully so, because obviously that's your farm lane. You farm that gold, you get those gold up. But JR coming with fantastic 2 double kills, finishing that 5-1-3. And then, to be honest, the mid lane wasn't too far off. It was only 4 gold. Someone should have just literally pocketed 4 gold onto the mid lane there, and it could have been all 10k club. But nobody even getting close to 10k other than Shaolin, which is the Renji on the side of Impunity. But again, I feel like we've been saying, it's just a difference in that jungle. The draft just wasn't really counted or accounted for with the ferocity and the furious gameplay that we saw from LGD, especially towards the top side of the map in the early game.
Yeah, it's not every day you see your jungle player having the least amount of net worth in your entire team. Even Megumi on the Dachao has more net worth than Black on the Dun, and it's not Black's fault. It's just that hero is just so okay, for lack of a better word, it's just so bad in the jungle. There's not really much that he does if he doesn't have a great start, and if you look at his damage out, it is absolutely atrocious for that hero. So we might not see. I hope that we don't see this hero ever again. But knowing our luck, we've had Duns being picked over and over again.
Yeah, we can see why he kind of fell into that team comp there, because obviously taking the Chao in the support role, there was no tank. So obviously LGD didn't really have that kind of thing to think about, because they had the Lianpo early in that draft. We were guessing whether it was going to be Clash Lane, but then a lane really sort of cemented that pick and where he was going to go. Whereas the Chao can only really go in one place, which is the support role. And then if they didn't go for the Dun, because Kaiser was taken off the table, they had Masashi banned by them as well. So again, Kaiser would have definitely implemented Impunity Esports Game 1 draft, but LGD, knowing what they know, banned that Kaiser straight away, because not only did Impunity in their respective qualifier got a 100% win rate on the Kaiser, it's also a fantastic complement to what their Game 1 team comp could have been.
Yeah, and this entire game was just, you know, LGD taking everything they want, everything they can. They did win the tower trade. They got nearly all the objectives in the jungle as well. So nothing much that Impunity can do without a fantastic start. And back to your point of that pick, I mean, they did need a tankier jungle hero to be able to help out their lineup. But there was still Zilong on the table. The Lamb was open for them to pick up as well. It is a little bit more higher skill cap. It does have a little bit less CC, but you know, they might have been better than the Dun.
Better than the Dun, but nobody's better than JR in Game 1, picking up that MVP here with that back-to-back double kill on the Ali, that 20k damage dealt, 12k taken, and then obviously being very close, teetering on that 11k gold in total in game 1. And obviously the odds were stacked against JR in the early game. We saw that Durenji and DRNG and the Chow were very much heavily focused down in the farm lane, at the detriment to Jungle Dun though. And then it all decided to pop off in that clash lane for JR, as you'll probably see in these highlights here. Just looking at the first blood goes over to obviously Siang on the side of LGD, managing to pick it up for the lane pick there, but unfortunately got caught out. And here it is. I feel like it's going to come soon. No, it's not that one there. We did see Pei get taken down. This was later on. Here we go. There is JR getting the double kill there, and then almost instantaneously onto the Chow. Again, getting another double kill here. She tries to go back, become untargetable, but it just wasn't enough. JR was all around the map, and he didn't need a teleport to be there.
Absolutely not. I mean, this fight did go towards the way of impunity, but it was just too much that was bled out. The Pei was already very farmed at this point, so was the Heino and the Arlie. They were able to lose this fight and still were able to regain control of the game later on. As you know, Dharma, as fantastic as he is, he can't do it alone. He needs another stun. He needs another tank, another warrior bruiser to go with him, and a huge team fight there by the Lianpo. Huge knock up towards the backline, allowing the side of LGD to really open up all 3 lanes and pretty much end the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that knows, I do love me a Lee and Po pick, and it was just played beautifully here by
Absolutely.
Z. Again, we saw that 3 times crowd control knock up at the end, like you said, Zero, really opening up that crystal to just be decimated in game 1. But we've already kind of surmised what Impunity need to do going into game 2, and it definitely all needs to start in that draft. But again, it's just all about trying to maybe claim the Kaiser a little bit earlier in the team comp if they're deciding to go for the same kind of thing again, or just go for something completely different.
Yeah, I think as long as they keep to their playstyle, it should be fine. It's just, you know, a little bit of a strategy change in the early game. But speaking of jungles that can be tanky, that's going to be the Yao. It's going to be our next hero that is going to be released in just a couple of days. The new hero, the Shining Star Yao, will be joining Honor of Kings, joining the Heroes Gorge on July 2.
Yes, July the 2nd, when we get our next jungle pick onto the Gorge. I'm very much looking forward to it. He seems quite flashy. His origins is very closely tied to Jing as well, if I'm correct in thinking. So, again, very excited to see another flashy jungle pick come through, because it's been a while. It's been a hot minute since we got a good jungle pick, as obviously we just got Luara as well, one of the first global heroes to grace Honor of Kings, and she's doing pretty well in the ranks. She seems to be pretty OP. I wonder if we're ever going to get to see her in Season 2. I really hope so. At least the Brazilian teams pick Luara. Come on. I mean, it was made for you. Pick it.
There are, there is a very small hero pool for the marksman role. Only 14 marksmen are in the pool at the moment, and I'm definitely hoping to see, like you said, Luara gracing us on the battlefield here in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. Because, like, let's be real, it's a very flashy marksman. It does, the skill effects are so nice. There's so many numbers flying around when you're using it, and it's just a very smooth hero to use overall.
Yeah, definitely. But we will be getting into the draft very, very soon of Game 2, and I'm pretty sure Impunity are going to do something to clap back in this Game 2. Obviously, we've already stated that if they are going to go for just a soul tank on their team in the jungle, maybe go for something else other than the Dun. Go for something very soon within the draft. They are on the blue side here now, so we could see a priority Impunity pick for the Lamb on the blue side, as we know that it's quite popular. But no, they're actually going to take the Ali off of LGD this time around. But again, looking at the ban phase, it looks very similar for Impunity. They are definitely doing pocket bans towards the side of LGD there. But then over to the side of LGD, they do take another 2 support picks. But they do manage to lock in the beast himself, Mr. Zhang Fei.
Zhang Fei and Lady Zen, 2 very great heroes to protect the Huangzhong, which I do expect to come out here from LGD. Either the Huangzhong or maybe a marksman that doesn't have any mobility skills like the Luban number 7, or the Hoi could be what LGD is planning with this first 2 picks. But a lot of team fight already for the side of LGD.
Yes, they go for the late game Lady Sun herself. So we have 2 ladies on the field on the side of LGD. Zhang Fei is going to have to be an absolute gentleman. He has to guide these ladies to victory in game 2. But we are seeing what we were lacking in game 1 is that Kaiser pick. So again, didn't get banned this time around. Fortunately for the side of Impunity, they are sticking very similar to that game 1 team comp with the Dharma as well, but in addition with the Ali. But then over to the side of LGD, they are definitely looking and going hard on that support pool for the side of Impunity. They've managed to take out Yaria, they've taken out Mutsu as well, and then obviously the last ban that Impunity did there was Jing. So again, a very jungle-centric ban. So it's clear to see that they don't want the jungle on the side of LGD getting those top fast picks, and they do ban out the pay. I don't see why that wasn't quick enough, but the pay does get banned as well.
Yep, Mayin will be the 4th pick here for LGD. That's going to be the Clash laner, which leaves only the jungle. And, you know, Impunity have already banned out 4 jungles on from their 4 bans, so Musang King is going to have a lot less to play with, but knowing him, he can just pick up any hero and really still snowball with it as well.
Yep, we get the Mayin coming through as well. So again, going against the Dharma, we see the LGD Siang loves his flashy Clash lane picks because he's just gone from a lane. He's now going to Mayin. Again, combo queen herself. Can do so much with the combos. She can stand still. She gets HP regen. Hello. Just stay under your turret if anything goes wrong. But Guy Guzzi, again, this is a C pick. We don't see this orientated in any other region. They love this Guy Guzzi pick. It was all the way through the qualifiers. It made its appearance. So they're not going to go for a tanky support like they did in game 1. They're going to go for Guy Guzzi. Again, can give movement speed increase, can give invisibility to his team as well. But they do lock in the Princess Frost. So utility mage coming through on the side of Impunity.
Yeah, lots of synergy between the Grey Guzzi as well as the Princess Frost. So plenty of CC on the side of Impunity to allow the Dharma and Kaiser to really pop off, and the Arlie can just do whatever he wants. But oh, look here! Look here, Blam! We've got the Mankey in the jungle for LGD.
Yep, the last time we saw Monkey in the jungle was with VKS Danny, I believe it was in Season 1 Invitational. He did like that pick. Again, it's a... You see that pick, you think, okay, it looks cuddly, maybe it's building tank, but sometimes it just goes full attack damage items, and those bubbles are super aggressive, so it's going to keep Impunity guessing what is going to happen with that hero into the Gorge. But like we already saw early on in the draft, JR going for a late game hero this time around, so it's going to take a little bit longer for Lady Sun to brew up that effectiveness. But again, once it does happen, if it is allowed to happen in game 2, LGD could look for a closing with Lady Sun. But Mayin, Monkey, Lady Jen, Lady Sun, Zhang Fei, a little bit of a different team comp here. We don't have that fast and furious jungle. We do have the Monkey that is unpredictable in the jungle, whereas onto the side of Impunity, we're getting a very similar thing. We have kind of like the utility support rather than the tank because of the Guy Guzzi over the Chow, but we do see the complements of Kaiser and Princess Frost, which hopefully will make these engages for Impunity and these team fights a little bit easier for them in game 2.
Yep, having the Kaiser, they are going to be very sticky to anyone who they want to really go for. But this, like you said, this is a Southeast Asia hero, is this Grey Goose, and he's very interesting. He has, you know, displacement skills with his second, with his first skill, and he can also constantly slow your opponent. So for those who are not familiar with this hero, it's a very fun hero to play with just because of how mobile he is. He's always going to be running around trying to open up vision, get ganks off, and he doesn't do a lot of damage on his own, but still a very fun hero to watch and play as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if we're going to see a bit of a synergy there between the Gaigozi and the Princess Frost. Because obviously, his skill, he can bring them all into a centered mass, and then we can get the Winter is Coming come through as well. So it could be really interesting to see if we get that combo coming through. But obviously, the majority of the common skill that is on the board is Flash, and it is a pretty universal common skill. It just enables you to get out of sticky situations into amazing fights here. We see Zhang Fei being picked off early on, and Impunity taking first blood thanks to the common skill, Flash.
Dharma uses it to perfection, getting in towards a range where he can deal damage, but here the Dharma might be in some trouble. The Menki is gonna jump on him, gets the kill. Wusan King will be able to get the first blood, which is... oh no, never mind, that's the second kill. Zhang Fei did die early on.
It looks like they're not done there as well, Zero. It looks like Lady Sun's going in. Oh, beautiful snipe from JR. Again, proving that he is a farm lane king right now, because not only did he have that back-to-back double kill in game one, he's just now proven that he's not just a 1 TP on that Arlie. He is definitely able to land those long-range skills for the Lady Sun, pick up a second kill. Actually, no, it's a third kill on the side of LGD. So now we saw a promising first blood from Impunity, but that has been quickly answered and quickly nullified and shut down by LGD.
Yeah, good rotation timing there by JR. Usually you just see the marksman really just stay in the bottom lane, especially if you're talking about a late game marksman like the Lady Sun. You're not expecting her to join in fights early, but great timing, great opportunity being exploited there by JR, and he enables him to go in towards the late game much faster.
Yes, it does allow that all to happen. Again, we are seeing a little bit of a same song and dance from the side of LGD. They are able to keep that gold momentum going all the way from game... even though they've had a break between game 1 and game 2, they have managed to somehow just keep going gold, 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 all the way through that little bit of a break there, because they are almost 2k ahead, 3 minutes in as well, which is... nothing to be writing home about. This could be quickly turned around on the side of Impunity, especially with the Tyrant and Overlord being coming up in about 25 seconds here. Gaigozi going a little bit too deep onto the red turret there, it seems. A little bit of aggression in the top lane, though. 2v1 under the turret. It's not going to stop LGD no time soon. But the minions last hit and claim the kill for Dharma, so a great turnaround there for Impunity. I feel like they're already having a better early game. It's just the farm is a little bit lacking still.
Yeah, they have been making these rotations around trying to catch off the members of LGD, because LGD is super strong when they are together as 5, so they're trying to take these smaller skirmishes, getting those in their favor. And it's not too bad, like you said, it can turn around at any point in time, but LGD is starting to prevent that by getting the first major objective of the game. That's going to be the first Tyrant going towards the way of LGD.
Yeah, so already seeing a little bit of a priority shift here for LGD. They didn't actually go for the Tyrant in game 1 because they were busy taking that first tier turret up in the Clash lane. But however, they need that extra bit of damage, they seem, because already losing 2 lives already, which was a lot sooner than I'm pretty sure they were hoping for in game 2. They're going to want to make sure that these next few team fights and these engages are definitely going to go in their favor. But again, it's still slowly amassing that gold lead difference. We're now looking at almost 3k gold difference here. Menki and Lady Jen in the mid lane, trying to clear the mid lane. Hopefully, we may see a setup here for an Overlord takedown here, but it looks like they're still committed to try and take the mid lane turret. But Gaigozi coming in from behind to try and stop that minion wave so they can't push the turret anymore.
was trying to catch the Lady Zen, but quick fingers, quick reactions there, able to flicker out to safety. But the Grey Goose might be able to catch someone else. Is Xiang dropping very low, but able to walk away from that, barely surviving. Lady Zen does not have his ultimate. Zihong needs to watch out on how he's positioned. They go towards the back line. That's going to be the Menki trying to push someone back, but no, will decide against it and will just back off. But JR from the sides gets a kill on towards the Grey Goosey. And again, nobody's expecting the Lady Sun to be playing so active, so aggressive across the map, but JR somehow manages to be in the right place at the right time once again.
I know LGD have 2 ladies on the team, and I know it's very chivalrous to let ladies just sort of go first, but this is not the game where you let ladies go first, because that Lady Sun has already decimated their Clash lane. Again, this seems to be a little bit of an MO on the side of LGD. They take that second tier turret very early on. I mean, last game I'm pretty sure it was around about the 7-minute mark as well. So again, macro plays coming from different factors this time around, because obviously last game it was Pei and Elaine. This time around, JR's like, there's no kills for me to get here. I'm just going to go and push this turret and get some more gold, because that's what I need, baby. Give me the gold, give me the items, I will give you the victory.
Yeah, opening up the blue buff is super important for the side of LGD to steal as well, to get away from the hands of the Kaiser, because if you let Kaiser have that cooldown reduction, he's going to be able to stay in fights for much longer, get more heals, get more knockbacks as well as he wants. So if you take that away from him, he becomes less effective. And here, Impunity is trying to set up a trap, trying to catch somebody unaware, but they will send in Musang King first to scout things out, and that is not the target they are trying to go for.
No, the target is definitely that second tier turret in the mid lane. So again, mid lane getting cleaned up a lot quicker in game 2 than it did in game 1. We see that the minion wave is down in the farm lane, hoping to get that first tier turret for the side of Impunity. I mean, they don't want to finish game 2 on a perfect game on the side of LGD again, but it looks like it may happen, because the Vanguard was able to rock around just in time with the help of Mayin to freeze that lane. But again, we're seeing a lot more aggression in the farm lane, looking to push with the Vanguard as well. They're all surrounding in their jungle, which is the consequence of letting that mid lane open up so early in honor of Kings, is that the enemy team is going to be able to just have dead to rights in your jungle, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's from this experience and this playing right now of Impunity that they kind of know that, because 3 of their team are already up onto the side of the Clash lane. They do manage to get a turret, however, that could have came at the consequence of their high ground turret.
If LGD has map control right now, they also have the Vanguard to be able to help them push up to this tier 3 if they want to. It's already down to half health. Will they commit to this? Lady Zen does not have her ultimate yet, but looks like it will be enough, at least with just the Lady Sun as well as the Zhang Fei picking up the damage. He has to back off, but he's a very tanky boy. He's gonna be alright.
Going to be alright, but is somebody else going to be at the odds of Gaiguzi? No, Megumi taking a lot of damage there from JR as well. Already down to literally half health, but there comes the Winter is coming onto the Zhang Fei to pin him down a little bit. No Unbridled Rage for you, sir. Not just quite yet, but he could save this for a turret takedown because it is on cooldown. Down goes the Dharma, so Ajin goes down, and we still have Black here. He's pretty much behind. He's on the wrong side of the fence, homie. You want to get back into your base, or unless you want to die right now, but he does manage to get back under that higher ground turret because it's still safe in the farm lane to go that route. But again, this now, because they're pushed so far in their base, Impunity lose a Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, the Dharma was trying to get a good initiation towards the backline, but there was just no follow-up there from the Princess Frost, and that means that he did just pay. He gave his life up for nothing, but at this point, Impunity has to try anything they can to find a way back into this game. 8,000 net worth down. They are not out of this yet, but things are definitely not looking as good as they were before.
Yeah, it was kind of easy for us to cope with that 2k gold difference. Then it kind of teetered towards the 3k. We weren't even looking at the gold, and now it's just kind of getting a little bit out of hand here because, again, another Tyrant is up. They are looking to take a second turret. The timer on the Tyrant you've just taken hasn't even gone down yet. It's now just been refreshed to 90 seconds. It's like, did you really need that Tyrant? Or was you just kind of just trying to show your prowess? And the rotations coming from LGD in Game 2 once again just showing that this is a great team when it comes to rotation mechanics. They know where they're going. They are always pretty much together unless you're JR going for a macro play. But speaking of 1v1 here, it's not for long because Zhongfei, JR picks up another kill, and it was all sort of assessed by Mayin as well. But to be honest, like we were saying in the draft, Lady Sun needs those kills, needs that gold. And if you're going to give a kill over to anybody, it's your farm lane.
Yeah, and the Lady Sun will repay her debt in dividends with breaking the crystal here. He's already very farmed, almost level 15 at this point, has both buffs and is ready to push up to the high ground with the rest of his team.
You're ahead of one level of the enemy farm lane as well, and then miles above the rest. Dharma going in there. He has to sort of be pushed away from the Mayin to stop any sort of damage, but the winter is coming. Didn't actually come into effect because there's too much blazing damage coming from the side of LGD, managing to push that minion, the minion turret, out of the bounds of the higher ground turret. So that's free, ready open for that Vanguard to rock around and hopefully do some damage onto the higher ground turret. We see that JR has managed to pick up the red buff once again, so more damage coming over to the side of LGD as well as the Tyrant. The Tyrant has just fallen, as I've said that. My bad, but there goes the high ground turret. The Shadow Vanguard is down in the farm lane as well. Could we be seeing a closeout of Game 2? But Dharma is not looking to finish the game here just yet. Crucial crowd control from the guy Guzi really aided the Dharma. It's currently a 2-2 trade on both of the sides here, but Zhongfei is just not quite done yet. Takes out X0. It is Kaiser and Guy Guzi here trying to defend the base while they have the Shadow Vanguard here. Mayin doesn't know whether to attack the enemy team or attack the crystal, but it looks like they're just going to try and push this higher ground turret and maybe back off here.
Yeah, good effort there by Black and Megumi to just displace the Vanguards, push them away out of range, and make sure that their crystal will not lose its invulnerability. So very just buying a bit more time, hopefully to be able to find some way to come back to this game. But with 10,000 down, with not a single tier 3 tower left still standing, it's not looking great here for Impunity.
Yeah, if they're looking for a buy-in, they really want to shut down JR on that Lady Sun again, because almost... actually, no, she's just peaked the 10k mark once again as well, with Monkey in the jungle being able to take that 10k lead as well. So comparing your jungle and your farm, Ali is not looking as worse off as the Kaiser is right now, but you can see from these rotations that Kaiser's kind of just been cut out of the picture, unfortunately, onto the side of Impunity. He's just not being able to roam as freely as Monkey has. He's not had that privilege, but they could have a privilege here to try and win a team fight. But there comes the Splendor coming through, or it was the Lady Chen ability with that unstoppable skill there. But again, they are able to clean these minion waves, which means they aren't going to push the crystal just yet. Dharma does go down thanks to JR, but they are not done yet. We see Siang maybe to take down Mugemi, and that is a crucial crowd control triple kill over to Siang as well, and the crystal is just being met by 4 or 5 of the team just attacking the crystal. Kaiser's just like, you know what, I'm gonna have to try and do it for my guys. But that is an ace into game 2. LGD taking a solid 2-0 from Impunity. Wow.
Yeah, LGD fast-paced, even with heroes that don't really look like they're gonna play the late game. I mean, you have the Lady Sun, you have the Zhongfei. Those two heroes don't just shout run at the enemy, but somehow, you know, they were able to move across the map so well, really snowball the Lady Sun out of control and allowed her to become this mid-game menace. The mid-game damage was just too high. They got every single objective across the map, and they just took the game from there on.
Yeah, I mean, things kind of seemed a little bit more hopeful for Impunity in that game too, because we did see that obviously they got the first blood, which was huge for them. Obviously, even though it did get counted out pretty early. We saw a little bit of a counter push towards the kills on the side of LGD, but again, just the rotation, the ferocity of LGD was a different cut of gravy. But we are going to go over to the stage to see what LGD had to say.
Everyone on the live stage here in Sunway Velocity Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Congratulations to LGD, Malaysia team. That was a landslide win, but who want to start off the interview here? How about we ask JR? JR, give the mic to JR. JR. Abang JR kita ni tak ada carry game ya. He the one that actually play a lot of ADC and almost so marksman. Now, the moment you saw your early being taken by impunity, how do you feel?
I feel so happy.
Can I know why?
Because Avenger.
Oh, okay. So you don't really care if they want to take early, you're still gonna prove them wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lady Sun it is.
Of course.
Okay, if you actually impunity right now, I want to ask this question for you because they picked your hero just now, right? If you actually impunity shoes, what would you change if you are them? What would you change for if you are them to win the game? 如果你们是 impunity 的话，你是在他们的战队的话，对吗？你会改变你的战略是什么？如果要赢的话，
我会针对射手。
Okay, want to be more aggressive then? Maybe that's the case. 还有呢？
还有针对打野。
Okay. I guess the next question. Thank you so much for the side of G. Now, where is the? Okay, what happened, bro? Okay, come here. The first game just now, you guys were not celebrating. Everybody win is like, yeah, you guys were like, especially you. Oh my God. Why? 为什么你感觉到好像你不开心的哈？你们不是好像你们赢了过后第一场的时候就感觉不开心，为什么呢？
我们打得不够完美。
你自己感觉不够完美是吗？ So basically I asked, why is he so stressed? Kenapa stress bang? Game menang, member stress. Why you so stressed? So, but he said because he don't think that they perform well. Can you tell me why you don't think it's perform well? 为什么你感觉打到不完美嘛？
就有点失误，不够快结束。
Oh, he's very perfectionist. So he think he's still not going to be enough. But in the case of your team, it was incredible performance still. But other than that, I want to ask last but not least, Xiang. Yes, it's going to be the last question from you, Xiang. You're the captain, right? You okay?
Okay.
Okay. Personally, what do you think of your team performance? Speaking of performance. 你们自己的表现，你感觉到已经是很完美了，还是你感觉到还是有很多东西要改的？
还有很多进步的空间，打得不够完美。
比如呢？
中间有一点小失误，不过问题不大。
So I asked him what did he think actually need to be better because they are not really happy. So this is that win, but not happy. Okay, this is Malaysia team, guys. Welcome to Malaysia. What? So why he's not happy? He feels like during the mid game there's still a lot that can be changed. But thank you so much and 恭喜啦, congratulations for your win. And that's gonna be us wrapping up from the stage, but it's gonna be tossing back to the casters.
I mean, if we took anything from that zero, the fact that they've just won and they're just kind of like, oh man, that was just bad performance for us, and we just sat there like, oh my god, these guys are just so aggressive. It's kind of just like, what hope do these other teams have going against these people that are just so, these players that are so perfectionate and want to be better than that? I mean, that was a good performance from, for any means, they smashed it.
Absolutely, yeah. Like from an outside standpoint, they played aggressive. It was close to perfect, I would say, from what we see. But you know, they being looking to go further than just top 8. They're looking to win it all. They're seeing their small mistakes. They know what they can improve, and that just bodes really well, especially for a home ground team here playing in their home ground. They are a Malaysian team with a Chinese organization's backing, so they are really to take it all, and that's just very good to see. These young players not taking a win for granted. They're taking the lessons that they can take even from a game that looked so stompy like this.
Yeah, I suppose it kind of bodes well for themselves, but maybe the other teams, it kind of just be like... most teams are going to be like, but what are you on about? Like, honestly, we thought that would be our amazing game, and you guys are just kind of like, yeah, we won, but we can do better. And everyone else is probably just like, oh man, what have we got ourselves into? But that'll be for later in the competition. But now we get to see the post analytics of this game, and once again, Xiang and Musang King both get, actually no, and JR joining the ranks as well, all getting over that 10k gold mark. Only 4 deaths amongst them all, 5 deaths, sorry, amongst them all, only dying once in this game, and you are not happy with your performance. That's definitely a perfectionist. I can feel that in my soul for this team. But Impunity, like I said in the wrap-up of Game 2, they had a better game. But just like we were saying, Zero, and it's good to see that LGD cottoned onto it as well, is that this Impunity needs to play aggressive, especially if they want to stand against some of these other teams. And it really showed in this one. So for this to be a first lesson for Impunity, rather than like a not as hard-fought victory, if they managed to get like a 2-0 against another team, and they're like, yeah, we feel the confidence now, but then they come against LGD later on down the line, and they're like, oh, maybe we should have played these guys earlier and been a lot more aggressive. I think it's a lesson for both of them, even though LGD doesn't really have much lessons to learn. They only died 5 times, 1 per person. Come on. I wish my ranked teams were like this. So yeah, I think Impunity earned a hard lesson in match 1. Sorry.
Absolutely, the aggression. Southeast Asian teams were always known for their aggression, their fast-paced gameplay, and LGD really just embodies it in both these games, and really quick victories on both games as well. But if you look at the item progression from JR as well as Musang King, it doesn't look like a 12-minute game. It looks like a game that's gone a lot further on, but that's just how far they were ahead. They were able to take anytime they want across the map, and Impunity just had no answer to it.
Yeah, there was a clear out difference in the macro playstyle on LGD. I mean, not even just from their clash lane, Mayin, but JR on the Lady Sun, really showing that the MO for LGD is definitely the aggression, because that second tier turret takedown pre-7 minutes in both games really just showed dividends on their aggression in the whole of this series. And there we go again. Just no jungle objectives on the side of Impunity. All that nom going over to LGD. They are fed, they are fat into Game 2, taking everything but a Tempest Dragon, because if they got to a Tempest Dragon, I think they'd beat themselves up even more, it seems, after that game-winning interview. If they got to Tempest Dragon, they're probably like, nah, we're quitting. We're not good enough. But they didn't have to get to that point. They did smash out every other objective to that point. So fair play to LGD.
Yep, LGD 1 foot across the door already. They are almost, I would say, almost secured the top 8 spot in this Season 2 Invitational, which means that they almost locked down their ticket to the mid-season Invitational, and they only have one more opponent to go through, which is another, because they are a 3-team group in their specific group, so they only have to beat one more team to ensure that they lock down that top 8 spot.
Yes, I believe that other team is RRQ, I think it is, if I'm correct in thinking. But yes, like you said, they only need one more win to secure their top spot in their top 2 of their respective team. So anything after today's performance, then they definitely are going to smash the next game, to be honest. So.
Yep, and the MVP for game number 2, once again, not once again, sorry, it's on Musang King, on the main key. We didn't really see a lot of kills on this on Musang King this time, but you know, still a lot of damage dealt. We talked about how Mankey can be unpredictable. He can be played tanky, he can be played as a DPS dealer, and with the highest damage dealt by him on his entire team, he definitely is in a good running for the MVP.
Yes, I mean, the rotations were not probably as aggressive as the Pei, because obviously Pei just helped himself to Dun's jungle in game 1, but even here we're seeing the highlights come through. Musang King really showing that this pick is nothing to be frowned upon. It should definitely be picked more, especially when you're able to get that solo target CC onto some of these heroes on the side of impunity, like the Dharma, but it really was... He's just able to get around these walls a lot easier than most other heroes could. So again, these are the highlights from Game 2, really showing how aggressive LGD can play, and it's going to make RRQ think, okay, well, let's definitely not take this team for granted, because again, Megumi just getting caught out there a little bit too far from home. Unfortunately, on the side of impunity, meant that he was taken down on the 3-0, but this is where we thought we was going to see the end, but it actually seemed like it was just an effort on all 5 of the side of LGD. They didn't even need the Shadow Vanguard at that point, because everything was down, all their minions was taken, but it was this last team fight here. Look at it go. Megumi taken down. Then we see the crucial crowd control from the Mayin come through. The only thing standing between them and sweet victory was Kaiser, and they was able to take him down and the crystal consecutively.
Yep, LGD, one more series win away from locking in their top 8 spot. They're virtually locked in already, but there is one scenario where there could potentially be a 3-way tie in their group. So, but still taking the first game, the win already at this point, they should be feeling very well. But you know, from what we saw in their post-game interview, they're probably feeling, hey, you know, we could have ended that game 15 seconds earlier if we just did one thing better.
15 seconds earlier. I think they're probably thinking maybe like 15 minutes earlier before it even ended. Before it even started, they wanted that game to be over, it seems. That's how much aggression LGD had in that series. So match 1 already over of day 1. And obviously, as you were saying, Zero, that they are pretty much almost cemented their way into that top 2, because again, having that strong footing in day 1 is just going to be a bit of a relief for you going into your next day. I mean, the next time we see LGD is literally tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll know that they are going to be in the top 2 because they go against RRQ. But before that, we are going to go for a short break. But then after the break, we'll be seeing All Gamers Global going against R8 Esports. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you very soon. Oh.
That's going to be the next match, which is going to be happening in another 30 minutes or so. That's going to be the Group B match. You know, we haven't seen both of these teams really face up against each other. Of course, All Gamers Global are a relatively newer team. R8 Esports does have a couple of players that may sound familiar to you. They have Illidan, they have Mihosh, they have Xenon on their squad. So, not complete strangers to us all, but it's going to be interesting to see how All Gamers Global is going to be facing up against a team with a little bit more experience than them.
Yeah, I mean, All Gaming Global, I mean, they were the Open Series pretty much king of what was called the EMEA Split 1 Finals, and they pretty much finished it with a lack of blemish on their record. They had a little bit more of a struggle in the actual qualifier itself than they did in the finals itself. They pretty much didn't drop a round at all. But it's the same roster. These guys have a lot of character. I actually love watching them play. I love seeing their post-game interviews, especially with their coach Martin. He is an absolute delight to watch and listen to. They have their own little mascot. The only thing that really throws thrown me off. I thought they had a new player in that mid lane. I thought they had changed Devil to somebody else, but it turns out Lived is Devil, just the other way around. I'm not too sure what the reason is behind that one, but it's there. But again, R8, like you said, we saw a few of these players in Season 1. They were under a different organization with a different team, but these players have been pretty much in the scene for quite some time and in other games as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how R8 do pit against the All Games Global.
Yeah, it's going to be a best of 3 just like this one. They are in Group B. And, you know, just like how LGD was able to take the win, you know, both of these teams are looking to take the first game so that they are virtually secured in the top 8 for themselves as well, because it's going to be very important moving on.
Yes, and don't forget, guys, that Honor of Kings is up for a potentially winning an award at the Esports Awards. So we are thrilled to announce that Honor of Kings has been nominated for a Mobile Esports Game of the Year award at the Esports Award 2024. Don't forget to cast your votes now at www.esportsawards.com. Obviously, we want to get our game on the board. We want to see it win some awards. Does this early on into the global launch would be fantastic for the game and getting more players on board.
Absolutely. Make sure you vote for us, and you know, hopefully we get the award. And not to mention, during this Season 2 Invitational, follow Honor of Kings Global Esports social media on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. Join the Discord channel and also on Instagram, and participate in the community events where it will allow you to stand a chance to win great rewards. There's phones, there's watches, there's skins available for you guys to win. So make sure you are already tuned into these channels and stay tuned for all the information there.
Yep, so before my premature one, we are now going for a break, guys. So we'll see you very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Our best challenge is going to be beat them Asian teams. Team Secret, I guess, is a great rival for us.
不只是查特世界杯，我来 S2 就是想拿冠军。
Falar para Team Secret, a gente vai ganhar bem fácil. Infelizmente, vamos deixar os torcedores da Malásia tristes, mas a Argentina vai estar muito feliz.
东南亚赛区的操作手法上面都是比较厉害的，对于我们来说其实也是蛮有压力的。
أنا فخور جدا عشان احنا بنمثل الوطن العربي وإن شاء الله نأدي أداء.
Because R8 is coming and be careful.
不要小看我们，希望我们是一个很新的队伍，我说一定会追上你们的。
比较担心那个老对手 LGD 吧，
因为我们平时训练赛跟他们打起来，感觉他们比较厉害。
因为我们确实比别人厉害一点。
I just want to say, don't scare about us. We are same human being, so we are only 10 finger. Don't scare about us. Don't scare about us.
虽然你们老干爹很厉害，但是我相信我的队伍不会让自己失望。
去年的 KW 决赛我们输给了他们，今年我要赢回来。
打你们像喝水一样。
如果遇到我们会2-0拿下你们。
无论遇上什么队伍，我们也可以打得有来有回。
晋不晋级无所谓，但是一定要打出自己平时备战的训练状态，然后不要有遗憾。
Let's just enjoy the game and give the fans a good fight.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born to stay, ay. This is my chase and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-to-the-E-R-O, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I rose again. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. It's go time, knock me down, so I rise. An inspiration, I know how. The one who go bottom up, no lie, we gon' do it. Face not face, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion sitting in the calling out for the game. This up. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song for you? Wherever you are.
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
It down.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally
target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Bang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Bom, com essa nova lineup, nessa nova lane, foi formada para ser a melhor.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 2 Invitational of Honor of Kings. I am Blam, and with me is Zero, and we are going to be getting into match 2 soon. We've just seen match 1. For those that haven't seen it yet, you can go back and watch it later on, but we are going to be seeing All Gamers Global going against R8 Esports very soon.
Yeah, the first match of Group B will be happening here in a couple of minutes, and both these teams want to get their first foot out the door with the first win, because they are in a 3-team group as well, just like Group D, where we saw LGD in the previous match take the series 2-0. So this win will set them up very nicely to be in a good running to qualify for the mid-season invitational, but they still have to go through each other first before they are able to get to that point.
They do indeed. I mean, we've already just had that match 1, but we still have plenty more in store for you guys today. Obviously, we've just seen LGD take a 2-0, a very definitive 2-0 against Impunity Esports. And then, obviously, next up, we have the All Gamers Global going against R8 Esports. But all the devices that all these players are playing on is the Infinix GT20 Pro is among the first smartphone to support Honor of Kings in 120 FPS. You think losing at 60 FPS is bad? Try losing at 120 FPS. Experience playing like pros today with the Infinix GT20 Pro. But yes, we have obviously the game next is obviously All Gamers Global going against R8 Esports. and then we have Osiris and Team Secret, and then VKS against Boom Esports at the end. But obviously, our last sponsor of the event is EWC. Again, we are thrilled with our partnership at the EWC World Cup for this season of Honor of Kings. This collaboration brings the teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports event of the year. The top 8 teams for the Invitational will qualify to EWC in July.
Yep, all these teams are looking to get a ticket to that huge tournament, and here we have all gamers global looking to secure that spot here as well. Snow, Miosotis, Devil, Zeiss, and Xinglin representing the Hong Kong region.
Yes, I mean, we saw Snow in the little montage, which was really funny. He was like, we're a new team, but you better watch out. The zoom in, but here we are. The first team to be watching out for AG Global is Ilidian, Shihab, Zenon, Ryochi, and Mijoj on R8 Esports. So again, some familiar names like Zenon and Mijoj, but we've seen Shihab and Ryoichi in the game as well pretty much for quite a while within the MENA region as well. So again, this is not a team that doesn't have experience. They definitely do, but is it going to be enough experience to take down All Gamers Global?
Yeah, the clash of play styles definitely do come into play here. The MENA region does have a very different sort of play style in terms of their hero picks and strategies, but they do have a coach to help them adjust to these different play styles, and that's going to help them out in the long run.
Yes, I mean, after AG Global's attempt in the Open Series, they are going to need whatever they can get to try and peak them in this best of 3, because like we said in match 1, it's all about getting that first foot through the door to try and cement yourself into that top 2. Obviously, this is Group B, so again, this is just a group that is filled of 3 teams once again. So once you've lost to one of them, you've got to try and win that second game, because if you don't, then the knockout stage just isn't for you, homie. So let's see what these both teams have in store for us here, and we are straight into the Bannon draft. Let's go through it, shall we, Zero?
Absolutely. Game 1 is going to set the tempo, the pace of this entire series as a whole. It's going to be interesting to see what the openings are. We see the Heino and the Arlie banned out there by R8. AG will ban out 2 supports in the Dolia and the Daqiao and pick up the Dun. Oh boy.
Radio silence for at least 5 seconds there. That's just... Right, okay, so we go a second attempt done in the Season 2 Invitational already. I feel like the teams are potentially trolling us from just so we can get PTSD from Season 1. Let's see what happens anyway. I mean, it's AG Global with this one, so it'd be very interesting to see how they do perform on the Dun. Obviously, we saw it in Game 1 of Match 1, and it wasn't played fast enough because the team of LGD was able to play around that pick a lot faster than it seemed Impunity ever thought they could. But they do pick up the Lady Sun, so again, we are seeing a few little bits of recurring heroes coming through already. So Lady Sun, Mayin from the side of LGD, what they had on Game 2 is going over to AG Global, and then we see them ban out. The last phase is those farm lanes, so the Direnji, and then obviously Ho Yi as well. And then over to the side of R8, we do have the lane coming through, Princess Frost, again, a fantastic utility mage, and then the Sunbin coming through. So with the Kaiser not being banned, we could potentially see a Kaiser pick in the jungle for R8.
Yeah, they definitely need someone to go towards the front lines, soak up some damage, and Kaiser definitely one of those jungle heroes that can fulfill that role, can also do the damage that if they require him to be. And R8 definitely, they do have that in the repertoire as well, so definitely a hero that will fit into their current lineup.
Yeah, banning out the Ming and the Zhongfei towards the end. Again, I'm not too sure where AG is actually going with this one in full, because again, Dun could be. We've seen him in the support pick as well. He could be jungle. He could be mid. No, I mean Mozi could be mid, but it's not. He is definitely going to be in the support lane. That definitely fleshes out that last pick there. The Lady Chen going in the mid lane, and then Mozi as the support, and then Dun is definitely going to be a jungle pick. I was hoping for a little bit more of a zesty jungle pick towards the end there, but we got the Lady Chen. We can be happy with that. A hero we did not see much in Season 1 Invitational. And then obviously, as I alluded to on the side of R8 Esports, they did lock in the Kaiser towards the end of that one. So maybe they're cooking. Maybe they got something going on here, especially with the Sunbin and Kaiser synergy.
Yeah, that was a good call from you, and looks like R8 definitely does agree with you. We do see both the coaches leaving the stage there, and fun fact about the R8 Esports coach is that he's only 19. We don't usually see coaches younger than most of your players in the lineup.
Yeah, that is definitely a young coach to say the least. But again, knowledge has no number on age. This guy clearly knows what he's talking about, or else he wouldn't have got the position that he has right now for the side of R8. So again, we saw that Consort U came through, and the Kaiser being the last pick, so Shihab is going to be on the Kaiser. Really interested to see how they work this around, because again, throughout the entire of the Open series, we had Motsu being a obnoxious long-range stun, and especially paired with that Lady Sun now. So if we have the Motsu able to actually use his first skill to lock down either one of the squishy enemy heroes on the side of R8, then you've got Lady Sun who's just able to poke from a distance as well. So again, there's a lot of utility in Xinling's pick there. So here we go. Game 1, match 2 of the day between All Gamers Global versus R8 Esports.
It is going to be interesting, and it's also interesting to see that, All Gamers Global really trying to get this Mayin off to a great start. A lane not the strongest of laners, so they're going to need to be able to... Oof! That's a quick pick off there by Zeiss. Huge first blood.
First blood just as we got to that minute mark for Zeiss, but here we are. As we were speaking about Motsu and the draft, his most common skill combo is his first basic attack and then second, because with his passive he can push back and then obviously flash during his ultimate to stun the unsuspecting enemies. So again, you may engage one way, but then you may flash and then use his ultimate to lock down one of the more slippier heroes on your enemy team. So that is Motsu for you guys who may not have played him at home.
I love Motsu playing the support. Less in the mid lane. We do see some teams play that hero in the mid lane, and not my favorite sort of mid laner. He doesn't have a lot of wave clear, and he's very immobile early on, but he's pretty decent towards the late game, so they have that going for them. Smite, very useful for jungle, actually necessary for jungle heroes, just to be able to propel their farm and also allow them to purchase the jungle items, allowing them to be able to steal enemy objectives as well, which is going to be huge. And sometimes we do see teams playing with double smite on their supports as well as their jungle, just to play even more aggressive early on. Oh!
Yeah, picks like the Zhongfei as well, that's able to actually dive in onto those enemy, those big jungle objectives to steal them as well. So again, Zhongfei with Smite is not a bad call. Do not flame your teammate in your solo rank queue if he does that. He has got 10 brain if he does. So again, we're already seeing that there is a gold lead on the side of AG Global right now. Lady Chen up into the Clash lane, helping the Mayin. There's that Death on Sunset to make him untargetable, to get him out of Lady Chen's ultimate, which was probably a great utility. You don't want to give over any more gold to the side of AG Global. So again, I think that was probably a good call for the side of R8.
Yeah, but our AG Global is really playing this done to the best way possible. I mean, playing it aggressive, invading your enemy's jungle, moving around with the supports. This is how, the Impunity should have played this done. Active, roaming around the map, and also putting pressure on your enemy's jungle. Miosotis is playing very well on this, and might be the few many times that we do see the Dun be successful.
Oh. Yes, I mean, it's not a done deal yet, but we get the Frozen, the Winter is coming through, and he does shut down the Dun as well. So Myosotis goes down to Ryoshi there on the side of R8. R8 picking up a kill. The Giant does bleed. The Giant of the Open Series has definitely taken a blow already, so R8, that would be a good confidence boost for them in this game 1 of match 2 of the day. But I think that was a fantastic placement of Winters coming there by Princess Frost. So Zenon really showing why he is a tried and tested and been on many teams as the mid lane as well. So those all-important jungle objectives are now up, and it looks like AG have got their eyes casted on that Tyrant, and they do secure it.
Yeah, early advantage going towards the way of All Gamers Global. They do have that small little damage buff if they want to utilize it early on, but most of the time, especially for the first Tyrant, it's all about just farming, getting you to farm a bit faster, maybe push down a tower or two. It looks like the bottom tier 1 tower might be the target that All Gamers Global is looking for, but not gonna get it until the next wave of creeps do arrive.
Yep, Shihab kind of got a little bit of a dirtied invitation there on the side of Red Jungle. He was like, you know what, I'm going to help myself just to this little camp here. And then Myosotis was like, no, you did not get clearance in my jungle. Thank you very much. I will take that gold back from you. They do, on the side of AG Global, are able to pick up that farm lane turret in the bot lane there. And we're looking like Zaze is looking for that JR playstyle, hoping to try and get that second tier turret. The Death on Sunset comes through to stop that minion wave as well. They do pick up the red buff, however, from R8. So first Overlord does go to Shihab, so a 50-50 split for the jungle objectives in game 1.
Yeah, but the tower damage in the bottom lane is already starting to stack up. It's already down to half health. Elaine had to back away, and that allowed Zaze to continue putting on damage towards the bottom tier 1, tier 2 tower, and it will fall pre-6 minutes, even faster than what LGD was able to do to their opponents earlier on.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of showboating here, like, we can do a bit faster than you. Like, a little bit of, like, we may not meet till the knockouts, we may never meet, but this is what we can do, LGD. But yes, already looking like an assault here on the mid lane as well. Moodsi just missing out that long-range stun, but we see that Elaine is going to the back of the queue. That flash coming for you to save Lived in the mid lane, but we are seeing a lot of skills being dropped down here. The Winter is coming, is not catching out any of AG Global's teammates, but Liden falls down as well. So the early engage aggressor, the Elaine, actually falls in that 1-0 trade.
Yeah, AG somehow managed to get out of there without losing any of their members. So great disengage, great backup coming from the rest of the team, and they get themselves a kill for all of that hard work. And Myosotis really trying to prove us wrong. He's been playing a fantastic game on this Dun so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely changing my mind. I'm sat at the desk waiting for that change my mind on Dun, and it's clearly happening right now because he is for sure ahead of Shihab. Shihab's level 9, and then Myosotis is at level 11 as well, so we can only assume, because we can't see that gold graph, that is going to be ahead as well for the side of AG Global. But Mutsu trying to get that stun onto Elaine, but the CC immunity comes through from that first skill, and Death on Sunset dodges everything else. He is just like trying to dodge all these projectiles from the side of AG Global, and he manages to do so, but Zaze and Xiling are not stopping there. They are looking for that second tier turret in the Clash lane, as well as Mayeen looking to push this mid lane, but Kaiser and Princess Frost are very close by. I'm not too sure what's going to be brewing there. They do take the second tier turret as well.
And they're going for damage on towards the tier 3. This is so fast, pre-8 minutes, it's going to go down. AG Global is going to get such a huge lead in this game. The top lane pressure is going to be huge. Great disengage there by Qinglin, setting up his first skill to ensure that they have some way to back away, some way to back off. They will get the mid-tier 1 tower as well. And this is a lot of lane pressure going towards the way of AG Global.
A lot of real estate going over to the side of AG Global as well. Now that that mid turret has been taken, it opens up their R8's jungle even more to them. They do not need to pass go. They do not need any clearance. They have taken out the security guard of that jungle, because that mid lane was just stopping everything from ganks, from picking up farm, all on the side of RH jungle. And now it's wide open, especially with that high ground turret being taken down as well in the clash lane. That's just going to bring out those higher damaging minions as well. But Elaine is into the back queue there onto Lady Shen, but it's not going to be enough. He does get frozen. He gets knocked out by Mayeen as well. But then, was there a pickup on the Dun into the front line of that whole fight? So we were seeing a little bit of a trade there, a little bit of a team fight, but it was taken in 2 places.
Yeah, Dun sort of just manhandled 4 heroes by himself, so dying isn't the best thing in the world, but you know, being in a position where as a Dun you're able to just tank 4 players and stop them from backing up their teammate, I think, you know, Myosotis will be more than happy to take that trade. And he's been playing phenomenally so far. He's definitely is reaching the mid game stage where, you know, his damage starts to fall off, and he's more than happy to just play in a more supportive role for now.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, dying when you're holding off the most of the enemy team's front line is probably a valiant death for the side of AG Global. Myosotis can die knowing that he did his job, but there is that gold graph, so yes, I was safe to assume that Myosotis is ahead of the gold. Not quite far ahead as like we saw in game 1 between the 2 junglers, but definitely a steady 1k between those positions, which could mean a lot in these games as well. And then goes the second Shadow Tyrant as well. Shihab having to force a retreat here on Overlord. He's not looking like he can take it quick enough. Unfortunately, Motsu getting picked off there. Thanks to the winter is coming, and Ryoji getting the claim of kill onto the Motsu there. So Console Yu coming through with another kill for R8.
Yeah, Qinglin a little bit too aggressive there, trying to face check the bush, got caught up by the ultimate, and there was just no escape from him. But still, it is a 3,000 net worth lead being taken here by the side of All Gamers Global. And their Lady Sun is already online, already dealing a lot of damage, so it is her time right now to carry the game.
Yes, carry the game indeed, but we have a bit of an engage here. The 2 tanks are fighting, and not much really damage is going on there, but there is Dun soaking up a lot of damage. They've been split into 3 different fights here. Mayeen's at the back. We have Lady Shen at the front. Kaiser is looking pretty low. Dun takes down Shihab there, and then we have Lady Sun picking up the Elaine at the back of that fight also. And we have the minion wave in the mid lane, and they are looking for, their eyes are looking to claim that higher ground turret. And are they going to claim the victory here, because there is only 2 teammates remaining on the side of R8, and all they need to do is wait for those minions to come round. R8's not getting close to close them down. Oh. We see Sunbin really trying a valiant effort there, but the crystal gets taken down on the side of R8. So AGHK with potentially the fastest win there.
That was just, I mean, we were talking about how aggressive LGD was, but AG Global just took things to a whole nother level. They took the top tier 3 within 8 minutes. They ended the game within 12 minutes. I mean, it is obviously, since we only have, you know, 3 games that happened in the group stage so far, but so far that has been the fastest game ever to be played in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2.
And if Season 1 was anything to go by, we saw a lot of showboating with trying to close those games as quick as possible between teams like Foot Esports, VKS, Alpha 7. It was all a little bit of like, hold my beer. I'm going to try and take this game a lot faster than you did. And it was quite fun to see. But yeah, AG Global taking that fast game there. R8, to be honest, I feel like performed a lot better than I expected going in against the Open Series champions there, because they were a ferocious team, a force to be reckoned with in the whole of the Open Series. So for seeing R8, who always seems to come like second place in the MENA region, especially towards Team Falcon, for them to go so neck to neck like that, yes, they didn't really get much of a macro gameplay going on or take many turrets, but they still definitely seemed like the team fights was a little bit even, but it was just unfortunate that Dun was just able to soak up all that damage. I think that's thanks to his shield.
Yeah, I mean, we don't say that often, but I think that Dunn might be the MVP of this game. I mean, his early game aggression invading the jungle was taking everything away from the Kaiser, definitely slowed down his game and, you know, just made him a non-factor in this entire game. So, you know, let's see if it might be the first time in history we see a Dunn MVP here in the Season 2 Invitational. But, you know, he's definitely had a great game in this first game.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people praying for our downfall if it is the MVP of game number 1 in match 2 of day 1. But yeah, just looking at these post stats, obviously Zays and Mayin taking a lot of the gold this time around. AG Global weren't able to peep that 10k gold club like the side of LGD were, but they were able to take it a lot faster. So if they did want to, really, they could have prolonged the game just to sort of smash that 10k gold goal that seems to be going on right now. And then over to the side of R8, there was no deaths on the Sunbin, so Sunbin was a slippery one. I mean, to only lose by 2, 3, 4, 7 kills onto AG, I think that's a given. I think they could have taken that a lot further than they did.
Yeah, but you know, one crucial fight in the late game is all you need to really end the game. And you know, it's great to see All Gamers Global was able to spot out their win and was able to take it from there on. So great recognition from them, not dragging the game any longer than it should be. And if you take a look at the damage taken, Myosotis definitely did his job there. 65.8, almost double of the Moses, and definitely had a great game in this opening match.
You can see with the team fight ratings, you can see why Sunbin was able to just like get out there unscathed. She was kind of like, yeah, I'm going to pop my movement speed increase on both Consort U and the Princess Frost, and I'm just going to like fall back a little bit here. Just you guys go ahead, do some damage. I'll try and put some damage over time and some AoE damage on the floor there for you, and we'll see how that goes. But then Mioj was just able to be like, yeah, no, it didn't go quite the way we wanted it to. Dunn aggressed us. I'm dipping. I'll go back to base and just recuperate and see you when you spawn, it seems there, because all three of those heroes at 100% team fight rate there compared to the likes of the Elaine, which I thought was going to be a little bit more impressive in terms of team fight rate, because we did see Elaine quite often into the back of the team fights trying to pick off the likes of the Lady Chen, but wasn't quite as successful.
Yeah, that's the weakness of that Elaine, is that he's very weak in the lane, and pre-level 4 he really doesn't really do much in the lane. All he can do is continue to progress in terms of items, continue to farm up, and if any sort of gank comes in before he's level 4, he's usually dead. He doesn't have a lot of mobility to get away from that, and here we can just see how dominant All Gamers Global was. They did not take the one of the Overlords, but they did really need it at that point.
Yeah, no, there. Let's see who or where is going to be the MVP. Oh, thank goodness it wasn't the Dunn. It was Zays. Zays with the macro plays, taking that second tier turret. The sweat has just evaporated from my noggin, because I was just hoping that wasn't going to be a Dunn MVP, because I think we'd both be done, lack their better words. But Zays getting that 3-0, no death run in game 1 against R8. Damage dealt by 43k, 21.2k damage taken, and then almost that 9.5k gold on the side of AG Global, and especially on a hero like the Lady Sun, she needs as much gold as she can get, as both JR and now Zays has proven.
Absolutely, and this early game, first big team fight in the game, I thought, you know, All Gamers Global kind of got away with murder. 3 of their heroes were low on HP, but they somehow all managed to just walk away from that. So huge turning point of the game, where it just started the snowball there for All Gamers Global, was just that fight. When you engage so much, when you use so many of your resources to try and get a kill, you don't get any and you lose one in return, that's when it starts to all crumble. And here we see Zays being able to stay in towards the back line, do anything he wants, does all the damage he needs, and All Gamers Global was able to close out the game before the 12-minute mark, spotting the win, spotting the advantage, and taking game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking back at that replay, we kind of see two really unsung heroes in that whole fight. We had the Mayin that was able to sort of single target and knock up one of the more powerful heroes on the side of R8. And then we also saw Motsu do the same thing as well, flashing in, using his ultimate to try and lock down those more heavily damaging heroes going into those team fights, which was easier to enable the Dun to soak more damage there. So well played to AG for that great draft. I'm not too sure what they can do there, but here is the creation party, guys. So if you've not heard about this yet, you can apply to become a Honor of Kings creator and post about Season 2 for a chance to get rewards. Search HOK Studio to link your account and find out more information.
Absolutely. Make sure you do this. I've already done it. You know, there are rewards for supporters as well as the creators. So make sure you do either one. You know, it is just things that are given to you for a little bit of your effort. And of course, all this support will enable us to give you a better show here in the Season 2 Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things on there, like obviously like win rates of certain heroes, builds, guides. There's pretty much a lot of things on there that can really help you improve your solo queue if you're no friends Bob like me, or your 5 queue, 3-man duo queue. You can improve all together. But yeah, plenty of resources from that little studio there, a little bit of a freebie from the side of Honor of Kings. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Deaths. Much appreciated. But yeah, once again, I'm not too sure if there was anything I could really fault of All Gamers Global in that game one. Because, I mean, they didn't really give many deaths. They were able to pick up a few kills, but it was mainly just more so they were playing around the objectives as they were meant to, rather than just trying to have team fights and just cut any unnecessary team fights that they needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. Their aggression was calculated. They weren't diving towers when they weren't ready. And every time they got a team fight win, they always got an objective right after that, which enabled to continue on their pressure, continue on their snowball, and really allowed them to end this game so quickly. So you were expecting All Gamers Global to do like so well like this. I was expecting a much closer fight. But you know, this performance from All Gamers Global is definitely showing why they were so feared in the Open Series.
Yeah, not looking as deflated as LGD were after every victory. They are looking pretty pleased, at least I can say, or at least I can assume there. There's like, yeah, we played a really good game. Zaze didn't die once. We pretty much got every jungle objective apart from one Overlord. I think that's a pretty solid victory in game one. Whereas R8, I feel like maybe needs to have a little bit more of aggression in the jungle. Maybe switch out the jungle pick, tank style, to go for a support tank instead. Maybe we could sort of see, even though Zhongfei was banned in game one, we could see the Zhongfei come through earlier in the pick and ban draft there for the side of R8, because in the Open Series, Zhongfei was one of the most sought for heroes in that support role.
Yeah, it is a very tanky support hero, not really able to provide you with CCs earlier on, but the strength of the Zhongfei is being able to play defensive while also being a meat shield, being a body for your teammates to play off of, is something that, you know, something that R8 was missing in the first game. They didn't have the Kaiser, who didn't have a good jungle. He didn't have a good start to the game, so he didn't have the items needed to really be the front line that they needed. So having a support that can fill in those shoes can really take away the pressure off of your jungle player's shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at one of the documents that obviously I put together for seeing what these players pick on both of these teams. And to be honest, out of all those picks in Game 1, AG Global only really got that Princess Frost that they picked religiously throughout the entire of the Open Series. They picked it 10 out of 14 games. Pretty much won a lot of those games with that pick as well. And I mean, that really showed it, that obviously playing against that Princess Frost on the side of R8, that didn't really need that because obviously they went for the other lady that can freeze people, Lady Chen, and was able to do just as effective, to be honest. We had Elaine having to dodge those ultimates from Lady Chen as well. So again, I think it was just a brilliant performance and a great draft in game 1. But it'd be interesting to see if we see the likes of the Ali come through, which again was another big pick for them, or even the Byron. Again, we're still yet to see a Byron. This is a different picture from Season 1 Invitational, from the Open Series, from Chuck BR as well. Byron being one of those big tyrants in the Clash lane that most people generally draft.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen a Byron picked or banned so far. He is one of the strongest laners in the Clash lane. Obviously, he's less effective towards the later stages of the game and also in team fights. But that's a trade-off to have, you know, such a strong lane bully. And, you know, against heroes like the Mayin, against a lane, I would expect, you know, you want to just stomp the lane without needing your jungle hero to rotate there and help. Having the Byron will allow you to have that flexibility to put your focus on the mid and towards the mid lane and the farm lane, because you know that your Clash laner is able to do anything he wants just because of how strong he is in the lane.
Yeah, and here we are. One of our favorite parts of the entire games is that draft, where we get to try and find out what they are planning in these bans and picks. And again, it's looking a little bit tried and tested, a little bit of a flashback from Season 1. Oh, Dolia and the Chow being banned first time. Who would have thought? But over to the side of R8, we see a little bit more of a mid-lane orientated ban phase. Is the Haino and the Lady Chen. They do not want to go against the Frosty Lady, but they will have to go against the Princess of the Frost, which is going to go over to the side of AG Global this time, and they maintain the Mayin on Snow. It was a great pick, and it's as if you know what we're talking about, Zero. Byron comes through in game 2 for R8.
Yeah, that's great for R8. They know that, you know, we don't have to really put focus. We don't have to help Byron win the lane because he's gonna do that on his own. And Mai can really just focus on rotating towards the farm lane, shutting down the Direnjay on the All Gamers Global side, and allow the Arlie to snowball. That should be their game plan in this game. After seeing the Byron, but we might see the Mai rotating up to the Clash lane just to make sure that the Byron really gets off on a hot start.
Yeah, we saw an interesting ban there on the Ming. I mean, I haven't really seen AG Global, pick up the Ming before. Maybe it's something they've played against in the scrims that they don't want to sort of face on the live stage, especially when you have hyper carries in at the farm lane as well. But you do see that AG do take off that Zhong phase, so it may force R8 to go for another tanky jungle pick this time around. They take the pay off the board as well. Again, we know that Shihab likes the pay pick. It's definitely a meta favorite in terms of the jungle when there's nothing else left. But another hero that has not been banned for the entire of this day 1 so far is Lamb. So we could see a Lamb come through here.
I'm surprised at how little focus was put on the Lamb. Like, I'm same with the Byron, I guess, is that, you know, these heroes that can really enable your snowball, I expected them to be a bit more prioritized, but it could be just different sort of playstyles that they were adopting from their regions. And we might see a little bit more of them coming on as we head on later in the group stages.
Hey, I mean, we're getting some love arts there from Ryoshi, but it doesn't quite yet top the magnetic dance of Open Series from the side of the Vicious, which is still probably in my top 10 players taunting on stage. It will never be forgotten. MZK will be forever in my heart. But okay, 2 series, 2 monkey picks coming through, and we get the Liam Poe as well. So we're not only getting blessed by the Liam Poe, which we all know, Blam loves Mr. Liam Poe, and it's going to be down in the support role, and then we're also getting Menki as well. So again, some great picks coming through from R8 here. Let's see how they execute them. See if they can execute them better than LGD.
Oh, what is that on the All Gamers Global side? Is that an Athena as their jungle?
They played this before.
Oh boy.
All I'm saying, Zero, is this is not Foot Esports' Athena from Season 1. You remember that feed. You remember that.
No. What was that, 20 deaths towards the end or something like that?
literally, it was just the hardest thing to watch. Hopefully they don't bring it to the Season 2 Invitational stage, but however, the All Gamers Global did play the Athena very well in the Open Series, so I'm very excited to see Myosotis return on the Athena pick this time around, because as we saw, and as we know, when Athena gets killed, she doesn't die, she literally just stays around, is able to give intelligence to your team, is able to just kind of when she comes back with a slam. So if you can get that onto the likes of, say, the Mai, trying to shut down the Mai or the Ali, it's going to go for a great engage. Even if she dies into the team fight first, she's still going to stick around and still hopefully stay in that team fight long enough to pick off one of these squishier heroes.
Yeah, let's see how this Athena goes. I'm excited to see how All Gamers Global is able to utilize that. But R8 definitely has a draft that I'm more happy with. You know, having multiple tanks, having the Lianpo as the support to help them out, help out the Menki, who doesn't necessarily want to play as a tank. So much better draft, I think, from the side of R8. Let's see how they fare in game number 2.
Yeah, like you said, you're much happy with R8's draft. I'm much happy with R8's draft. Just the fact with Lianpo being there alone makes me happy. We love a whole team knock-up from Lianpo. It's definitely something that warms my little toes in this this British harshness cold that's going on right now. But again, the Athena pick this early on into Season 2 makes me think that AG Global definitely got other things cooked up, because this didn't actually surface towards the end of the Open Series Split 1. So again, this was something that they played, just like the Guan Yu as well, was a little bit something they always kept on the back burner, something to surprise those final enemies.
And this is interesting strategy here from R8. They send the marksman towards the mid, and Xenon playing towards the bottom against the Direnjie on the early stages of the game, just because it's easier to clear off the waves as Ryoichi on the early, and Xenon can just really focus on the 1v1 against the Direnjie. So it doesn't seem like it's really making any big of an effort, but it's interesting to see so far.
Yeah, I think it's mainly just to get that early bit of lead of gold there for the Ali. But here we are, Byron. For those that don't know and haven't played Byron in the Clash lane yet, if you are a Clash lane main, here is one to do it, because he can win your lane pretty much 90% of the time. So Byron's basic combo is his second, the basic attack first, and then ult. Enhanced skills deal more damage, so build up some energy before a team fight, because you'll get that shield. It will just literally keep you sustained in those team fights. When you think you're going to die, pop that ult and say goodbye to your enemy.
Yeah, for those who don't know what the energy is, it's that red bar below his health points, and whenever you have enough energy, every one of your auto attacks also give you lifesteal. So that's why he's so sustainable, and that's why he's such a strong lane bully, is that he can constantly just keep trading hits, knowing that he can out-sustain you later on. By bottom lane, they're trying to go for a kill. Here comes Illidan towards the back line, but Zai is able to get towards safety. Xenon not able to snipe him off, but here comes the Athena going for a kill. Ali goes down, Ryoichi is gonna fall, and that is gonna be the first blood going towards the way of All Gamers Global.
There we go. We thought Athena was going to be the feed, but she does pick up the first blood for AG Global as well. So like I was saying, this is a little bit of a promise, a little bit of a contract to your Zero. It's not going to be that FUT Esports Athena. It is going to be a whole different monster, and we're already seeing that right now with plenty of presence in these lanes, plenty of presence in these team fights, trying to pick off these squishier heroes on the side of R8. But we have Mutsu and Princess Frost rotating down to the bot lane, as they do have a minion wave here. The farm lane turret is looking pretty low. The winter is coming, actually freezes the Lianpo there to stop a potential great engage from the Lianpo to support the Ali in that bot lane. Menki getting caught out there by Mutsu's first ability, saying, don't come down here. This is on lockdown. We want your farm lane turret.
Yeah, and it's they should be able to get it. They are trying to defend with the Lianpo and Ali still there, but the rotations are coming in from Xenon as well. Shehab trying to go for the kill, trying to go for get something done. Menki towards the backline, get something off, but here comes the ultimate coming from the Mozu, but gets knocked up by the Lian Po, and that's going to be a kill on towards Qinglin. They're going to try and go for more. Here comes the Lian Po. No more ultimate, but he does still have his stuns. Mankey called out. He's going to fall. Zaze will be the one to pick up the kill. 1-for-1 trade. And I think all gamers global are going to be more than happy for that, because they are able to convert that in towards the objective, which is that first Tyrant.
Yeah, if there's a place you don't want your jungle to fall, it's definitely at that 4-minute mark when the first Tyrant and Overlord is up. I mean, the death timer at this point in the game is not that harsh, but as you saw, it left that Tyrant wide open, and you've now given that Tyrant buff over to the likes of the DRNG. You've got it on the Mayeen, you've got it on Princess Frost as well, so huge damage going to come through now. I mean, more damage than would normally be at this point in the game, but now we have a massive aggression. We have that chain lightning being able to wipe out these minion waves a lot faster, just opening up this farm lane turret. But Liempo is not done yet. He does a flank ult into the Princess Frost, but I think that flashy play is not going to be quite enough. We see that Ali is able to pick out the DRNG, so again, that was a nice play by Roichi on the side of R8, bringing it to a 2-2 trade. Overall in game 2 so far. Athena looking a little bit sticky there. Plenty of dashes, plenty of flashes, and she is looking to be taken down as well. There it is. We see that Mai Shiranui get in, knock her up, but then Byron comes through with the last hit onto Myosotis in that mid lane.
A huge turnaround there by R8, able to get 2 kills and take the lead in terms of the kills, evening out the net worth as well, and they might be the first one to take the tier 1 tower on towards the farm lane. And with Arlie, they can make short work of that and almost take the lead. They take the lead for the first time in this entire series.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely what R8 needed to stay in this game, and they've definitely cottoned onto something here with this team comp so far. Let's just hope that they keep riding this wave, because they're only slightly ahead of the gold. I mean, this is the first time that we've seen the team ahead of gold. It may be faint, it may just be a flat line of gold difference, but it's still a gold difference nonetheless. But R8 looking to try and go for the Overlord here. They've got to be careful because DRNG and Mutsu are here. They are able to close the Overlord as well, so that is a 50-50 split once again in the early phase of the jungle objectives that they're able to maintain. And going into game 2, huge knock up there from the Liempo, but nobody to follow up. Liempo is just a little bit too overextended. Mijoj was just a little bit too early with that phenomenal knock up there from the Liempo. This could go brutally wrong here for the side of R8. We see that CC Muti come through on the side of Athena. Byron looking pretty low. We see the life step come through on the side of Ali there just to try and get out. They do finally get that farm lane first tier turret on the side of AG Global.
Yeah, man, evening out the kills as well. Game is still neck and neck between both of these players. It's gonna come down. It's reaching the mid-game point where a lot of focus will be on these marksmen. Ryoichi had a great start, so did Zaze. So it's gonna be more of the positionings. If anybody gets caught off here, Shea taking a lot of damage. She's in trouble, has to back off. But here comes the Athena towards the backline. Myosotis soaking up a lot of damage, but is able to survive at the moment, and they're trying to get something, trying to secure a kill at this point, but the side of R8 was just able to disengage all too well, and looks like All Gamers Global will try and take this top tier 1 tower, but will they have enough members? Because Zaze is already down to half health, very dangerous. Xenon on the Mai, we've seen him in action in the Season 1 Invitational, and he was a beast on that hero.
Yeah, it was definitely one of his top picks. We haven't really seen much else from Zenon just yet, but here we go. Knockup from the Mai, complemented by the Ali, but we have Motsu here as well. Double kill for Ryoshi. Well played on the side of R8. That is definitely another foot in the door in hopes to try and turn this game 2 into a game 2 victory rather than another L for them. But I do have to comment that AG Snow plays his Mayeen very confidently. He was able just to walk up to the Liempo, didn't care that Liempo was there in the same bush as him. He's just sort of like, bro, you gonna do anything? And then didn't actually even end up doing anything. But again, the Tyrant goes over to the side of AG Global.
Very close game, very interesting at this point, because it is just one team fight away from either side to really get out of hand, because Athena does fall off towards the late game. but so does the Menki. He doesn't really do anything towards the later stages of the game. So both the jungles are starting to wear off. The Byron as well for Illidan is starting to lose his effectiveness as we reach the later stages of the game.
Yes, it's definitely a shaky ground there for AG. They've got to rely more so on the likes of the Princess Frost and the RNG to come through and try and carry towards the late game. But again, they are very equal in the turrets right now. So actually, no, we have R8 taking more turrets than AG. I was reading the jungle objectives. They are paired equally in the jungle objectives, and it seems to be the opposite side of the map. We're seeing the R8 are favoring that Overlord a lot more than the Tyrant, and it's really showing that the fact that they've focused that they've got more turrets. The life step coming through there to get Ali out of that team fight. So we have Liam Poe going in with the gauge. Is Mijo going to be left alone once again? But Menki comes through as well. But no, he's able to flash out. Menki is in there all alone. But Byron is looking for a pickup. But there is nothing to be picked up there, unfortunately. That was just a little bit of a non-starting engage.
Zay's popped his second skill a little bit too early. Did not dispel the final tick of the stun, but somehow managed to survive through all that, and nobody dies on either side. So that goes to show how close of a game is this game number 2. It can still go either way. Maya Soltis has been on this Athena. We haven't really seen too much of a lot of kills on her, but you know, on the Athena, you're not really looking for snowball. You are just there to harass, aggress, and then re-engage later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really paying much right now because, I mean, neither team was able to close a kill there. I feel like the Liam Poe and the Monkey engage was just a little bit too slow in order to catch out like the likes of the Renji or anybody that was a little bit more squishy on the side of AG. But again, we're having a big play around this Tyrant. The Byron takes down the Renji once again. Liam Poe going in for a double knockup as well. This could be an ace for R8. There is a double kill coming from Snow out of nowhere as well. So that was a 4-2 trade for the guys of R8. This is a really good place they need to be going into the 12th minute of game 2. They could take this second tier turret. They're not going to try and advance the higher ground. They may try and go for one of these jungle objectives or just get priority in the mid lane.
Xenon, such a crucial knockup. We talked about how he was a beast on this My Shiranui, and he's definitely showcasing what he can do on that hero. Maya Sotis is going to do a little bit of cheeky play, trying to steal the blue buff away from the side of R8, but he's in a good position to maybe cause some havoc here in this Overlord.
Yeah, no, there's something brewing there, but I think he's just trying to catch out one of the other heroes on the side of R8. The Overlord, Shadow Overlord, falls to R8. They do love a good Overlord, it seems. And here we go. Athena might get caught out here. No matter how many dashes, no matter how much CC immunity, Monkey is able to get the last hit onto Athena there as well. So again, 10 kills to 5 for R8. Has AG Gamers slipped? AG Global slipped a little bit here. It seems like the draft just isn't serving them too well in game 2.
Has destroyed a
Yeah,
tower.
and also R8 just have a much better draft compared to game number 1. So any small mistakes, R8 is able to punish this time with their lineup. They didn't lose the jungle badly. They were able to stabilize the lanes, and their team fight is just so good with the Lian Po as well as the Mai Shiranui. So much knockup, so much CC, and that is really giving them a good lead at this point. 6,000 net worth lead to the South Arabia. Towards the South Arabian organization, and they are in such a good place to force us to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely may be the full best of 3 we may get all day, it seems, Zero, but I don't want to count out AG just yet, because sometimes all it takes is just the flick of the wrist, and it just means that you're able to ace your enemy team and then get a solid minion wave all the way to the crystal. But Mijo doesn't want to get caught out here, because he is... We have to say that one of the vital parts of these massive engages, the reason why they've had so many successful team fights, is the the combo of the Lianpo with the Menki, and then obviously Byron coming through being hard hitting, Mai Shiranui as well being very hard hitting. Those crucial knockups from Zenon as well have really just been putting AG Global into their place right now. Byron looking to try and get some sort of push into the higher ground turret, and I think that's probably the next point of call for R8, is trying to secure some of these higher ground turrets.
Yeah, they don't have the best sieging lineup. The Arlie doesn't really like to stand in a single place for long to do damage to the towers. They're trying to go for an engage. Oh, the Moses almost falls there, but they were able to get the tier 3 tower. From that, they get a kill on towards Mihor, so that's a good counter start. Athena trying to go for someone, but not able to get the backup that he needs from the rest of his team, so he's going to be content to back off from that. So one kill for one tier 3 tower, I think R8 is more than happy to take that trade.
Yeah, they're just got to wait for another 25 seconds now, because I think if a team fight is forced here on the side of AG Global, they may be able to take it from them. I mean, without their backbone, their main backbone at least, that Lianpo has been, like I've said before, so crucial into those team fights. So again, I feel like R8 just need to kind of just pull it back a little bit here, just make sure and maintain those minion waves are not going to be too much in favor on the side of AG, and wait till that massive Lianpo comes through. But Mai looking for a push in that farm lane. Again, they are wanting that higher ground turret, it seems, in the second side lane.
AG 7,000 net worth down at the moment. Do you see any way, any sort of way they can come back from this outside of a good engagement? Because Athena does fall off, so does the Main towards the late game.
Again, I mean, you can see that Mayin's trying to get like a bit of a macro play going on here. I think they're just trying to focus these side lanes because they know that most of the time R8 is going to be grouped somewhere within that mid region, because they don't have the first and second tier turret in the mid lane now on the side of AG. So having that wide open just has it's just a huge playground for R8 right now in game 2. But like you said, the AG Global are quite far behind in that gold. So again, that makes a huge difference in honor of Kings. And Mayin just looking to try and stay out of these team fights and allow her team to start the team fight first, and then her come from to the back line and try and be effective that way. But I don't think they're ever going to get the opportunity. Here are the Vanguards. The Shadow Vanguards are rocking around as well in that farm lane. The Winter is coming is just placed there to try and stop the minion waves from taking that higher ground turret in the farm lane. But look at this. This is just so shaky. They're just waiting for the right moment. The Shadow Vanguard has arrived at that farm lane higher ground turret as well. Lianpo is in there. He's just teetering. He's waiting for somebody to slip up. There is that engage. There's the ultimate. It's already been exhausted here. So again, we're not going to see that for another few moments now. But they did get that higher ground turret in the farm lane, which is going to be great for R8. They only have one more turret on the field to try and take down. And that's the last thing stopping them from winning game 2.
Yeah. R8 will be more than happy to be able to take that tier 3 without losing any of their members, which means that they only have one more tier 3 to really deal with. And once they get this Shadow Tyrant, they will get the additional damage buff, which I expect them to utilize to try and push on towards the high ground in this mid lane. The last tower standing here for AG, they will need to defend with their lives.
It feels like AG Global have kind of underestimated R8 from that game 1, because it was such a quick finish that they thought that they could pick this Athena team comp going on here and finish the game early again. But it seems like they've definitely underestimated the power of R8 here, being able to take a win on the side potentially. I mean, I'm a little bit foreshadowing here, but this looks very hopeful that last standing higher ground turret is still alive. It is no more. It falls falls again. So they have no turrets to hide behind. There is only the crystal. Athena looking pretty low. Just get some of those bad boy minions into that circle in the crystal so you can start to assault that crystal as well. We need to see the closing of this game soon. We don't want to see that first Tempest Dragon come through, because if it does, that could be a troublesome for R8, because we know how powerful that Tempest Dragon Vanguards can be. But Athena's trying to wipe out those minions. We see that Mai is into the back there, looking to try and take out some of their teammates. Byron is there as well, but it's already going down for R8. There's two of them down. There's a 2-1 trade so far. Byron's back up thanks to Sage Sanctuary. He is now going down again. Double kill going over to AG Snow. We have R8 on the run, but they still have Liempo. They still have Arlie, and they still have Monkey as well. So again, they haven't lost their jungle. They still have a way into this Tempest Dragon if it does mean that it has to happen.
Yeah, Devil made such a huge play. Xenon flickered, flashed towards the back line to try and knock two people back towards his team, but Devil was able to drop his second skill, freeze him in position, essentially stopping the combination and allowing them to take that fight towards their favor, cutting down the lead to 8,000. Still a very huge sum to come back from, but hey, it's a start. And if AG is able to get a couple more stops just like that, they might find themselves in a much more favorable situation to make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Tempest Dragon up in 10 seconds as well. So again, we may see a little bit of a focus here for AG. We could see a backdoor if they do try and prioritize this Tempest Dragon too much here. Expiring, it was in at the sideline there, trying to push that Clash Lane minion wave. But it seems like they are just waiting to play around this Tempest Dragon, it seems. Mijo already trying to bait a little bit of a engage onto the Liempo, but they just aren't taking it. AG are just a little bit too clever when it comes to these late game team fights, it seems. But again, this could go, this is a coin flip. I'm not too sure where this is going to go now.
Yeah, if R8 doesn't take a good fight, they might find themselves trying to defend the tier 3. But here is a good fight for Liempo, knocking back up, but he's down low. Athena trying to give chase, not enough damage. The Tempest Dragon not making things easy to fight in that area, and everybody will have to back off. Top lane is being pushed in. Main will have to rotate over there to try and stop that from happening. And Mihosh is pretty low. He has to back off. Not Mihosh, Illidan is pretty low, and he will not be able to participate in the next fight if it happens in the next 10 seconds or so. Neither is Mayin, so both of them have to watch out on when they take these fights.
Again, yeah, it's still just brewing. The storm hasn't quite yet cleared for either of these teams, but because of those empowered minions down in the bot lane, in all their lanes, sorry, on the side of R8, this is going to be a bit of a struggle for AG get global to try and do any kind of macro play here, because again, those empowered minions, thanks to those high ground turrets being fallen, are we going to get a steal here? Is it going to be a crucial steal? It is! Myosotis takes the crucial kill theft from the Tempest Dragon. Is that going to be enough to dampen R8 though? But it is baited quite a bit of team fight here, but it is split. Liempo is in the back of the line there, trying to keep the Arlie alive. Snow falls down to Ryochi. Is this going to be enough to keep them alive here? Liempo is still going in. Shihab goes down as well, and forcing Zenon out of that team fight because too much damage come from the DRNG. But there are the minions. They are rocking around too. That crystal, the mid lane just needs to be freed up. The farm lane as well. They just need to push this crystal to win, because the only thing standing between this game 2 victory for R8 is that Athena.
Yeah, and Athena, late game, not a fantastic hero. He does fall, tries to survive the best he can, but the damage coming from the Arlie way too much, and we're going to a game number 3.
Woo! I mean, it's taken less time for a best of 3 in Season 2 than in the Season 1 Invitational. I think it was like somewhere in the knockout stages the best of 3 was at some point in that Season 1, but we get it in day 1. AG not looking too impressed with that draft, clearly overestimating this side of R8 Esports. Well played, R8, for going 1-1.
Absolutely. I mean, the draft definitely improved compared to game number 1. They had everything they need. They had Xenon on a flashy, one of his most comfortable heroes with the Mai Shiranui. They've got a tanky support. They've got a jungle that, you know, wasn't shut down this time. And, you know, despite their antics with the Athena, All Gamers Global wasn't really able to get that early lead, the early snowball that they were looking for. And yeah, we're off to game number 3.
Yes, it hasn't taken long, and I think that's a good sign for the Season 2 Invitational, because, again, R8 going against AG and able to take a round from AG just means that Loops may just have their work cut out for them in Group B, because, honestly, I didn't see R8 bring in that much flavor to AG, but like I said, I honestly think that AG just overestimated them in that Game 2 draft, whereas it really shows that R8 do have a lot of strength going into this Season 2 Invitational and still have a chance at being in that top 2.
Absolutely. This is going to be an interesting closer for game number 3, because we've seen very differing playstyles on both these teams, but R8 showing that they can play different styles as well. Great game by Ryoichi, 7-1-6, 16,000 net worth, ahead of the pack of everybody else, and he has been a huge damage dealer on their side.
Yeah, the Ali was definitely a slippy run in that one, and you can see that it was, because only one death on an Ali on R8. Fantastic play. That's clearly been a big setup hero for them going into the Season 2 Invitational. But I have to give a shout out to, obviously, Mijoj on that Liam Po. It's just, if it weren't for this hero, I don't think half of these team fights would have gone through the way they did. Because, I mean, 2-2 and 12, a support could have died a lot more than that, but to go for 12 assists shows how much Mijoj was in these team fights. Same with Zenon, just the amount of knockups for the side of R8 really showed and paid dividends against AG Global.
Yep, Xenon, his scoreline nothing too fancy. I mean, 2-1 and 11, but that 11 has been absolutely crucial for R8 to take early control of the game and the mid game as well. And his damage output is really high, 127,000 damage along with RD with 182 is absolutely huge. Was able to chip away at the life pools of AG's heroes and allowed them to take that final fight around the Tempest Dragon. Despite losing a lot of their members, the Arlie was able to close.
Yeah, I feel like if it weren't for that Ali and Ryoshi having such a fantastic early and mid game on that hero, I feel like that could have gone completely different, because we saw that the Renji was doing so much damage as well, just being able to melt Zen and being able to melt the Liam Po as well, and obviously Shihab fell down in that final hurdle. But Ryochi was able just to take the peak of damage there, so 182.5k to the 134.5k on the Renji on the side of All Games Global. But here we have it. You can see that gold graph. It did sort of flirt towards the side of AG Global for a very small amount of time in that game too. But then, as you can see towards the end, that huge orange wave was the efforts of R8 being able to maintain the jungle, get all those overlords, being able to push those lanes very effectively, and showing that the Athena pick was just a little bit too of a not good enough in this game.
A little bit too playful coming from the AG side, and the MVP for game number 2 once again on the Arlie Ryoichi, first MVP on the board for him. 716 KDA, 182,000 damage dealt, and the most farmed hero in this game. Definitely a well-deserved one. He was the backbone of them being able to win this game. He had a fantastic start. He was able to close out the game as well, playing at a knife's edge with his health. And yeah, we're going to game 3 here, Blam.
Yeah, before game 3, we're going to see some of those beautiful highlights that enabled R8 to get that game to a win. And just look at that. That monkey engage there. If it wasn't monkeys engage, it was the Liam Po. It was just huge engages. And I feel like they can't try this twice and possibly get a win here from AG Global, surely. I mean, something's got to, like, bust now. This has got to be, like, a one-time try against one of your teams, and then you're going to try something else, right? Like, AG can't let this happen again. They can't let this amount of knockups, this huge team fights, and they can't bring that Athena out in Game 3, surely. But as you can see here, just so much damage coming from Ryoshi there, literally showing why he was MVP, and this was the first assault on the crystal here. Wasn't quite as successful as they thought it would, because Zenon got thrown into the back there, and Ilden as well. And then obviously we saw this all centered around here, thinking that crucial kill theft was going to be the upset for R8 in Game 2, but it just wasn't enough, because we saw that fantastic team fight was able to just keep the leash on AG Global in that Game 2, enabling that Game 2 victory.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see how both of these teams will adapt after this game for game number 3, because, you know, for game number 1, it was an absolute stomp going towards the way of all gamers. Global Game 2, R8 played the mid game and early game to perfection and was able to force us to game number 3. Now, what's going to be the game plan for both these teams heading in towards the final game of this series? Because they are one win away from virtually securing their spot in the mid-season invitational as well as the top 8 of this tournament, but they still have one more game to play.
They do have one more game to play, and again, Group B is another group that consists of 3 teams. Obviously, the other team being in Group B is Loop Esports, the second runners-up to Chuck BR24. So you feel like they have some gravity behind them as a team. Maybe they will be a bit more of an upset to AG Global than R8 is. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do there going forward. Again, I think they play tomorrow as well. But speaking of all the global esports that we're talking about Season 2 Invitational, we're talking about EWC, but we have registration starting for the Open Series. Split 2 will be open from July the 8th to the 19th. Log into Honor of Kings game to sign up during the period. Form your HOK teams with your comrades now and embark on a path to becoming a professional player. Abundant prizes and in-game rewards await you. So that is the Open Series Season 2, which we just saw Season 1 conclude, which is where AG Global is from, and they were the winners of the Open Series Split 1. So if you win Split 2, you may get into a major tournament towards the end of the year. We don't know yet.
I mean, that's how stars are born, you know, trying to capitalize on every single opportunity they get. And this is a huge opportunity for all of you guys who are interested to find a successful career in the competitive scene of the Honor of Kings. Definitely sign up for the Open Series Split 2. But ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing for game number 3 here between All Gamers Global as well as R8 Esports.
Yeah, a lot on the line on this one, because obviously it hasn't been as a perfect score as LGD had in Group D earlier. It is going to be 2-1 either way, so either of these teams aren't going to seem as unblemished as the previous top seed of the last group. So again, there's a lot to play for, but like I was saying in the post analytics, are they going to be able to pursue this same double knockup with the monkey, with the Liam Poe? Will these be bans, picks, or heroes that are going to be going straight and meeting the ban hammer from the word go in this game 3? Because it is a best of 3. This is where it does decide if you're going to be top of your group or you're going to sit in that middle lane that doesn't look too tasty right now, especially when your next competitor is Loop Esports.
Yeah, Loop Esports, second place in the Honor of Kings Brazil Championships. Definitely not an easy opponent. Nobody wants to face them as their potential final game in the Season 2 Invitational. So both of these teams will be looking to take the win in this last game of the series. And we have the ban phase already going through early, and Mai Shunui taken out there by AG after a phenomenal showcase there by Xenon as well as Ryoichi.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that Mai was banned heavily in the first match of the day, and then obviously this time around it wasn't banned in Game 1 or Game 2. Obviously played in Game 2, not played in Game 1, but this time around we do see that it is fit for ban purposes here on the side of AG Global, because Zenon, like you said, Zero, was absolutely fantastic in that Game 2 on that Mai pick, but back to the tried and tested first 2 bans of Season 1, which Zenon and Mijoj would be no stranger to. It is the Dolia and the Dachau ban on the side of R8. But they do pick up the Motsu and the Elaine.
Yep. It's continuing on the whole strategy of having more CCs, more stuns on your team. It paid off for them for game number 2 here, but R8 wants to have that repeat performance in game number 3. AG picking up the Dun once again. Are we going to see a 66% win rate on the Dun just because of AG, or is it going to fall down to, hey, I told you shouldn't pick this hero category once again?
We can only hope so. We can only hope so, because R8 are probably holding on to the same kind of belief we are. It's like, come on, that done, bro. we saw it before. We didn't beat it once. We can beat it this time. It's absolutely fine. But the Mayin comes through. We know that Snow loves that pick, and it seems to be tried and tested. They do like to maintain going for the Lady of the Clash lane, but DRNG is switching hands here because Ali did get banned, and it's going onto the side of R8. Will we see a better performance this time around for Ryoshi from game 1 into game 3? But so it's definitely going to take a lot to top his Ali performance of game 2. Princess Frost gets banned on the side of All Gamers Global. Again, that is a wise ban, knowing that the enemy team does not have their mid lane yet. And Mai's been taken off the table. Princess Frost, they've taken Lady Chen for themselves. Will we see the likes of Jour, or will we see like a Ganon Mo come through here for Zenon? There's not really much in terms of flashy jungle picks left here.
Heino will be the perfect mid lane here for R8 as long as they pair it up with a jungler like Zilong, or something with a stun or knock up at least, because that's exactly what they need. They do go for the Gun and Mo, which is fine in the mid lane as well, and it goes along with the entire concept of having a burst in your mid lane, and then you need a bit more stun on your jungle. So can't say I hate the Gun and Mo. Definitely does fit into the role. You did call that out as well. So we did see a lot of very flashy plays on the Gun and Mo in Season 1 with a lot of crucial steals. Let's see if it's going to happen again here in Season 2.
Yeah, I mean, paired with Emotsu, it's going to be a match made in heaven, because if Mijoj can land those first skill CCs, and then we can see the couple's blades come through from the Ganon Mo, and we know how much damage those couple blades can do.
Oh, yeah.
He's just got to make sure he can maintain the distance from the Zhongfei and the Dun, because, again, those are 2 big engage heroes going into AG, All Gamers Global's team comp here, and we get a pick. I don't actually think we've even seen this before in any of the tournaments. Agudo is gracing the Gorge and on the jungle as well. So R8 cooking up something. The coach here, young coach boy, he's got the Agudo. He knows what's his team's got to do. He's like, I've made the decision, you execute it. And we'll see how this pairs into R8's game 3.
Yeah, they needed a little bit more frontline, they needed more tank, and Agudo definitely helps in that regard. Does not have the CCs that I was really hoping for. A lot less CCs, not completely devoid of it. But, you know, having the extra body in the front will help the Gun and Mo tremendously. And the Savage Growth will also help set up good couple blades there from the Gun and Mo as well.
Yeah, again, like you said, there's not as much CC on the side of R8, which we thought was like their key sort of recipe or key ingredient to their Game 2 victory. But this time around, they only really have the Motsu. They have, obviously, DRNG's ultimate CC as well. You can kind of class Ganon Mo's not back as a CC. But then you also do have a lane with a Death on Sunset. So being able to try and like traverse the whole team fights, as we saw in Game 1, it wasn't quite executed the way that I think R8 hoped it would. But to try and get onto the back line of Lady Sun or Lady Chen, that's vital, because once Zhongfei uses that unbridled rage and dives in, you're going to want somebody that can dive past that beast and hopefully just melt down the Lady Sun and the Lady Chen, because then that's most of your damage done.
The lane and Agudo definitely fits in towards that category, and Gun and Mo can ignore it can ignore the Zhangfei a little bit and just go for the backlines. But you know, it's a hard thing to call. I don't see a lot of Agudo being played at the highest level. It's definitely a very interesting hero for me. In this matchup as well, let's see how it goes. Agudo against Dun is going to be a very interesting matchup. Both in the jungle, both here we have it. Both of them is going to have to carry the weights of their team early on, and which one will do better, let's wait and see.
Yeah, it's definitely not the conventional jungle picks we saw from Season 1. Everyone trying to gun for Lamb or anybody a little bit more flashy like the Jing and stuff like that. Like, none of these heroes have even came and played yet onto the Gorge, but we've seen an Agudo before a Jing. Let that settle in, Zero.
That is absolutely not something that we expect. Even Agudo before Lamb is more surprising. I mean, Jing, we did see a ban out of it at least, but Lamb has just been completely ignored throughout this point. So that is something unexpected for sure. Agudo is not your typical jungler. Instead of killing the minions, he sort of absorbs them, captures them into this little cave hole trap. I don't know what you call it, but definitely very interesting to see.
Yeah, no, he definitely sneaks them into a pouch somewhere and just takes them and wisps them and summons them somewhere else when he needs them. But that is the whole shtick of Agudo. That's his mechanic. He stacks them up as his passive as well. So let's see how that actually does in this game. But I'm really interested. I'm glad that day one has brought so much flavor so far, is because again, we just didn't want to see another repeat of Season 1. We've had a few more heroes being picked through. Luar are actually not being picked up yet. I'm guessing it's because they've had a lack of time to actually scrim with the hero. But I've still got hope and high hopes that she does come through for one of the Brazilian teams or even the Argentinian team, Cyrus, today. But yep, so far it seems to be a little bit of a slower match because both of these teams know what's on the line in this game 3, because this just dictates who's going to be at the top of Group B by the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. None of these teams want to take an early L in this group stage, and I say they don't. I say they don't want to take an early loss, but then they come out with these heroes that's completely not what we expect. It's an interesting position to be in. Oh, huge damage coming from the Gun and Mo, and Zeiss has to back off down to half health almost immediately.
Yes, and that's the thing about the Lady Sun as well, is that you have to make sure you can make it to the late game. I mean, they proved it last game that they could make it to the late game, but are they going to make it to the late game in this game 3? Because that's where that little lady shines. Oh, the flash away from Zenon is not going to be enough. We see that Myosotis picks up the first blood in the mid lane onto the Gan and Mo. So a different story, a little bit of a different pattern this time around in game 3. Looking a little similar to game 1.
Yeah, a bit of nerves coming in towards Xenon there. He flashed in towards the wrong direction, didn't really create the space that he needed to survive that, and he's going to pay with his life, giving an early start here to AG. And we've seen AG, once they were off to a hot start, that's when they're the scariest.
Yeah, if you give this team an inch, they'll take a mile, and it's already seeming that way with the goal difference, because we're already seeing a bigger goal difference than they did in game 2, sorry, going into the 4th minute, which is obviously going to be a sure sign that AG Global are going to play this match a lot better than what they did in game 2. I mean, there's no Athena pick. That pick is really sort of like, I feel like it's just an underestimating your enemy team pick. Zenon does not want to be caught out here. He guards Grave out of there, oh, the beauty of that kill from, I believe it was Liv there. Yes, the Lady Chen getting the kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, they did have to pop Qingling's ultimate there, but that was very much worth it. Allowed them to go straight for the Tyrant, getting the first map objective there for the side of All Gamers Global. And the snowball continues, almost down to a 2,000 net worth difference in this early on in the game.
Yeah, no, it's looking a little bit shaky here for R8 in the early game. They haven't yet picked up their favorite jungle objective, which is that Overlord. They are still ruminating and going up towards it, it seems. They are still a little bit hesitant whether they should go for it, maybe try and push a lane here, but still they are definitely not looking as confident in this early game as they were game 2. There is plenty of hesitation, and to be honest, I was on about AG Global. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Just a little bit of hesitation, they are going to witness it. They're going to sniff it out like sniffer dogs and be like, aha, this team, they are not too sure what they want to be doing with this team comp. And already Zay's showing that game 2 potential, game 1 potential, taking down the first tier turret in the farm lane once again. Already looking to put an assault onto the second tier turret again, which is just classic Lady Sun Zay's gameplay.
Yep, tier 2 bottom lane down to half health. Zay's really trying to get that early on before the 6-minute mark. They're just really trying to one-up their own records at this point, and it's gonna go down before the 6-minute mark. That the creeps are gonna get it. Yes, they are.
Yep, the minions definitely getting that love tap on that second tier turret. But again, this is the MO of some of these teams, but it only seems to be on the Lady Sun because, again, for those watching at home that have never played Lady Sun, she is a late game hero. If you can get her to activate a lot sooner than you normally can, that's going to only benefit you in finishing the game a lot sooner than you thought you could. Because, again, giving over the gold to Lady Sun, giving over the kills to Lady Sun is going to be a lot better than giving it over to, I don't know, say, Zhang Fei.
Absolutely. I mean, Zhang Fei, sure, you know, is a hero that I actually enjoy watching him play as well. Just so much utility on the support, but he doesn't need the gold to really do what he wants to. Oh, lots of damage being dealt towards the lane, forced to pop the ultimate, and he will be able to back off from that. But that is one huge team fight ultimate not available for the side of R8, and AG is going to definitely capitalize on this momentum.
Yeah, already circulated around that mid lane turret as well. Already catching out Ryochi, then Zenon as well. 2 huge damage dealers, and down goes Mijoj as well. Shihab looking pretty low. Ah, this could be another pre-10-minute finisher, I think. Zero, it seems. 5 kills up, 0 kills onto the side of R8. It seems like that team comp, that double knockup is their one-trick pony. That Death on Sunset trying to save a lane there, but it's not. Oh, it is enough just to save him. He's able to get out of there, but is the death of a hero equal to a death of that mid lane turret, second tier turret? I don't think so. This is seeming to be shaping up like a quick victory here for all gamers global.
Yep, 6,000 net worth in 7 minutes is absolutely huge. No more tier 2 towers left standing for the R8 side as well. Not boding well at this point, and Devil was able to land such a huge route, such a huge CC on towards the back lines of R8. Definitely just created a huge opportunity for Snow to go towards the back line, deal the damage that he needs to deal, and was able to take that very convincing engagement, and opens up the entire map for Myosotis to start stealing these buffs as well.
Yeah, 8 minutes in, you don't want your jungle being open up to your enemy team, because again, the acquisition of gold and the rotations, and not only that, the more important thing is the ganks that are available now to the side of all gamers global is just unfathomable to the side of R8, because a lot of their heroes on their team don't really have a get-out mechanic. I mean, you have the cleanse on the Derenji, you have the Death on Sunset for the Elaine. There's only so far that Guard the Grave can push you away from a sticky situation, which we've already seen that Dun can nullify and negate, but Zhang Fei getting face checked there in that bush. But again, this is Zhang Fei. He's got shield for days. They aren't going to do real much there to upset the side of AG Global already. But we're seeing 2 lanes already looking to be assaulted to the higher ground turret here. Will we see a high ground turret fall before that 10-minute mark? A lane going in with that Death on Sunset, trying to push them away, trying to clear that minion wave, and they successfully have done it now, because there's no minion wave to push those higher ground turrets for the side of AG Global. But that mid lane has been left and disregarded. They are looking to just recuperate and then go again. Fortunately for R8, they was able to keep them at the gate.
Yep, good defense there by R8. Not really committing too much, just a couple of ultimates, and they didn't lose any of their members. And did manage to keep the tower's HP alive very healthily as well. So all things considered, that was a very good engagement there by R8. Still a 6,000 net worth lead being held there by the AG side, and they will have the next objectives around the map open if they want to try and go take it, because it doesn't seem like R8 is anywhere close to be able to take a convincing team fight yet.
Yeah, no, I've not seen really much functionality from the Agudo pick here. It's not filling me with much confidence going forward for the rest of the Season 2 Invitational, it seems. It may have just been like, coach is like, yeah, pick it, it'll be fine, but the execution just wasn't quite there. But then, if you look over to the side of AG Global's roster, they've got the team comp, sorry, they've got the Dun, they've got the big engage from the Zhongfei as well. So again, maybe if they wanted to play the Agudo, maybe banning the Zhongfei probably would have been something that would have been a lot better for them. Or R8 was hoping for the Zhongfei pick up themselves. But again, this is a support hero that definitely tips the scales of victory because he has the unbridled rage, just like we saw there. There comes all that shield, all that health coming through. The higher ground turret in the clash lane does fall, and it looks like the mid wave is looking to pick up that mid high ground turret as well, and Azaze is able to finish off that high ground turret. So now 2 lanes are going to have super minions going through to this 11th minute.
Yep. Huge ultimate there by Zhang Fei. Not really as an engagement, but sort of like just pushed them away, making sure that his teammates were able to get that tier 3 tower up in the top was absolutely huge, enabled them to open up the map. And they took that fight without losing any members, which is exactly what AG was hoping for, because that means they can continue under pressure and finish off the bottom tier 3 tower.
Yeah, they just seem to be just going in, doing as much damage as possible, going back out, waiting for the minion wave, and going back in. As we can see here in the farm lane, they are looking to take that higher ground turret in the farm lane. It looks like it's going to be an easy feat as well, as we see that Lady Shen is able to pick up the backline. Ganamo there also. Zhongfei takes down as well. That is a 3-0 takedown for the side of All Gamers Global. They are not done yet. Modsu with the last Hail Mary attempt to keep the crystal alive. Agudo is not going to be that hero that keeps your crystal alive. 2-1 going over to All Gamers Global.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Agudo anytime soon from R8 or any of the teams, in fact. It sort of just kind of fell flat. We didn't really see too much happening from it, and you know, I don't think it's a hero that is going to be having too much of a spotlight on this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, R8 is putting themselves into an okay position going into day 2 as well, because now if they're able to take like 2-0 from Luke, that still puts them in the middle of that bracket, middle of that board, because they are 1-1, so that means they're only 1 point. So again, I think that's a well-played effort for R8 overall. Definitely better than Impunity. So again, well played.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get our second winner of the day. When it comes to the bracket, we have none other than All Gaming Globals coming out from Hong Kong. China, congratulations. But who's holding the mic? It's going to be the furthest one away. But 我唔識講廣東話，對唔住。I don't know how to speak Cantonese. That's the only word and phrase that I actually memorized, because 對唔住, really, I don't know how to talk about it. Can you guys speak in English, any of you? Your English sounds like, it's okay. Can we pass the mic? Can we pass the mic? 普通話可以，普通話可以，中文還可以吧？還行。Okay, so we do have, okay, the mic's here. Okay, Qingling, it's going to be the captain. 你是队长是吗？是的，是的。I'm going to translate. Don't worry, guys. So, 所以刚才感觉到你们打不是容易的，对吗？It wasn't an easy game for you guys.
我感觉更多是就是我们赛场上就是太紧张了吧，然后没有把平时训练赛的东西打出来，然后刚刚第2把输了之后，其实教练更多就说我们心态上的问题，可能就是真的太紧张了，而且我们是背负着 AG 的名字，然后也想打出个好表现。那所以你们会看到我们第2把输了之后，第3把其实整体上的节奏还有那个运营上会更加就是流畅一点吧，就感觉今天打出来的东西只有我们训练赛的3成吧。
我给你冷静一点，我看到你还是有紧张一下。
对，因为真的很紧张。
你冷静，游戏打完了，没关系。So basically what he mentioned just now coming up from the captain of AG himself, he's not really in their best performance because they are panicking. They seems to be under a lot of pressure. Withholding the banners of AG seems to be a big risk, big organization, by the way. So everything comes to be, trafficking in the head too much. You overthink. That's what happened in what really happened during the entire game. Now speaking of which, 对不起啊，我讲你的 captain 可以吗哈 ？OK 啊 ，OK，I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, what really happened from your perspective in game number 2? 那第二场感觉到很辛苦啊，你们要打的时候，所以你看起来对你自己来讲，你是队长啊，所以你看起来哪里是你最大的错误？那时候？
当时就我身为队长，身为指挥位，刚转指挥位，然后我有很多东西或者说节奏上的其实都不熟悉，然后我们在转线运营上或者说打架都很多地方没做好，其实简称来说就是太紧张了吧，很多东西都没注意到，所以给对方很多机会，然后在逆风的时候就很急的想跟对面打架，把优势打回来，所以就导致我们就打得很辛苦。那我感觉这些事情就是我们回去就调整一下心态，然后复一下盘，然后大家都聊一聊当时赛场上的事情，然后就能解决的。
So basically what happened in game number 2, it feels like everything is out of place, a bit messy for them. They try to make it up, all the losses, they try to redeem themselves, but a bit of here and there. But as a captain, what much more you can do? Everything happens at the same time and you cannot control it. He seems to be in a messy position. He tried to redeem himself, but it's a bit too tough, it's a bit too late. And every single mistake being given was taking the opportunity by the side of R8, and you have to give them their very good opportunities as well. Last but not least, now coming up from AG, today games was massive for you guys, but relief win finally, don't worry about that. But which team are you looking forward to fight against when it comes to even the finals even? 对你们来讲 AG 的话，你们期待哪一队要打战下一场，或者你们的决赛的时候，哪个队伍你要想打？就好像比如来说是总决赛的话，
相信对 AG 或者说对我们这个队伍所有人来说，我们从来都不在乎对手是谁，因为我们只要打好自己的，什么对手都可以五五开，都能打赢。
For them, it's like the biggest. I'm gonna make it TLDR, okay? Basically, the biggest enemy is themselves, and the worst enemy is also themselves. So they want to fight themselves. But that's going to be the end of this interview. Thank you so much, Yingling, and the rest of AG. 谢谢你们，对不起啊 I still have to say sorry. But we're going to toss it back to the casters. More actions to go. So casters, take it away.
And there we have it from Jingling there, that their biggest opponent and worst opponent is themselves. It seems like there's a recurring effect with these young players, especially like LGD. They are just wanting to please themselves even more, and nothing is never good enough. So until they win first place, it seems, that's probably when they'll be happy. But even then, I'd probably still be a little bit skeptic of their happiness.
Yeah, they'll be like, hey, we won 3-0, but we should have won earlier. We should have forced them to forfeit before even the final game. There's always something to improve on, and that's a good mindset to have if you're looking to compete at the highest level. But sometimes you just have to take the wins as they come, and enjoy the process as it goes along.
Absolutely. I mean, it was no easy feat there. R8 really put up a good show in that game too, to be honest. I'm very happy with R8. Obviously, as we saw them in a Season 1 Invitational on a different team, they didn't quite get as far as they should have done. But with time, has definitely improved their performance. Can't really say this is a tried and tested proof of that improvement there, because the draft just was not there for me, unfortunately. But over to the side of AG Global, you see the likes of pretty much a no different across the board. But that's what happens when you get Titan picks like the Zhongfei, the Lady Sun, the Mayeen. Snow has made that work for the 3 games, not teetering away from it. It's like, no, I'm going to make this hero work, and I'm going to do it really well. And in that game 3, I have to say that it was played probably the best out of the whole of the series.
Absolutely, and it also showcases the importance of having multiple CCs, having multiple tanks in the front lines, and the Lady Zen, after banning out the Princess Frost, shows that mid lane is all about utility. It's all about setting up your teammates for success, setting up your team fights for to allow your teammates to have good ways to engage and disengage in the fights. And the damage, if you look at the highest damage dealt, it's all on Devil on that Lady Zen. 48.8 thousand damage, not the highest amount of damage, but just because the game ended so early.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Lady Chen. Is just all you have to do is just drop your ult, and just walk away. if you manage to land that within the knock-up range of the Zhongfei or the Dun, you're pretty much just happy just walking away. You maybe throw your first ability so it dings off a few of the enemy heroes, or you may try and knock up the Ganmo, and that's all you really got to do. It's a fun hero to play, to be honest, but. Looking over to R8, I really think that, especially being from the MENA region, I was really hoping that the Jour would have come through, because again, that's another big mid lane pick they could have gone for, and being able to push back the Zhongfei and the Dun on the enemy team would have kept it a little bit more viable than the Ganmo, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. The Jour, we do say Lady Zen is the poor man's Princess Frost, and Jour is probably the poor man's Lady Zen. Well, a lot less CC, but does provide a bit more damage, and the knockback is definitely one of the biggest utilities of the Jour. And it's surprising, like you said, that a team from the MENA region doesn't really prioritize that hero is very surprising to me. But still, not to take anything away from AG, they managed to make Dun look like a strong hero, having 100% win rate with it so far. And they are almost there to qualify to the Esports World Cup, as well as for the top 8 of the Season 2 Invitational.
Yeah, when Group B got drawn, I believe that was probably going to be the case anyway, to be honest. They were definitely at the top, and it was between R8 and Loops, but to look over the MVP would be a sin, considering he is the coach, but he is also the MVP of Game 3, and that is Xin Lin. I will go in 0-0-8 on Zhongfei, playing the support as the support's meant to play, not taking any kills from that dear Lady Sun, letting her get fed as much as possible. But 41k damage taken, and then 5.7k gold. Again, the game just wasn't there for long enough to even try and get any more gold than that.
Yeah, absolutely huge game here from Qinglin. Absolutely no mistakes. Early game using the ultimate just when they needed, getting a crucial second kill onto Xenon. This was Xenon's first death, absolutely on his own errors, and this was the knockback onto Xenon once again in towards the Lady Zen ultimate. That was kind of rehearsed, it looks like. And another crucial knock route there from the Lady Zen, getting them the first team fight win of the game. And at this point, it was just pretty much over here for the side of R8. They had no way to fight, no way to really take any sort of advantageous fights towards their favor, and it was just finishing off the crystal at this point.
Yeah, the Agudo was just sort of like a non-starter, and you can see throughout that entire replay, but seeing that crystal takedown just confirms and cements the fact that All Gamers Global are now at the top of Group B, and R8 Esports are down at the bottom there. But again, if it does come between a tiebreaker between Loops and R8, R8 do have a win on the board. It wasn't a clean 2-0, fortunately for R8, so there's definitely some weight behind having that 1-1 victory, 2-1 loss over on the side of All Gamers Global, to be honest. But again, that is All Gamers Global pretty much going into day one, solidifying their top 1 spot. It's a nice place to be in, I would say.
Absolutely, it is where they want to be, and taking the win in a 3-team group is going to be absolutely crucial for them to go further in this tournament. So they looked very nervous in the post-game interview, but after you shake off all the nerves, I'm imagining that they should be celebrating right now.
Absolutely. Knowing that they're top of their group is definitely the place we want to be going into the knockouts or even going into day 2, because tomorrow they don't even play. They get to have a little bit of a chill, a bit of a relax. They don't play till day 4. So all gamers can now just sit back and be like, I got my win. I got my 1 point. I'm at the top of the board. That's all that matters. And that's what they can do all the way till day 4. So we won't be seeing all gamers global until day 4, whereas tomorrow will be Loops and R8 trying to find out who's going to be that top spot, second spot, sorry, in Group B. But again, R8 every day I'll try and think of something different there. No Gudo picks. Different, but not a Gudo picks. We need something that can emulate the Liam Poe and the knockups of the Monkey as well. So again, I think R8 just needs to sort of run it back to the draft and maybe have a little word with the coach. Like, hey, yo, you shot us out there with that Gudo pick. What was going on?
Hey, you know, if the players never scrimmed with it, I don't think that they would have agreed or went along with that draft. But it might have been something that they had an idea about or might have played around with. So, you know, maybe this game it didn't work out. Maybe there's another chance for it to shine. But that game definitely was not the game that you want an Agudo in your draft.
No, yeah, not with any other sort of like front line that they lacked on their team, to be honest. Because all we saw towards the end was Shihab just rolling around, having a merry old time. I mean, Kaiser was still up. That didn't get banned. That could have come through again and hope to try and make that work for a second time in the best of 3, because they know that it was either going to go one way or the other, but they decided just to be like, you know what, we'll try that now, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. But yes, the game's coming up next. Obviously, we do have Group C, so it's Osiris versus a Team Secret, which in most of the chats that I've been looking at, they are loving the look of Team Secret, but apparently Osiris do have something in their arsenal to hopefully take them through to a victory against Team Secret. But we are going to be going into a break soon, guys, so we'll see you after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Bom, com essa nova lineup, né, essa nova hot lane, essa lineup foi formada para ser a melhor Vivo Cage de todos os tempos, então eu tô realmente... Dragon, sino ba mga kalaban natin?
Wala ko ilabot.
We'll knock you off!
For BKS, Vitality, and FUT, be ready, because we will find you and we will crush you.
Não quero dar recado para nenhum time específico, mas vocês vão conhecer o melhor top lane do Ocidente.
Our best challenge is going to be beat them Asian teams. Team Secret, I guess, is a great rival for us.
不只是查特世界杯，我来 S2 就是想拿冠军。
Falar pra Team Secret, a gente vai ganhar bem fácil. Infelizmente, vamos deixar os torcedores da Malásia tristes, mas a Argentina vai estar muito feliz.
东南亚赛区的操作手法上面都是比较厉害的，对于我们来说其实也是蛮有压力的。
أنا فخور جدا عشان احنا بنمثل الوطن العربي وإن شاء الله نأدي أداء.
Because R8 is coming and be careful.
不要小看我们，希望我们是一个很新的队伍，我会一定会追上你们的。
比较担心那个老对手 LGD 吧，
因为我们平时训练赛跟他们打起来，感觉他们比较厉害。
因为我们确实比别人厉害一点。
I just want to say, don't scare about us. We are same human being, so we are only 10 finger. Don't scare about us. Don't scare about us.
虽然你们老干爹很厉害，但是我相信我的队伍不会让自己失望。
去年的 KW 决赛我们输给了他们，今年我要赢回来。
打你们像喝水一样。
如果遇到我们会2-0拿下你们。
无论遇上什么队伍，我们也可以打得有来有回。
晋不晋级无所谓，但是一定要打出自己平时备战的训练状态，然后不要有遗憾。
Let's just enjoy the game and give the fans a good fight.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliché. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! It needs more fun. How about this? That's enough! Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but
I'm
me!
I'm born this way, ay. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H-E-R-A, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I'll go the game. Blow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. It's go time, knock me down till I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who go bottom up, no lie, we gon' do it. Face not face, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, singing me fast. Calling out for the king. There's no time. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of the
be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead. Well, opened in by Bang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational Day 1. We'll be soon getting into Match 3. I am Blam, and with me today is Zero. How are we feeling after those two matches? And now we get a flavor of another group.
Yeah, we get to see another Malaysian team on stage because obviously this tournament is being hosted here in Malaysia, so they get to play in front of their home crowd, and they're facing up against Isurus, who does have a lot of players, does have a lot of experience, especially since Season 1. You got Menguichi, you got Windar J on that team, and they're not an easy opponent, but Team Secret is definitely looking like one of the favorites to leave that group. Not by much, though. It is a tough group. We were talking about that group yesterday, Blam, and we couldn't come to a consensus, even between both of us, that, you know, which one of these teams will make it through to the next stage.
Correct, and that's no secret. The device that they're playing on today is the Infinix GT20 Pro. It has a Mecha Loop LED design with the lights up every time you destroy an enemy in-game. Experience a gaming performance like no other with the Infinix GT20 Pro. So that is one of our sponsors for today and would not be possible without them.
Sounds kind of cool. Every time you get a kill, your phone just lights up, and
yeah, I mean, I'll be too distracted, like, oh look, I've killed someone.
Every time you are about to get a kill, you just look around, just waiting for it.
Yeah.
You miss the kill.
So that could have been a triple kill. It could have been a penta, but no, you just stared at your light.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is it. And obviously, we do have two sponsors of this tournament, and it is none other than the Esports World Cup. We are thrilled to be our partnership with the Esports World Cup for this season of Honor of Kings. This collaboration brings our teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports event of the year. The top 8 teams, for this invitational will be qualifying to EWC in July. So again, keep your eyes peeled to see who does actually qualify and goes through to the event in Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely. A bigger prize that they are fighting for, not just for the huge prize here in the Season 2 Invitational, but also for qualification for the Esports World Cup happening in July. So all these teams are absolutely giving it their best, putting all their hard work into this to make sure that they go as far as they can. And the next two teams definitely have put in a lot of work. Team Secret, a fairly new organization in the Honor of Kings scene, going up against Isurus in a best-of-3 series, the opening match for their respective group. And it's looking to be a very spicy one. Once again, we have another clash of regions. The Western region against Southeast Asia.
Yes, indeed it is. It's the Argentinian team against the Malaysian team, but obviously Team Secret have been probably through more than the other Southeast Asian team because of the low last chance qualifier as well. But speaking of the teams, this is Osiris. Their roster consists of Musta, Azray, Meng Guanqi, we have Win, DRG, and then Capox as well.
Yeah, very familiar names there, formerly from the side of VKS, but Team Secret is going to be fairly new to a lot of viewers out there. Xuan, TNX, Long, Sun, and Yihan is rounds up the roster here for Team Secret. And this Team Secret roster is also the youngest roster in terms of average age in the entire Season 2 Invitational.
Imagine being the youngest roster and then everyone's already like, yeah, these guys are going to win it. These guys are my favorite. I mean, that kind of stunts everybody else. It's kind of like, whoa, they're the youngest and they're the best. Oh, man. But we do have, obviously, like you were saying, there's some familiar faces on the side of Osiris from the Invitational Season 1. Obviously, Musta was part of Alpha 7 Esports and now has joined the side of Osiris. And then, obviously, Meng Guanqi and WinRG were both on VKS, who were the winners of Season 1 Invitational. Meng Guanqi was playing support, and obviously WinRG is now still playing farm lane, because in Chuck BR 24, WinRG was actually up in the Clash lane before Musta joined the roster. So, and we all know, those that watched Season 1 Invitational knew that Musta was definitely one of the better Clash lane players in the entire tournament. So it's nice to see him actually be well-rounded out with players like Meng Guanqi and the WinRG as well. But we are getting into the bans and drafts here, and Team Secret are already cooking up a secret with that Dachao pick.
We see that Dachao being able to be picked up first on the group stage. It was, nearly banned in every single game. Wait, it was banned every single game in Season 1, so we get to see it showcased here. Day 1 of the group stage, and Isurus will pick up the Heino and the Mai. So this looks like a Clash lane Heino being picked up here by Isurus, taking a leaf out of the KPL playbook.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting because, again, it could be going for the hearts of the Brazilian player VKS Danny, who's played in jungle before. So, again, that could still be flexing there. But what are they going for on the side of Team Secret? They are going for that horrible nightmare team comp that you see only when you go to sleep after playing and losing 7 games in a row at Grandmaster, the Futsu and the Dachao.
Yeah, for those who are unfamiliar with this combination, basically Futsu usually is one of those heroes that goes in, locks down one of your enemy cores, and then dies just because he's forced to stand in the middle of everybody while he locks down the opponent. But with the Dachao, it means that the Dachao can just send him back to the base after he's done with his ultimate, coming back with full health with the Dachao ultimate as well. So that allows him to be back in the fight after doing his job and continuing to tank, soak up damage, and stay in the lane. But looks like you were right on the Heino jungle, because they pick up the lane to go to the Clash, and jungle Heino, something that is very scary to see as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, VKS Danny does play very well in Chuck BR, so it's nice to see that Osiris are cooking something up here as well. Not quite just going for the conventional picks that we're seeing quite often. Even though it's only day 1, we're already seeing that Lady Chen is one of the most contested picks for both all of these teams so far. Again, when Princess Frost is banned, Lady Jen comes through, and again, she generally has that same kind of utility. The freeze, with her new rework, she's able to make herself untargetable as well. But it's all important ultimate that you can literally just, once you click that button in the direction, you can just walk away. You can be like, yo, that's yours to deal with, buddy. You're about to be frozen.
I'm done here.
I'm about to do some damage to you, and I'm about to just go back to base. Let my team just have their way with you. But again, we have the Mozu coming through as well. So again, this has been another pick in Season 2 that's really shocked me. The Mozu coming through as often as it is.
Yep, Season 1, I think we've only primarily seen it played in the mid, but here it's nice to see it played in what I feel is the more natural role for the Mozu, which is on the support. And it pairs up really well with the Mai as well, setting up the stun so that Mai can land her first skill, which does a lot of damage. Second skill as well. Second skill, which does a lot of damage as well. One downside of this entire composition from Isura's side is that they are very heavily single target damage. They are long range, sure, but they are very single target. You've got Heino, you've got Mai, you've got Mozu. All of them don't have fantastic team fight, so they really need to rely on this final marksman to provide them team fight. Marco Polo doesn't really do that fantastically for them. He does, unless he goes for the stun common skill, but even then, there's not a lot of CCs on that team.
Yeah, interesting way of fleshing out Osiris's team comp there with the Marco Polo, as we just saw that the Yukio Tachibana comes through as well, which again is the first time. I don't think we may have saw him like once or twice within Season 1, but normally I don't think we saw him at all within the Chuck BR as well. So seeing that come through onto Team Secret is maybe going to be either a hinder towards Osiris, or they may have scrimmed against it, so they know how to play against this Yukio Tachibana. But again, another slippier hero like the Mayin, and you've got also Futsu as well. So there's like, I would not like to be against this Team Comp Zero. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, this is a Futsu playing in the farm lane.
Yeah,
coming from Team Secret. It's not a clash lane that we're more familiar with, but instead they played on the farm lane. They're playing him as a primarily physical damage dealer with attack speed items, and that's going to be very interesting to see. Definitely he has ways to close out the distance. He's got the Lady Zen and the Dachiao to provide the CC. So I wonder how this is going to go for Team Secret, going for a very unorthodox draft, but Isurus is going for something cheeky of their own as well. This is going to be a very interesting opening for this Game 1 of this Best of 3 series.
I mean, in the last chance qualifier, we saw this quite often, that they were literally, it was either them or Team Nova that were drafting bruisers down into the farm lane, and it cooked quite a bit, because I mean, it clearly works. Obviously, it's not conventional, but if you are not used to it and you can play that very well, it's definitely going to go in your favor. But I feel like onto the side of Osiris that may get picked up here. Megwenchi getting pretty focused with a lot of nuke damage coming from the side of Team Secret, already having to recall at level 2. Aggression, hello? But as I was saying, back onto my standard point before, they almost battered Megwenchi to a pulp. I think Mozu is going to be a key part in trying to shut down these very nimble heroes on the side of Team Secret.
Yep, his ultimate has to be on point. The setup, the stuns is very long duration, which will help out with to set up Heino as well as Menguchi on the Mai Shiranui, but that falls in towards the shoulders of Capo. Let's see how he does in this game.
But yeah, speaking of combos, here is Futsu's combo here. So Futsu's most common skill combo is 1 Alt 2 basic attack, basic attack, basic attack, because like Zero was saying, he has a lot of attack speed as well. So using his basic attacks to accumulate stacks enhances him. When enhanced, the basic attacks deal extra damage and reduces the cooldown of skill 1 and 2, greatly increasing his ability to absorb damage. So you thought that the attack speed was the problem? Boy brings down his own cooldown reduction. I mean, what more can this hero not do? And you're about to see the full potential with it being played on the side of Team Secret right now, especially paired with the Chao.
Yeah, when you're in the late game, he basically has no downtime on his damage reduction shield. And oh, might be able to get a kill on towards the Mayin, but Long will be able to rotate there, scare him off, and make sure that his Mayin is able to survive a little bit longer. No kills on either side yet. Net worth is neck and neck at the moment. And Menguichi has not been able to get any kills so far, but we'll use the teleport. We've seen the teleport already implemented in Season 1, but it wasn't really utilized, but I'm happy to see it more frequently used here in Season 2.
I mean, it was to the point that we thought that the actual function was turned off. I was like, why is nobody using this teleport function? It was just like, oh, the players just don't know how to use it. It's like, oh, sick, brill. No, but yeah, it's nice to see that they are actually using it in Season 2, but I think having this much time with the game now, it would probably be a disservice for the team themselves if they didn't actually use the mechanic, because it is a fantastic mechanic. It quickens up the pace. It's enabling you to help one of your lanes, especially the Clash laners who seem so sort of far away from any sort of team fight. But here we go. There was a little bit of an assault there onto that first tier turret, but oh, okay. Osiris picking up the first blood. It is the man with the stash himself picking up first kill onto the Team Secret.
Yeah, they pick off TNX, which is the jungle of the side of Team Secret. He was once lauded as a prodigy in the Malaysian scene, playing Honor of Kings, one of the youngest to ever compete in the competitive circuit. But he's the victim for the first blood in this first game, and that opens up the first Tyrant of the game, and looks like they will get it. Azrael will be able to secure the last hit. Sun might be a bit too aggressive, pops the ultimate on towards one of them, but here comes Marco Polo getting a kill, but Mayin will be able to finish him off as well. So 1-for-1 trade. Mayin might be in some trouble, but she is very elusive, trying to run away. Nice dodge, but Menguichi, miss, dodge, perfectly done. Oh, he gets sniped off there by Capo.
Oh, beautiful. Stunned there by Capox. That was just like, I felt like there should have been some like 70s sort of like cop chase music going on there with the Mayin trying to catch her, but then ultimately falling down to Capox there with the well-timed first skill. That was beautifully played by Osiris and really surprising me, because obviously how this team played in Chalk VR, I was a little bit, feel shaky for them going against the rest of the world here, but they're definitely doing bits in the early game. They are definitely ahead of the kills, ahead of the gold right now. Let's see what else they can do going into this game.
Yeah, 2,000 net worth lead so far, and we see Team Secret really trying to abuse the Da Qiao, keep constantly sending Sun back to base after tanking up the tower, doing as much damage as he can. TNX will be able to secure the Overlord, so that's going to be a bit of objectives going towards the way of Team Secret to try and stave off the bleeding right now.
Yeah, for those watching at home, obviously Haino is normally built as your mage, but as you can see in that jungle, he's been built tanky. He has the Burning Cape on there as well, so again, this is going to aid those dives in. His ultimate being able to recall onto the last point he dashed as well is always going to be a blessing to the side of Osiris, and it shows that this is where that tank is going to be, where that real engage is going to be on the side of Osiris in game 1. But they do have to be careful. The macro is slacking a little bit here. We know Muster to be a macro master from Season 1 Invitational, but still yet to pick up a turret, whereas the side of Team Secret is able to pick off both of the side turret lanes here. Now with Futsu and the Chao both picking up the farm lane and the Clash lane, but speaking of picking up and Clash lane, Mayin is taken down in the farm lane as a lane is able to pick up that first tier turret down in the farm lane as well. Marco Polo trying his best to keep them off of that turret, but they do bring that second tier turret in the Clash lane down to half health. Osiris needs to do something down in that farm lane. Yeah.
Absolutely. The Da Qiao allows them to play this aggressively, going for the macro plays, the objectives. Oh, my Shiranui going towards the back line, gets a kill on towards TNX. Aggressive dive, and you know, Menguichi on that Mai has definitely been making things happen, making things work. But the Sun and Yuhan once again trying to be cheeky, trying to make these plays. Damage reduction, TP back to base, safe.
Oh, wow. Like, honestly, the amount of oppression this comp is given the side of Osiris is definitely not one you want to be on the opposite end of, because you think you're going to get them closed down, and all of a sudden you go in, you lose so much health. They've already gone back to base. They got so much health, and again, Capox getting picked off there. Second kill for the side of Team Secret. Are they done just yet? Not quite. Heino taking a lot of damage there. He is focusing and soaking so much damage. We see Muster going into the back of the line there, trying to take out Futsu as well. Death on Sunset comes through, so he's not being able to target it. He goes, tries to take out the Dachau as well, but it's a 2v1 for the Futsu, and the Maid and the Marco Polo does get taken down as well. So loads of showboating, loads of trades between both of these teams right now.
Sun was able to showcase the strength of that farm lane. Fuzi is so tanky, 2 versus 1, and he still managed to pick one off before falling eventually. And that is just going to get worse and worse. But here, Team Secret has done a great job closing out the gap. It's only down to 1,500 net worth lead, despite the kill difference so far. So there are constant pressure and chaos across the side lanes of the map have really forced Osiris to reduce their rate of farming and allow Team Secret to be able to catch up.
Yeah, it's definitely seen where that pressure is coming from, thanks to the Futsu and the Chao. Currently, they may be getting the crucial kill theft on the side of Team Secret, and they do. The Yukio Tachiaban is able to steal that Tyrant going into the second phase of the game. We're currently at the 9-minute mark. That mid lane turret is looking mightily fine there for Marco Polo to try and finish it off, and he is going to claim the mid lane turret as well before they do. But however, we see that troublesome duo in the farm lane as they are waiting to recall, and they're able just to get out scot-free. This should be illegal, surely, Zero.
Again and again, they even used the Elaine ultimate to try and finish them off in time, but it was just not enough. The TP just way too fast, and both of those heroes, when they're just playing together, is just so annoying across the map, and that's allowed Team Secret to once again get another tower, and they're going for more. Fuzu catches out one of the heroes. Is going to be Mai falling, and the Marco Polo dropping down very low, almost falling there. That was the main target all along for the Fuzu, but instead they caught up the Mai, which is a good consolation prize over there for them to get. So the net worth lead is only down to less than 1,000.
Yeah, but they've got to be careful here now, because obviously Osiris were having a great footing in the early game, but it seems like that the Chao and the Futsu combo is activating, because those turrets are just melting at this point. It seems like they are just being cut in a big old pot right now, and it's not helping with this Futsu pick. Currently, the Shadow Tyrant is up. We see that Osiris are looking to try and take it, but there is only so much damage that Hainu can take. But we have the Death on Sunset coming through. He manages to take down Tian X, but they still manage to steal the Shadow Tyrant once again from the side of Osiris. But down goes the Marco Polo. It is a 1-3 trade, though, however.
Definitely not in favor of Team Secret there. Not a favorable fight. Losing 3 heroes there, especially once again, long TNX didn't have a smooth early game, and constantly dying, getting his blue buff stolen is not gonna be great. Azrael was just able to soak up so much damage on that jungle Heino with his build, playing the more tankier build of the Heino variant is just so detrimental, and he gets to heal to almost full every time he uses his ultimate as well.
Yep, Azay coming through and clutching that Overlord. We're seeing a little bit of a homage to R8 Esports, as we know they loved their Overlord in that last series we just watched against All Gamers Global. But again, I still can't call this match. It's either going to be a toss of a coin thanks to the Futsu and the Chao combo right now. And honestly, I'm not too sure where this is actually going to go, because this is the point where it all starts to become the breaking point of the game within Honor of Kings. They're going into the 12th minute, and there's a lot on the line right now. And I have to say the Haino pick is actually doing pretty well. Not died once yet, tanking so much damage and dealing just a little bit of damage. Obviously, that's been left to the likes of the Marco Polo, the Mai, and also the Elaine as well, which I have to say, Muster on a 3-0-1 is playing this Elaine incredibly. It's just not the macro Muster we used to.
Yeah, I mean, Muster was I think, one of the best, if not the best, Clash Lane players in Season 1 here. They're trying to go for the kill. Once again, not enough damage. And they were able to just teleport away. But that allows the side of Isurus to go for that top tier 1 tower along with the Vanguard. That's going to give them a lot more net worth right now. Almost back to 2,000 for the side of Isurus.
Yeah, Mayin looking to freeze the lane boss. We've also got Hino doing exactly the same thing in the same lane as well. Pretty much just counter-reacting whatever tactic that Team Secret is trying to cook up in that farm lane, it seems. But again, well played to Osiris, being able to get that first tier turret in the Clash lane. But look at that goal different. Zay is ahead in that jungle, and it's neck and neck in that Clash lane, and even closer in the farm lane. So knowing they don't have any range in that farm lane, Futsu, because he's taken down so many turrets, is just up there with the Marco Polo. This is not stopping him at all.
Yeah, and Team Secret continues to just play on the side lanes, continuing to put pressure from the side lanes, allowing the rest of their teammates to have much more farm in a safer position as well. So that allows them to slowly get back into the game, back to 1,500 net worth lead to Isurus as we're heading towards the late game. And what, in your opinion, Blam, which team has the better late game?
Oh, I mean, again, I'd like to say that Osiris may get a little bit of a late game advantage here, but again, just because of this the Chow and Futsi combo, it just seems to negate any of that late game, it seems. Like right now, we've got Mustago 2v1 against the Chow and Futsu, but no doubt he's going to get recalled in a moment. Gets the kill though, however, that is already a 2-3-0 trade right now for Team Secret, and it's only Hayanu that is alive because Capox has had to retreat, and look at all this damage he's soaking. It is crazy amounts of damage that has been soaked there by Ezreal and on the Hayanu pick in jungle. So just shows those watching at home, he's not just your classical mage. He's able to be played in many ways. We could also argue that it may not be the most effective right now, but it's definitely doing the job of soaking the damage when they don't have a tank on their team. Futsu a little bit too far away from the Chow. He's able to be brought back there and was able to take the higher ground turret. I feel like this is ever so slightly edging towards Team Secret victory.
Yeah, they managed to get that one for free, even though a lot of the members were low. But this is not a fight they want to take because the members are just solo. Hino goes for a kill. On towards long, gets the kill. Azri low on HP. Does he want to pop his ultimate? No, goes into melee form, goes straight for... Oh, no, the Dacia will be able to teleport back to base just in time. Fuzu is back for another round, but WinRJ is forced to defend the base because the crit waves were pushed up way too far. And one kill trade for the Tyrant, and it will be Team Secret taking the net worth lead.
Yeah, they seem to be very slippery with getting these crucial kill thefts in the jungle on the side of Team Secret. They just know when to proc that smite, it seems. They're trying to lock down the Hainu. We knew that Mayim was locked down and takes down the Marco Polo, goes down in that fight. So it's already a 1-0 trade. They do take a turret as well in the mid lane on the side of Osiris, but that is just still not enough. They are still coming back for more. We have Team Secret are going in with a 3-1 trade. They trade the Mayin for the lane, for the Hino, and the Marco Polo. All three of those heroes going down is troublesome at this point. They're on a 30-second timer as well, and the minions are rocking around, and Futsu has got nobody to contest the hero.
Yeah, not enough damage to bring him down without the DNJ on WinRJ, and they will manage to take that top tier 3 tower, sending back Fuzu, and he's back into the fight once again after healing up to full. Team Secret is ready to go once again.
Yeah, no, the Chow pick is definitely seeming to be... I think without that, maybe we could have been seeing a much better late game chance of a win for Osiris right now, but as it stands, it's definitely looking like Team Secret are definitely have the recipe to victory in game 1, and it's all down to that teleporting gal that's been banned for the previous series. It reared its ugly head in series 1, but series 2, both of those teams was like, nah, that's not getting through.
we might not even see it through ever again. Just one showcase of this combo is scary enough. This was in our preparations for season 1, where there was we know that this is a very popular combination in KPL, but we didn't really get to see it in action. But here Team Secret showcasing to us why this combination is just so oppressive, so hard to deal with.
Yeah, but there's just too much aggression. Like I said, it's just hard to keep up with, because as soon as you think your lane's safe, you've then got Futsu just rolling down it. He then bashes the heck out of your turret, like he's going to do here with a higher ground turret, it seems. Then gets just yonked back to base, and now he's just a happy-go-lucky. He's able to come back with high HP, come back very much fresh as a daisy, going back to just re-engage into the next team fight. But again, it looks all like their backs are pushed against the wall for Osiris. The only thing stopping Team Secret is that higher ground turret in the mid lane. And I think it's only a matter of time before that disappears.
Yep, 18 minutes, 2 minutes before the Tempest Dragon spawns, and Team Secret will look to finish off the game before that happens, because once you reach that point, things start to get a bit dicey, despite having this 2,000 net worth lead, which at this point in the game doesn't really mean anything. It's just less than an item on one hero compared to both teams. So it's not a huge lead. 10x trying to secure the Tyrant, and will be able to get it before the Overlord spawns. And Isurus is more than happy to play a bit more passively for now. Wait for their opportunities before going for a comeback.
Yeah, with all the teams still up and alive, they've got to try and find some way of trying to whittle down the side of Osiris there. But we do see that Futsu is taking a lot of damage. But again, thanks to the Chao, he's able just to go back. That little lady doesn't have her ultimate just yet, so can't sort of force a teleport that everyone can just dive into to try and push one of these lanes. But I can imagine it's now up that is going to be the case. She could put it somewhere, and then it's hard to contest with, because now that the pressure is, where are Team Secret going to be lying? Are they going to try and go for the Tempest Dragon? Do they really need it? Are they going to bait the Tempest Dragon fight and then get the Chao and Futsu to be pushing the lane and then drop a teleport for the whole of the rest of the team just to come through and just finish it as a back door? When this team comp makes its way to the Gorge, it's just a hard thing to play against, especially on the side of Team Secret, like you said. They have a prodigy on their team. They're all young, but it just shows how hungry they are for the win.
Yeah, there's so many ways they can play this right now. Oh, they can't catch up Azrael. They find where he leaves his mark, and he outs right into it. Does have the Sage's Sanctuary, so he's back here in the fight. He's dropping down very low though. 10x will bring down Menguish. Everybody's so low from the side of Isurus, and they will lose Azrael. They are going for more. Capo trying to back off, but he gets brought down there by Long. Heroes are falling. Mayan still standing, still fighting. Sage's Sanctuary still up, but will fall once again. 10x gets the kill on towards their lane, and that's going to be a full 5-man wipe from Team Secret, and they lose absolutely no one.
Yep, that is exactly what we was expecting there. I mean, it didn't actually go around the Tempest Dragon. It was literally just around the river there, and unfortunately for Osiris, they do take game 1 L there, unfortunately, but there is plenty to be learned into game 2, and I didn't pin them down to be this well and this competitive against Team Secret, so I think game 2 could be a possible banger.
Yeah, and our condolences to Dachao, which will probably never see the light of day in the group stages ever again. Very well done there by Team Secret. They were behind in the early game, but they played the macro game perfectly, stalled out the game long enough for their Fuzu as well as their Mayin to come online, and from there on, it was just all under Team Secret control.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, like you said, it's farewell to the Chao. She came through like once or twice. We probably won't see her for another like good 10 series now, because especially not being paired with Futsu as well, because again, even though they had no range in the farm lane, they were pretty much neck and neck with gold, and that was just all thanks to the fact that he's able to just roll down the lane, take some turrets, go back to base, rinse and repeat. And it really showed that can sometimes substitute for the farm lane being an ADC. So having a ranged hero down there, and I think that is probably the only time that you can kind of get away with that.
Absolutely. It's a very very refreshing, especially for the side of Isurus, who probably have not seen this sort of strategy played a lot, and that shows in the way that they try to deal with it. Was just sort of scrambling, trying to pick them off over and over again, and that just bought a lot of time for Team Secret to come back in terms of the farm. And if you look at the farm for the side of the Fuzi, he's fully slotted, doesn't have a lot of kills because he's building that damage reduction. He's building tanky, he's building attack speed, and he's building damage reduction to allow the rest of his team to really finish things, to clean things up.
Yep, and we do see that he does go for those 2 attack damage items. So Doomsday for the basic attacks, and then Sparked Forge Dagger for obviously the chain lightning effect, but also the attack speed. But like you said, going for those tanky items just made him that a little bit more fatal in those team fights, because he was able to sustain that damage for much longer. But I feel like the Hino jungle pick really put a spanner into the works of Team Secret in the early game, it seemed, because they didn't have a smooth as early game as they probably hoped for, because I feel like that was kind of like a throw off. They was kind of like, oh wow, this actually works, the tank in the jungle. Okay.
Yeah, and Azrael did a fantastic job as well towards the early stages of the game. Unfortunately, playing the jungle role on the Hino means that you're building tanky. You're not going to be dealing a lot of damage as you would if you played it in the mid, where you tend to build more damage items like the Time Loss Augur, like the Mask of Agony to provide more damage. But when you play in the jungle, you're going to build just as much survivability as possible, just to make sure that you get more out of your ultimate. So Azrael, despite that fantastic early game, wasn't able to really carry on the game for that moment, because WinRJ was just constantly shut down.
Yeah, I mean, the 184k damage taken just really shows how much damage this hero can actually sink into. And we saw it multiple times within the whole game 1, where it was just like, why is he not dying? And then all of a sudden, you just be like, oh, he's still alive. And then he'll just teleport back somewhere. It was a while before they could even catch him out as well. So it took a while for Team Secret to wrap their head around trying to counter the Hino. But it did falter, however, when it came to the jungle objectives. We saw quite a few crucial kill thefts on the side of Team Secret. As you can see, 3 Shadow Tyrants to 0. And then obviously 1 Shadow Overlord to 1 Shadow Overlord. And again, that gold graph, you kind of see why the motion of the ocean was going in that entire match. But MVP is going to go over to Sun there on the Futsu, because again, just detrimental to that actual victory. If it wasn't for this pick, would we be seeing a Team Secret Game 1 win?
Definitely did his job playing that combination very well. Bought enough time for the Mayin as well as the Ukiyo Tachibana to come back from a absolutely horrendous early game, and Team Secret somehow managed to claw their way back into this game with a very well executed cross map strategy.
Yeah, I feel like this replay is just going to be teleports back left, right, and center, as we see him right here. It's just a whoop, and there he goes back to base. And then we're going to see a teleport in here, are we? Potentially? No. Oh, wait, is it going to come through? No, it doesn't come through. It's about to come through, and then everyone goes back into the fight here as well. So it is just teleport central. It's as if they are just traveling and using it as public transport at this point, and that's basically what Futsu did. It was just sort of like, you know what, I need to get a train, I need to get a teleport, I need to smash some turrets, and that's why Sun was MVP. He was able to deal damage, get out of there, and then go back to base, and then come back and just do it all over again. It was like doing a 9 to 5, but in the matter of 19 minutes, it seems. He was clocking in and out unlimited times within that game 1, and to be fair, I don't think we're going to see that again. If we do, it's going to be a solid 2-0.
Absolutely great showing here from Team Secret, able to really stabilize their game and take the first game. They are in a 3-team group as well, so every single win will absolutely matter. And here we see the final fight of this first game, where it seemed like it was going either way. A lot of Sages Sanctuaries come into play, keeping people alive, but it was not enough for Isurus Gaming towards the end, as they will fall in game number 1.
Yeah, it all depends on what happens in this game too, whether we'll get another best of 3-4 today, because I think if we don't get it now, we may not get it in the next one either, because again, it could go either way. It could go Boom Esports or it could go Vivo Keystars. The fact that Osiris is playing this well against Team Secret, I probably would have never have guessed it. I think they've definitely improved from what I was seeing in Chuck BR anyway. Maybe they just didn't want to give too much secrets away when they were playing in the Chuck BR tournament literally last month, it seems. So again, fair play to them for going head to head with Team Secret. Hopefully they can bring it back in game 2. Just band of the chow, lads. Just do it for your sanity. You don't need to see that teleporting lady come back, because I don't think that Hino is going to do exactly the same kind of thing that you need it to do in game 1 that it's going to do in game 2. I think it's another one of those R8 team comps. It's like, yes, you got the double knockups. Yes, you managed to use that for your first victory, but you don't want to try it again, because you know for a fact that Team Secret, and we're like, we're all over that now. We know exactly what to do with that hero.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, Team Secret does have a lot more experience in the game, despite being a rather new organization. Their players are very, they've played the Chinese version for the longest of time. So, you know, any sort of strategy that you might think about, they already played against it previously, and they will have an answer to it.
Unfortunately for their group, I mean, the only other team in their Group C is Kakendra. Again, we'll see them go against Team Secret tomorrow. So again, they don't get much as a breather as the side of All Gamers Global. Like I said, All Gamers Global don't have to play a game all the way up until 4th day. So they get to have a right little chill and do whatever they want to do in Malaysia. But however, my Team Secret have to come straight back tomorrow. First game of the day to go against Kakendra. But like we've been saying for the entire of day 1, this is all about getting your top place within that seeding right now, because if you're in a group of 4, you've got more chances, well, less chances obviously after day 1 to try and get to that seeding number 2, or even trying to peep the ones right at the top, because again, you won't play them again. So you have to just try and win the next 2 games to take it for the top seed. But yeah, I feel like Osiris may be able to answer the call to this game 2, or Team Secret could just have been playing with their food in game 1. What do you think, Zero?
I think looking at the early game, Osiris definitely had a better early game in shutting down the Kyoto Chibana as well as the Mayin. So they just have to be aware during the draft phases of cheeses. I wouldn't call it like a cheese, but yeah, it is a cheese with the Dachiao. They want to make sure that they don't fall for things like this again, and they should be able to force us to a game number 3, because the players definitely have the knowledge and the experience. It's all about and the execution as well.
I mean, they didn't have to ban it out. Team Secret just saw some kind of mercy on them. There's like, lads, just save your bans. We will ban the Chow for you. We'll even get rid of Dolia as well. We know you don't like that one. That Season 1 support ban is just not going to happen, but they allow Osiris to pick up the Mai. Again, we saw promising performance from Minginchi in the early game of Game 1, but then obviously kind of came to a falter because he wasn't able to sort of get carried away, get his priority in his lanes, able to sort of like gank further into the enemy territory, because if he tried to gank, Futsu would have just been like, hi, I'm at your higher ground, I'm taking your base, if he didn't do anything. But it looks like they're going for the Lady Sun and the Hino again, so we could see Clash Lane, we could see that jungle Hino come through again.
Yeah, that's the power of this hero. Very flexible, doesn't really reveal a lot of your secrets. The only downside is he doesn't provide any sort of crowd control for his team. He can build the Hoarfrost staff to provide a little bit of slow, but it's not the optimum build for him. So let's see what they're going to pair with this, because they do need stuns when you're playing with the Mai as well as the Hano. Something to set up those skill shots to connect.
Oh yeah, we get the done boy coming through again. It seems to be
66% win rate.
It seems to be he just rears his head every series for us. It's kind of like they just know that we just don't want this pick to come through. But hey-o, Team Secret clearly knows something we don't know. But at least they go for something a little bit more conventional down in the farm lane anyway. They go for the DRNG and then obviously taking Mustard's a lane from him, because I thought Mustard actually played pretty well if it wasn't for the pressure that we keep alluding to from the Futsu and the Chow. I feel like that Mustard could have had a lot more free reign in that game. But again, Zhongfei, Lian Po both being banned, and then the Taiyan and Mutsu being banned on the side of Osiris.
Team Secret picks up the Sun Bin. That's a great counter to both the Lady Sun as well as the Heino. Just the silence, absolutely huge in crucial moments. That also forces Heino to use his ultimate earlier than he would like, just to prevent himself from being silenced. So Ming will be picked up along with a Charlotte. So this is once again a jungle Heino with the Charlotte played in the Clash, or they can switch things up as well. Play the Charlotte in the jungle and play the Heino in the Clash lane.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, the Charlotte with the Ming. I mean, I'm a little bit more excited with the Ming, especially with the likes of the Lady Sun as well. Again, it could just be a hyper carry scenario we're going to go for. Fingers crossed that this is enough for Osiris to win Game 2 against Team Secret. But we did see that Team Secret do pick up that Angela, who has been a very favorable pick recently in any global Honor of Kings esports, it seems, because again, really easy to land combos. The CC comes through, but then she also, if she positions herself very well, she can just sit back, annihilate your squishy heroes, and then the CC immunity for the ultimates that may get pinned onto her is always going to be a good thing, because obviously she's not going to be, I mean, there's not really much CC, but then again, it's just to counter Mai Shiranoi's knock-up, it seems. So again, it just makes her less of a target for Mai.
Yeah, Team Secret have this, looks like they have all the answers they need against the lineup of Osiris, but we've seen Lady Sun not played for the late game. They've been playing the Lady Sun as an aggressive roamer early on, allowing her to snowball. And we might see that in action here as well, because so far, Lady Sun has definitely have 100% win rate, if I'm not mistaken. So these players are definitely adjusting very well.
Yeah, both being played on Zaze and JR of the first two series. So yeah, I believe she is sitting on a nice cushiony 100% win rate. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how, I mean, WinRG, he used Lady Sun to win with BKS in Season 1, so maybe this would be a good pick for him. Megenshi, with these early game rotations, he's so aggressive with it.
That's the Mai for you. You want to be aggressive. You are terrible in clearing the waves, so you want to make that up with causing pressure somewhere else across the map. Yuhan just trying to make sure that Long isn't harassed here. Making sure that they don't steal the jungle buff away from the Dun, which is very important for the early game of that hero, because Dun's early game is atrocious. Oh, they might get a kill here.
Uh-oh, there we go. Muster going back into Muster fashion, picking up the first blood for Osiris. So 2 back-to-back first bloods for this team. Again, showing major promise for them. So I'm rooting for you, boys. I'm rooting for you. Hopefully you can get this into a best of 3, because we love a best of 3. We don't want just 2 zeros all day. We've got 1 best of 3. Why let's have another. Let's give me another one. We want the full best of 3 in all of its glory. But yes, that was a fantastic 2v1 there. A nice rotation from Megenshi in the mid lane. And again, don't want to get too far in that one, because the Dun, the Sunbin, and the Direnji is there. But Haino is looking to take a little bit of a beating onto the Dun.
Megenshi just walked past and avoided every single skill shot that went his way with his mobility. So very experienced in that hero. He's going to pop his ultimate now. Hey, no! Getting out! Oof, that was close. That was close. I thought he died at one point.
I thought we was going to get no more escape artistry from that game 1 main 70s cop chase thing, but there we go. We have it again. Mai was straight to the back of there, trying to take out the Angela, knowing that she didn't have her ult, but Dun shuts down Mangenchi, so a great enhanced basic attack there from Dun coming through, and there is a blazing brilliance coming through from Angela, just been able to just sit back, absolute cinema, and just blaze her enemy team.
Yeah, that gives a little bit of footing there for the side of Team Secret, who did fall behind. They did get the blue buff back towards the hands of TNX as well, which is very important. Here comes the Sunbin ultimate long, dropping down very low, when Gucci not going to continue on with the pressure.
Yeah, we're not really seeing much potential come from the Ming yet. I'm still waiting for this to go activated and just keep our Lady Sun alive and give more damage and just reduce the damage reduction as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Capox actually adjusts to this hero, because you've just gone from Mutsu, who's just literally stand back, use your first ability, knock back, use your ult, flash in, use your ult. Whereas Ming is a little bit different. You gotta kind of try and focus where you want that Ray to go, what kind of buff or debuff you want to be placing going into a team fight. So again, I'm still waiting for the maximum potential to come through from this Ming pick.
Yeah, Ming does shine a bit more towards the late game. Early game, he's just sort of there to protect his carry. And oh, here TNX gets caught out there by Azri, and he's down very low. He needs to pop his ultimate right about. Nope, too early. He's definitely more patient than I am. I would have popped it like 10 seconds ago just to make sure I'm not that low. But he knows the limit of his hero, and that's why he's playing there, and I'm watching him play.
Absolutely, yeah, that's why we're sat where we are and he's on the stage. But first, Tyrant does go over to Osiris, so again, already an improvement on game 1. They were able to take a first jungle objective again, and they're able to take the first turret as well, so this is a good turnaround. This is surely a good sign of the times that we could potentially be getting an Osiris game 2 victory from the boys.
This was the same situation that Team Secret was in, and they still managed to find a way back. But this is on a different, completely different composition. Now they have a Dun as their jungle, and as expected, TNX is not having a great time on that Dun. If you look at his net worth, it's absolutely atrocious. 2,600 compared to the Heino on a 3.2 thousand as well, and he's gonna start falling off very soon.
Yeah, we don't want that to happen. We want him to just keep going, keep doing it. Mai with the double knock up there. Oh, okay, Sunbin almost getting caught out. Still chance for it to get caught out. Oh, yes, the ultimate shell coming through from Lady Sun, placing it right onto Sunbin's noggin. But here's Dun, here's the Renji and Angela all coming in with a blazing brilliance, but Hainu from behind as well, looking to try and take him out. Can we stop the recall there in the teleport mechanic? Oh, wow.
They did manage to get a kill on turrets, Capox, but TNX had to pay with his life. Who was that used the teleport? Was it Xuan that just teleported towards the bottom lane to with that mechanism to escape? So that was good use of it. Another showcase of how we can utilize that as well.
Oh yes, I mean, it definitely played its dividends there within that last little interaction up in the Clash lane. However, he could get caught out here. It's a 3v1, but is he going to be a slippery devil and actually be able to call back? He is! Oh my gosh. That ultimate is just a little bit too close for comfort for me. I would be just full of anxiety before pressing that button. Like, am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? Just completely detach my hands from my mobile phone. But again, we are still seeing Osiris. They seem to have this ammo that they have a great early game. The mid game is not looking as sort of convincing, but they're still managing to stay ahead. I mean, the gold is just about 4k gold difference. They're only ahead by 1 kill, but however, they have a major priority in these lanes. The side lanes both losing their first tier turret, and they're able to pick up one of the jungle objectives as well. So Tyrant has been taken, but the Overlord has been left in its own corner. And the second tier turret goes down in the farm lane. This is a much better performance and a much better draft, it seems, for Osiris.
Yep, 4,000 net worth lead in 7 minutes. Not insurmountable, but definitely not a position you want to be in if you are Team Secret. Definitely a position you want to be in if you're Osiris. But we haven't seen the DRNG really join in these fights, and he's reaching his critical mass very soon. So that's gonna be where the next few fights are gonna be very important for the side of Team Secret.
Yes, sir. Team Secret looking a little bit shaky, I'd say, even though the mid game is looking shaky for Osiris. Looking a little bit better after taking that second tier turret, though, in the farm lane, giving some great pressure on these side lanes. We have Muster already trying to focus that clash lane, but absolutely perfect. Blazing brilliance from Angela. We have the Death on Sunset come through. There is the flash coming through as well. Oh my days, he was committed to the kill in the mid lane on the side of Team Secret.
Shen definitely making up for the lackluster early game, and the perfect ultimate there by Yuhan was able to stop Azri from being able to use his ultimate. And we were talking about how Sunbin is a good counter to the towards the Heino. That is exactly the situation where he's just the counter to it.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we've seen Dunn actually go for the jungle objective. He actually's gone for, I believe that's Intimidate rather than Smite, which is really interesting to see that there is no Smite on the side of Team Secret.
It could be a mistake because there's not really a situation where you want to intimidate over the Smite if you're playing on the jungle role. So that might come back to haunt them. You know, if we ever get a post-game interview, I hope that Choo is able to ask him that, if that was intentional or was that a mistake. But I'm leaning more towards that not being intentional at the moment. Here we see the Charlotte being chased down, but not enough lockdown to stop her from backing off.
Yes, I mean, we just assume that the junglers have Smite, so I didn't even check until then. I was just like, wait, what? There's no Smite on the Dun, but speaking of Schmitten, we have the Death on Sunset, and it's not going to be enough. We see the Lady Sun is dealing so much damage right now within these team fights. Heino with that obnoxious poking onto the DRNG as well. So already a 1-0 trade onto the side of Osiris right now. The Overlord is up for grabs as well because they aren't going to be able to crucial kill theft if there is no Smite. They would have to be absolute perfection with the last hits from any of the side of Team Secret right now. But again, that Overlord does go down, so that's going to be a great pickup here for the side of Osiris, hopefully getting the win in game 2. Dunn and Charlotte going head-to-head here, but Dunn's like, nah, there's only so much damage that I can actually withstand. I'm going to get out the jump out the frying pan before I get put into the oven by Charlotte.
Yeah, man, without the Smite, that was just a right-click battle, and obviously Dunn doesn't do the best right-click. Oh, backlines dropping very low, but Shen barely managed to survive through all of that. And they did manage to take the tier 2 tower, at least from the side of Osiris, but it's still a 4,000 net worth lead. Team Secret is managing to stabilize at the moment, despite losing more objectives. And it is going to come down to the next fight, especially around this this Tyrant. Team Secret needs to take this fight.
Yeah, I mean, if that Tyrant goes over to the side of Osiris, that's just going to pump more fuel into the Lady Sun. I mean, she's already ahead by 1.2k gold ahead of the enemy DRNG.
Your silence.
Again, that is almost half an item. Charlotte almost getting caught out there, but was able to dash out and dodge all those attacks from the Angela. It just means that both of these teams are all in it to win it. They could all potentially go for the Tyrant, but there is a lot of focus onto the Heino. They're able to just win him down, but they're also going to take down the Dun as well. Crucial engage from the Renji, but Lady Sun picking up another kill. That means more gold over to the late game Lady S that is Lady Sun. She is going to be almost almost at critical mass, I would say, very soon, because she is quite far ahead of the Derenji right now. I mean, Derenji managed to get the kill, though, onto the Hino, so it could be not as far as we think it is.
Yeah, the Lady Sun is already critting for nearly 2,000 damage, but Sun is also looking like he's ready to fight. He has all his brawling items ready to go. So, very crucial kill on towards the Hino. I'll be more than happy to trade my Dun for the Hino any time of the day, and twice on Sundays as well. So, still a 4,000 lead for Isurus, but the lead hasn't grown, which is showing something. No smite.
Yeah, no, this tyrant fight is giving me much uncomfortable second-hand anxiety right now. It's just too close to call. There's just so many skills that's been thrown over to the tyrant, but it does go over to the side of Osiris. And I think they're going to need this because they're behind in the kills. Their gold difference is not as confident as it used to be within the fight. They're 13 minutes in, on the way to that 14-minute mark. They just need to push these lanes, get some of them super minions, just so they've got a little bit more oomph in those minion waves when it comes through to the next few minutes.
And they're trying to push this high ground down to half health. The Hino really poking and prodding from the low ground. That's the strength of this hero. He can be a brawler, he can go close range, but he can also chip away at you from a very far range. And Azrael has had a fantastic game for both series so far. And if this ever goes to game number 3, we might just see it banned away from the side of Isurus. Oh, engagement, silence coming through.
But it looks like it's going to get stopped. Yep, the Death on Sunset comes through to the back line, but it's not going to be enough. They do not take any kills. Neither team take any kills. Dunn looking very low in the health, though. They may, however, take this higher ground turret. They do. So, again, that is at detriment to Team Secret right now because they weren't able to pick anybody off, but they were losing and lacking a higher ground turret now. Again, the Shadow Overlord is up. Is that going to be Team Secret's next point of call? Because if it goes over to the side of Osiris, I feel like this could just be the nail in the coffin for game 2.
Yeah, they need to take this fight and take it very convincingly for the side of Team Secret, because now they're down 5,000. The lead has grown once again. The Lady Sun is at critical mass. No more item slots for her. The only way to upgrade is to sell the boots and get like a Sage's Sanctuary or something to make sure that she doesn't die towards the late game stages of this game. And the Diren isn't quite there yet. He still has one more item slot to fulfill. Without the smite, I don't see a chance for them to steal it. Azrael will get the last hit on it, and Team Secret will have just wasted their time over there.
Yes, what a waste of time indeed. I mean, it's only a matter of time, it seems, until they can clear out one of these waves and just try and push this crystal, because again, it just seems that the only thing that's really stopping the full front of Assault is this Angela pick, because it's really being the anchor for the team of on the side of Team Spirit, shall I say, because she's just able to sit back, just unleash that Blazing Brilliance and just do so much damage. And by the time you've even got in there, you just, most of your team, most of your front line is just demolished. And I think if it weren't for her, the Hainu probably would have survived more times than none, but don't want to knock up. They are focusing the Hainu, not quite being able to kill the Hainu there, so Ezreal actually gets to keep alive, soaking so much more damage. But is this going to be the comeback for Team Secret? They take down WinRG as well. They've got to be careful. They do not want to get any sort of minion wave in their favor, like that farm lane, because even though it's one minion, the Vanguard has just demolished it, but it was one minion that they could have just pushed through to these turrets to get at least the second tier turret in the farm lane. Cyrus looking a bit shaky now, a bit of stumbling onto the ropes.
Yeah, Shen just took too long to be brought down, and his ultimate landed on 5, allowing Team Secret to take the first favorable team fight of the entire game, allowing them to close out the gap down to 3,000 as well. And this late game Tyrant might just be what Team Secret needs to take the next fight. But, their base, they have to watch out for that.
Imagine if that was the loss that Team Secret had. That would be a blemish, surely, right? But no, Angela securing the Tyrant there. So the Shadow Tyrant going over to the side of Team Secret without any of the smites needed. She was just able to just close it with those high damage abilities. Again, this is going to be a lot harder for Osiris, because if they just had that team fight and Hainu was able to stay alive for a considerable amount of time, that Shadow Tyrant is going to make that whole difference when Hainu tries to go for an engage this time around, because they're going to have more power. They're going to have that chain lightning effect as well, so they got to watch out. Osiris got to tread carefully into this next team fight.
Yeah, position-wise, they are in a good position to try and hold on to this. Team Secret are a bit spread out. Lane towards the right side, trying to find an angle from behind. He finds the Charlotte. Not really be able to lock her down, but Team Secret will be able to take that tier 2 tower. And they're going to back off for now, push out the side waves, and go for another objective once they respawn. Elaine still in the fight. They've been at it for the longest of time. Elaine is at his critical mass as well. He's very tanky. He's not afraid of any sort of fight. Team Secret fishing to get a pick off here. They do knock up the Heino, but Heino is still in a good, healthy position, and he's not going to be in any danger whatsoever.
Yeah, Team Secret got to be careful though. Those two side lanes looking pretty healthy in terms of those minions, whereas Elaine has gone to meet it and Muster has gone to push that farm lane one as well. So even though they have, well, they had the Tyrant, sorry, it's pretty much gone now. There is no more Tyrant buff for the side of Team Secret, but that I feel like they probably should have just like left those 4v5 to fight, and then maybe trying to send Muster or Lady Sun down into one of those side lanes just to try and push it and push it a bit further to the crystal, just apply some more pressure, because now there's no pressure to be had right now, because the minion waves are met 0 and 0. And the Shadow Overlord's up, so if they had a little bit more pressure on these side lanes, that Shadow Lord could have been an easy takedown for Osiris, but unfortunately, there's just been no more pressure given to the side lanes.
Yeah, Osiris not really playing the map very well in this late game stage. Maybe afraid of being picked off at this point, but you know, sometimes to win, you have to make these game-winning plays, take these risks in order to be able to win. Sun in the front line, soaking a lot of damage there from Azray. TNX in the middle of everybody. I will have to be forced to back off. Again, no smite. I wonder if Osiris Gaming knows that there's no smite on this done. Oh, knock up.
I mean, you kind of hope so, right? Oh, they're going to be careful. Oh, the timer goes off. A little bit of a wasted journey there. But Elaine is looking to push that minion wave down into the farm lane. They've got to be careful, because that is some extra pressure that Osiris do not need, because they crumble currently at the best of times. So having that pressure into the side lane is definitely something that would make, like Muster is doing right here, peel off from that whole team fight as well. So again, they had to get Muster out of there. They're going to lose that second tier turret as well, unfortunately, for the side of Osiris.
Yeah, net worth is basically even at the moment. Tempest Dragon has spawned. Team Secret is in a better position. Charlotte is not here. If they take a 4 versus 5 now and Charlotte doesn't push all the way, do they catch out the Halo? No, the silence comes through, but he's able to back away just in time. So Team Secret uses one ultimate already this early on. They weren't able to catch off the Halo, and they have to take this fight without Elaine as well, because Elaine is forced back to try and defend the base.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with this 1v1 against Elaine and Charlotte there. I mean, that was a good push for Muster, though, to be honest, after the on-broadcast criticism of him not putting enough pressure in those side lanes. He's still going to go for it, even though he has no minions to sort of push or get into the crystal, if he ever does even get there. But it's keeping Elaine a little bit close, a bit further away from the team fight, which I think is probably the overall goal here for Osiris in Game 2. They have the minion wave there. They've now had to force Elaine to go and stop it, because if they don't, that crystal would go down. Charlotte is able to pick up that Sage buff as well, so we could be seeing Charlotte coming back onto the fight here. There's not much damage being done onto the side of Team Secret, but she does have a way in. Okay. Haino goes back. Dunn is at the front of the queue to soak in so much damage, but now Elaine is back into it. They had a window of opportunity to do something, but now Elaine is back into the team fight.
And the silence was just so clutch. They almost had enough damage to bring down the Hano. The Tempest Dragon taking a bit of time. They do see the HP. Long is in position, trying to go for the steal. Can he get it? No, he cannot. Asher will get the last hit. Oh, and Tien has to back off, pop the ultimate, but here comes the Charlotte towards the back line, doing so much damage. Sun doing a lot of damage of his own. There goes the Sage of Sanctuary. Sun has to back off. Sun still alive, still fighting. One more right click, not enough. Muster still alive. Sun trying to continuously do damage to get 1 kill. That's gonna be on the win RJ. That's huge. That's all your damage from the side of ISG, and Team Secret somehow, despite all the everything that's going against them, managed to take the fight and defend their base at the same time.
A 22-minute match, Zero. Did you think this would happen in day 1 of the Season 2 Invitational? Because I didn't. I didn't see this coming, but now, I mean, how many Tempest Dragons are we going to see? Is this going to be the only one, or are we going to be in store for more? But 35 seconds is still on the board for ISG's Tempest Dragon. Will they do or have enough time to actually utilize this? Elaine's already caught out in a 2v1 here. We see that Angela's trying to rotate. Death on Sunset just trying to keep himself alive a little bit longer. It manages to do so, but as Ray does not want to recall back onto that spot there because he would just get caught out by the Dun. He doesn't know that Dun is there. He's got to be careful. There is a lot of red side team floating around as Ray right now, as we see that Muster is trying to force some sort of macro play up into the top lane, and also the mid lane looking to try and take that all-important mid-high ground turret for the final time, and they do. They manage to wipe out all the higher ground turrets, but Dun is straight into it. Angela just dealing so much damage. Team Secret might just be able to bounce back off the ropes. Sage Sanctuary coming through from Ming, and Muster is able to deliver the Tempest Dragon to the Crystal, but is it going to be enough?
Nah, they're not going to continue on this, but the damage, the knockout from Dun, I mean, sure, TNX had a terrible game. He had everything stacked up against him, even probably the wrong common skill, but somehow managed to find the perfect engagement, paired up with Shen. The knockup sets them up for the kill. The silence once again, oh, the Purify had to be used there by Master to get out of there.
Just look how low that Crystal is on the minimap, man. It's now regaining health. That was probably the only opportunity, the only window that Osiris had into that victory of game 2. We may not even see a game 3. It just all depends how they navigate around this Tempest Dragon, because again, up in 27 seconds is the second Tempest Dragon of the match. We are 24 minutes in, guys. The rest of the games have been much quicker than this. So what makes this one so special? Probably the lack of smite from Dun.
And also Team Secret's late game control. Their late game strategy seems to be a lot better than Muster. They seem to be able to hold on to terrible starts and still manage to come back towards the late game. Team Secret doesn't feel like a team that you want to play against in the late game, because their engagements, despite being, what, 6,000, 7,000 behind previously, they are now ahead in gold once again.
Yeah, I think this is the difference between like a lot of the Western teams and the Southeast Asian teams, is that Western teams generally crumble at the late game, whereas C teams generally thrive. And speaking of thrive, that Sunset on, Death on Sunset comes through for the Elaine, but it's not going to be enough for WinRG to stay alive. Muster is going to be the last shining hope. It looks he's just trying to do his Muster MO, which is just push a lane, and hopefully they can get some sort of backdoor. We see that Mai Shirino is being caught out in the jungle there. They know that she is on the way to the Crystal. We have Mai here as well as Muster. Is it going to be enough damage? Sage Sanctuary coming through for Charlotte, and I think it's going to be enough damage. No, there's no minions. There's no minions. They're not going to be able to do it. What? Oh, Osiris with the second win, with the opportunity of a lifetime, is not going to do it. They're just not going to do it, unfortunately. There is 3 of them in the mid lane right now, and I feel like that is going to be Team Secret's ticket into a 2-0 victory, unfortunately.
I mean, Long just read that so well. Before anyone even showed up in the map, he was already teleporting back to base to prepare for the defense. And my, oh my, Team Secret against all odds will take... Oh, no, not yet. Oh, a little bit too early. Sun's gonna fall. Azrael still fighting. There's no creeps. Azrael, can he survive? He does still have his Sage Sanctuary. They're going straight for the win. And again, Team Secret somehow, against all odds, will be able to take the win and take this series 2-0.
Yep, after a final bastion of aggression there in the Crystal, unfortunately they weren't able just to take the win. They had so many opportunities on the side of Osiris Gaming. It just wasn't enough to take the victory in Game 2. So, unfortunately, Zero, we're not going to get that second best of 3 that we thought we were getting. Team Secret just coach battering one of their players. Like, why did it take so long?
He was bashing 10x, so that is probably because of the smite. That is definitely because of the smite. Oh god.
That would be funny, isn't that? Just your coach coming along and like, what are you playing at? Why did you take smite? What was that about? Oh, I'm sorry, coach. I'm sorry. But no,
still,
I mean,
you know,
Osiris definitely, the performance in Game 2 could have been so much greater than what it was. Unfortunately for them, but there we go. Team Secret taking a 2-0 victory.
Thank you so much, casters, but we'll let them just calming down a bit. Come here, don't be shy, guys. Come here, next to me. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations for Team Secret Malaysia. My, oh my, that's a close one. I think we definitely have to give the mic first to Tian. Tian, we need to ask, what happened with the jungler? Tian X. 啊，对。你要中文还是你要国语还是你要英文？还要中文吗？对不起。你的jungler什么事情啊？
我队友讲他们全部都是打野。
OK， 为什么你没有 smite 啊？为什么你没有 smite？ 对。
他们讲每个人都可以是打野，然后我就给每个人刷，我刷一点点的。
So basically, what 10x said, everybody is jungle. Why should we have smite? We don't need them. We play tanker as our jungle. Dun is actually known as a jungler as well these days, but not just he's not using any like normal jungler heroes. He even not using smite. So that was on purpose. 是故意的是吗？
不是，真的不是，战术。
真的不是 ，so it's not intentional， 是你自己的错还是你本身感觉到什么？刚才那最后一场的时候，你感觉到什么？
有一点紧张。
一点嘛。
一点点。
So definitely 10x feels a bit panic. He knows that I messed up, but at the same time he panicked, but he comes back strong. But coming out now, we have to just relive the moment when it comes to game number 1, Sun. Can we pass the mic to Sun? 你要用中文是吧？你要用国语中文还是英文？中文也是中文啊。OK， 你第一场用老夫子是吗？哇，你玩到哇！你那时候你的感情哦，感觉到好像你们赢了很大是吗？但是如果你比一比第二场，不是那么容易。你感觉第二场的打到怎么样？
我家打野太给我挑战了。
We all blame 10x, that's it. So basically, it's all the jungler's problem. 10x, 你有什么要回答吗？ Do you want to reply to your friend here?
我只能讲，不是我的问题。
Basically, 10x said, you know, I'm not the problem. It's you guys. Everybody should be a jungler. 但是还有吗？你跟他讲什么？
我讲会不会被骂
？You know what he wants to say? He asked his teammate, "Will I get blamed after this? Will the coach actually scold me after this on the stage?" 没关系，不要骂他啦，你们赢了，你不要骂他啦哈。Don't be angry, okay? But thank you so much. Congratulations, Team Secret. Finally, they won over Isurus. But thank you so much for both teams. But we're gonna toss it back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
There we have it. That TNX actually did not take it because it was a mistake. And obviously we saw on stage that his coach went up to him and literally like punched his arm like, what was that about? Which is always good to see that obviously, yes, they are young. Yes, these mistakes are made. But I think he won't get punished. They managed to win. Like he was saying, it's not my problem. It's you guys' problem.
Maybe he's just showing the world how a done jungler is supposed to be played without smite. No, probably not.
Instead.
At least it was Intimidate. It wasn't Heal or something completely useless. But still, a very close series towards the end there between Isurus and Team Secret. But Team Secret was able to close things out. Their late game is just so good from there.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, like with some of the Western teams, like Osiris, with like we get that 24-minute mark, we start to crumble. Whereas obviously the Southeast Asian teams is generally where they thrive because they know that one wrong move or any sort of hesitation is going to be the fault of that late game, and that's what it was with the Osiris game. And they just faltered at the late game. They had 1, 2, 3 opportunities to close out the crystal, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. And I mean, the late game is going to allow you to get to 19k gold, so again, nothing too impressive there. 24 minutes in, I would expect you to be no less than 19k gold anyway. But that last Hail Mary play by Muster was definitely commendable. Same with Mengenshi. I honestly thought they was going to be able to do enough damage, but Team Secret, being Team Secret, was able to wipe out those minions. So unfortunately for them, it just means it's a 2-0 today for Team Secret.
Yeah, but not the easiest games. Even both games, not the easiest situations for them, for sure. But they still managed to claw their ways back out of 2 bad situations, and now they are on top in their group. So 1 foot away from securing their spot in the Esports World Cup mid-season invitational, as well as the top 8 in the Season 2 invitational as well.
Yeah, just looking over those little numbers there, look at Sun's damage, 226k damage, shortly followed by Angela as well. So Long actually doing God's work. I mean, like I said, that pick to flavor out that team comp was probably the reason why they won, because you're able to put so much pressure, especially when you have the likes of Dunn and Elaine be able to dive in and start off the team fight while she just sat back, absolutely obliterate with blazing brilliance, and then just kind of think, you know what, I may pop a first skill, may pop a second skill, let's see what goes on after the blazing brilliance, let's see what's left standing after my ultimate. And Hainu was sometimes left standing, other times not quite so much, but he did 2,100k damage, and then we saw that WinRG was able to do 166, and then Mengenshi with 128. So a lot more different vectors of damage coming from the side of Osiris.
Yep, definitely. And this net worth graph definitely shows, you know, the roller coaster ride. It has been there for Osiris. They got off to a hot start. They managed to extend the lead multiple times, but towards the end, their late game just faltered, and they were not able to close out, allowing Team Secret to come back in such a memorable fashion. The jungler without smite, able to smite you down, and Team Secret, with that win, is now on top of their groups.
I mean, if that's not a flex, to be like, you know what? We went through the group stage. We got a 2-0 victory without Smite. And I think the fact that he didn't take Smite is the reason why he didn't get MVP. Because it was just sort of like, I don't like that. But there we go. The Elaine getting MVP there. So again, I think this was a fantastic pick anyway. Because again, that Death on Sunset really helped with those engages straight into the backline of Osiris. And really helped Team Secret just open up the team fight even further.
Yeah, and the beginning of the comeback was the play there from Xuan, getting a 5-man Death on Sunset, getting 5-man. The damage from that skill is not small whatsoever, and we'll definitely be seeing it in the replay here. This was, you know, 10x off to a decent start, despite not having anything that allows his jungle to flourish. But after that, it was just sort of quiet from him. From that moment on, just because he was not able to really do anything from that on. He was just there to provide CC, provide stun, and the Intimidate definitely didn't help him there. But here, this was the fight I was talking about. Xuan with that huge 5-man ultimate, here it comes. It's going to connect on towards all 5 of them, and that turned the entire fight around there for Team Secret, allowing them to make the first comeback, the beginning of the comeback of the game, and, you know, Osiris was just not able to finish off the game from that moment on.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a. I feel like Osiris may have been very disappointed with the overall performance of that, but to go against one of the better C teams, especially one that's had to prove itself so much, not only through its qualifier, but then also through the last chance qualifier, you can kind of see why this team sort of played against a lot more stronger teams, whereas in Choc BR 2024, Osiris didn't actually get through to the group stages. So, well, they got through to the group stage, sorry, but they didn't get through to the knockout. So again, they just haven't probably been playing to their utmost potential. And then obviously they have Muster on their team. So again, it's a little bit of a different team comp, and they have a new Clash laner on their team that they probably are not used to functioning with. But there is Group D and Group C standing right now. So we have Team Secret right at the top, and then Osiris right at the bottom. Osiris not going to be able to prove themselves until day 3 when they meet against Kagendra. But tomorrow, Kagendra meets Team Secret, or now known as Team No Smite, tomorrow, to see if Team No Smite solidify their top spot or Kagendra dethrones them.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting fight as well. Kagendra has a lot of very experienced players. I would say almost as experienced as Team Secret in the Honor of Kings scene as well. So that's going to be a good fight to find out who will move on. But again, this is one of those groups that we were talking about, Blam, that was very highly potentially a 3-way tie, because all these 3 teams can just take games off of each other. As we did see, even here, Team Secret, they would have... they were in trouble for both games, but Osiris, their late game was just a little bit off.
Yes, unfortunately. I mean, I don't think it helped set up the overall performance of the series, especially going against Futsu and Dao-chan in the... not Dao-chan, sorry, the Chao in the first game of the series. And then, obviously, having such a close win 3 times in that game too, you're kind of going to be like, oh, so deflated that you're gonna try and push through like we saw that Muster and McGenji did, but it just wasn't enough, because at that point they were already solidified in that late game. They already knew what they needed to do to win, and they've probably been in that situation more times than Osiris.
Yep, absolutely. And for the final match of the day, the highlight of the day, I would say, is one of the probably the best teams in that came into this tournament. It is the defending champions for Season 1. Vivo Stars will be playing against Boom Esports as the Group A match. That is the only group that has 4 teams. So, obviously both teams would still want to start off the group stages with a win on the board, but it is less punishing to lose here, because you still have to fight against 2 other teams after that.
Yeah, you've got more chances to come back in Group A, which I think is probably a blessing here. Like we saw with Vivo Stars in Season 1, they didn't perform their best in the group stages, but again, I still think that was a whole ruse, because how they managed to dominate in that grand finals was just sort of like, nah, you were storing that, bro. You were storing that in the bag against Alpha 7 in Season 1 grand finals. But I think they'll probably bring their full force going into this one, just like the rest of the teams for the rest of the day, because like you said, you want to be top of the board towards at the end of the day. But again, it'll be very, very soon we get to this match, but we're going to go for a short break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you soon.
Bom, com essa nova lineup, né, essa nova hotlane, essa lineup foi formada para ser a melhor Vivo de todos os tempos, então eu tô realmente...
Dragon, sino ba mga kalaban natin?
Wala ko ilabot.
We'll knock you!
For BKS, Vitality, and FUT, be ready, because we will find you and we will crush you.
Não quero dar recado para nenhum time específico, mas vocês vão conhecer o melhor top laner do Ocidente.
Our best challenge is going to be beat them Asian teams. Team Secret, I guess, is a great rival for us.
不只是查特世界杯，我来 S2 就是想拿冠军。
Falar para Team Secret, a gente vai ganhar bem fácil. Infelizmente, vamos deixar os torcedores da Malásia tristes, mas a Argentina vai estar muito feliz.
东南亚赛区的操作手法上面都是比较厉害的，对于我们来说其实也是蛮有压力的。
أنا فخور جدا عشان احنا بنمثل الوطن العربي وإن شاء الله نأدي أداء.
Because our 8 is coming and be careful.
不要小看我们，虽然我们是一个很新的队伍，我说一定会追上你们的。
比较担心那个老对手 LGD 吧，
因为我们平时训练赛跟他们打起来，感觉他们比较厉害。
因为我们确实比别人厉害， 他一点。
I just want to say, don't scare about us. We are same human being, so we are only 10 finger. Don't scare about us. Don't scare. Don't scare. Don't scare about us.
虽然你们哪个人也很厉害，但是我相信我的队伍不会让自己失望。
去年的 KW 决赛我们输给了他们，今年我要赢回来。
打你们像喝水一样。
如果遇到我们会2-0拿下你们。
无论遇上什么队伍，我们也可以打得有来有回。
晋不晋级无所谓，但是一定要打出自己平时备战的训练状态，然后不要有遗憾。
Let's just enjoy the game and give the fans a good time.
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born this way, ay. It's my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Raised up on my face, scars up on my skin. I can't convince them, keep please, I'm molested, I'm the one. Hey, should I eat all day? Doing it for real, locked on my door. From the ashes, I'll go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will buzz them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. You got a champion, getting me back. Calling out for the game. There's no we should yell out my name when I sing a top of our
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on Show Enemy Avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead.
Well, hooked in by Fang. Fang doing the hook. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings. Today you have me, Blam, for the final match of the day, and Zero, as always, with me. What are we looking forward to most going into this last matchup of Group A?
We get to see Vivo Keystars with their new roster. Not the first time we're seeing this roster in action, but on the biggest of stage, especially since they're coming back as the defending champions. They still have Niap, Danny, as well as One, but they've swapped out their farming lane as well as their roam.
Absolutely, and obviously none of this would be possible without our first sponsor, that is Infinix, and all the players are playing on the Infinix GT20 Pro. So experience esports level gaming with the Infinix GT20 Pro, like all the professional players here at HOK Season 2 Invitationals. If you'd like to find out more, you can check it out on the Infinix official website. So when you see the devices get planned onto the cameras, this is the device that all the players are playing on.
Yeah, not to mention, of course, the Esports World Cup will be the leading tournament after this Season 2 Invitational, which is what a lot of these players are fighting for. This collaboration brings our teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports event of the year. The top 8 teams from this Invitational will qualify for the EWC in July, so make sure you continue watching the Season 2 Invitational, because these are the top 8 teams, and you want to see how they would do in the international stage.
Yes, and without further ado, here are the team lineups for Vivo Keystars. We have Niap, Danny, One, Caesar, and Maynard in the support role. So again, the farm and the support role Players are different to Season 1 because we had WinRG and Menguinchi, but this time around we have Caesar and Maynard filling out the team comp of VKS. And you saw it in the teaser. Danny was saying this is the best roster that we've had as Vivo Keystars, so I'm very excited to see how these ones do.
Yeah. Meanwhile, their opponents for the first game of their groups is going to be Boom Esports representing Philippines. We have Miggy, G6, Dragon, Toshi, and Impressive rounding up their lineup. And they have been they've been competing in multiple different game titles previously, and they definitely have an interesting idea around preparing for this tournament. A lot of the international teams did opt to hire or get the help of Chinese coaches or players who played in the KPL. Boom Esports, they decided to stick with their previous coach from a different game. So he brings a little bit of less of the game knowledge, but more of how to operate as a team.
More of that Boom flavor, and I just have to say, if Impressive is anything less than impressive, I want a rebrand on his name. So we'll see how Impressive does against VKS. But yes, the manager and coach for the side of VKS is different this time around. We don't have Juliano, but we do have what's the coach's name? Sorry. It is Joko as well. I believe they have some sort of history with this coach, because I know that the big return for this coach within Chok BR was something special. So again, I'm very much looking forward to see how they pair with their new coach as well. But like I was saying in the introduction to VKS, Danny says that this is their best roster they've ever had as VKS. So again, that makes me super excited, because like Zero knows, Danny, Juan, and Niap, they were pretty much the all-stars of their team in Season 1 Invitational, and they've continued to go through, and there's a reason why they keep getting inside to VKS.
Yeah, and a lot of they have a lot of noise coming in towards this tournament, defending champions, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But Boom Esports in this group was one of the few that we thought that would be able to provide a potential upset against them. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out in this opening match.
Yeah, because along with obviously Vivo Keystars and Boom Esports in the Group A, we also have Team Vitality, which, your boy, European representative, hello, cannot wait to see them tomorrow. And then obviously we have the Turkish team, one of the best Turkey teams from Season 1 Invitational, and it's Foot Esports, again with their long-standing roster as well. So it'll be really interesting to see how those guys play tomorrow. But we are getting into Draft 1 of Game 1, and we're already seeing the bye-bye to the support ladies. No da ciao for the Boom Esports. That's a no for the Frisco.
Arlie and Mai will be the band of choice there from the side of Boom. They instantly snap up a lane on their side, but VKS again with the done. It's a 75% win rate right now. A surprising statistic, especially after Season 1. But Danny was one of the few players that actually did manage to get a few wins off of it in Season 1. So he's definitely very experienced in that hero. Hopefully he's able to get that win rate up to 80%. That's an A, right? 80% is going to be an A in terms of win rate.
You'd like to think so. But I mean, the done against the pay. We've seen this already. It's like the opening game to the close, one of the closing games of the day, and we're seeing the repeat happen. So hopefully, Danny, being a very capable jungler, he should be able to fix the rungs that Impunity had with when it was against LGD earlier when they picked pay as well. But the Lady Sun coming through again. We're seeing a bit of a different painting and a bit of a different team comps coming through, because the whole of the Open Series, we had a lot of Yi as well, and obviously Derenji has still been a tried and tested, always coming through. Ali's been banned quite frequently. We've seen Marco Polo once today, but there's been like no Garo, there's been no Luben. We saw Fang quite frequently in Season 1 Invitational as well, but the Lady Sun is definitely coming out to play, and they want that late game lady on her team. But again, it is the dual ladies. We have Lady Jen in the mid lane on VKS1, which I can imagine is a superb pick and pairing for VKS. And then over to the side of VKS again, we have the Jung Fei. So that all-important boost is getting played for the Brazilians.
You have lots of team fight in those two heroes with the support as well as the mid lane, and a lot of protection for the Lady Sun as well. So the change in terms of the marksman is definitely a very interesting note to see. Here we have the Hano picked up there by Boom, as well as the Athena again.
Ooh. Where is that little lady gonna sit? Is that gonna be support Athena?
Is this gonna be a feed Athena?
yeah.
It might just be
more like a feeder. Athena. Let's see if the feeder is going to win this time, because obviously it didn't work out for the side of All Gamers Global. Sorry. So let's see how they do this time around. Boom Esports playing it into the support role, it seems. They do take the high note as well. So again, maybe they was hoping that Danny was going to go for the high note, but instead goes for the dun, but the RNG as well. So seeing those two paired up in that mid lane, in that farm lane, sorry, is going to be really interesting, because like we saw with All Gamers Global, Athena has some great CC immunity, has plenty of dashes, and then obviously when she comes back from her death, she does knock up the unsuspecting victim that she is hovering over. So again, that could lead into Derenji being able to pick up a kill, Elaine being able to pick up a kill, or even Pei to come through. But it's going to be really interesting to see how they play Pei this time around on the side of Boom Esports. Will we get that aggressive Tiger himself, or are we going to get a little bit of a soft kitty going into the jungle? And is VKS standing and apply pressure to the Pei?
That's going to be the benchmark of this game. Can Danny get a good jungle? Because Pei is one of the more aggressive junglers. They have the Athena to really just harass. I can see Athena did go for the smite and gets the steal on towards that jungle and might be able to survive. This was what they were planning about. Done is terrible if you don't have a good start. And if he keeps the buff, no, they give it over to one, which is better than giving over to Danny. So impressive, already doing his job. Great start here from the side of Blue.
I suppose that losing the red buff is probably not as detrimental as losing that blue buff, right? So I suppose they played that okay, because the Athena getting a kill onto the Athena for obviously a 1 in the mid lane is going to be huge. But our hero spotlight for this match is Charlotte. So Charlotte's basic combo is a first, second, ult, basic attack. Her attack speed reduction mechanic effectively counters marksmen and fighters. So if you fancy to be a little bit flashy lady in the Clash laney, that is your hero to go to.
Second death already for impressive. Not really impressive so far for those who are not familiar with this sort of strategy. But it all has a bigger plan. There's a bigger plan behind all of this. It's just whether Boom is able to execute the mid game once they are able to shut down this stuff.
Yeah, we would like to assure you that it may not be a feeder, but I can't promise anything, especially with the sprint being played onto the Elaine as well. This is a great mechanic for Elaine, because it's able for him to run in, get that death on Sunset, or for a disengage, which is instantly removes slow effects and grants 30% movement speed for 10 seconds, while sprinting, half slow effects receive and grants an extra 20% movement speed when out of combat. So again, for somebody like a hero like Elaine, is going to be an integral common skill to pick on that hero.
Yeah, not many heroes do pick this, the sprint, just because, you know, Flash is generally just more useful most of the time, but it has its uses it is very situational. And like you said earlier, a lane is definitely one of those that can really utilize it to the fullest at the moment. Top lane, Yap gets caught out there. A lane will be the one to get the kill. So that's going to be a huge thing there for the side of Boom, who is just way too busy trying to get the done online. And because of that, they will have to sacrifice something, and that something will be Yap on the Clash lane.
Yeah, you can kind of see the function of the Athena this time around. She is there to disrupt Dun's jungle and farm, and then she's also there to sort of be the scapegoat. So everybody's focusing her, everyone's just dealing damage to her. With her being a support, it's not that much of a loss because the RNG is actually not doing too bad down in the farm lane on his own. Toshi really holding his own down there in the farm lane, and then obviously you have Pei there. So in the worst case scenario, you can kind of have either Heino or you can have Pei come through and help down into the farm lane if needed. But right now, it doesn't seem like it seems to be a detrimental thing, and it doesn't seem to be stopping the side of Boom Esports from aggressing and advancing in the gold lead ever so slightly.
Impressive once again doing his thing, trying to get a steal. Did he get it? No, he did not get it.
No, he didn't get it.
His life again. At what point?
Yeah, there we go.
Does this?
Yeah. When's many deaths enough deaths? When can we say come back a bit? Come back to the home team. Come on, stop killing yourself. It's like we stop giving up a goal, baby. We don't need any more of that. But it seems like this is what Impressive has done for quite some time, and it's definitely working here right now. Athena being able to get picked up once again. Just got to be careful that they don't give too many of those deaths over to the Lady Sun, so that their farm lane is ahead of the RNG on Boom Esports. But so far, they are very much teetering between the gold lead here. So again, 300, 200 gold difference is nothing at all. And Dun being able to fly over the wall, not getting caught out there on that 3v1 because it would have been a big upset for the Charlotte. But there we go, Toshi getting 2v1 under the turret. And it looks like the first tier turret is going to be taken down by VKS.
Much needed there, being able to snowball the Lady Sun early to her to her power spike there. We haven't seen a G6 really make a lot of movement across the map. It hasn't been the aggressive Pei that we've been used to seeing. Mid lane still under pressure. Danny really hasn't been able to get any other kills outside of Impressive. So in a way, the strategy is working. They've been putting a lot of focus on towards him, but whether it's going to pay off towards the long run is something else we'll have to see altogether.
Yeah, you can kind of see the fact that with the Athena, it kind of, if they had Pei on the rotation as well, it would be a little bit too much for Boom Esports to account for. So with Impressive just constantly just floating around, doing what he needs to do, disrupting the Dun. Yes, he may die at least. I'm pretty sure all 9 kills other than Toshi down in the bot lane were Athena. So let's see how it plays out towards the mid to late game. But currently right now, they're able to neutralize that lead that they had in the farm lane as they take the first tier turret down there as well. Impressive once again getting caught out here. There is no means to get his team into the blue side of the enemy jungle. We see that Zhongfei pushes back Toshi as well, leaving a Dragon all on his own. Heinu has only a very close place to recall to, but is dashed to change that all around. And now the Clash lane has taken the first tier turret as well.
Yep, and all the information still being provided there by Impressive, even though he's dead. That's one of the upsides of having that Athena, is that he's always able to rejoin the fights very, very quickly just because of how her passive works. And still, now with the Pei, now they're going to be more aggressive in the enemy jungle. Net worth is still in the lead of Boom Esports for the moment, so that's going to be boding well for them leading on towards the mid game.
Yeah, you can kind of see that the Pei is now having a little bit more freedom to roam now that the 2 side lane turrets have been taken. So maybe this was the overall goal. There's just like, yo, Impressive, just die. Just do the easy thing. Just give us some intelligence. Let's let me know where they're going to be at so I can be in the opposite side of the map. And that seems to be working so far for Boom, as they are still ahead with the gold, but it's not a lot. This is probably the closest the gold difference has ever been for so long. I mean, we're going 8 minutes in. Nobody's like a K ahead. It's just like 100. And it just keeps flickering to and from, but that mid lane turret may go down here. Derenji is just tapping away with those basic attacks onto that turret, and VKS aren't bothered. They are just like, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, they know that they are playing for the end game. They're playing for a much bigger goal there. As long as their jungle, their jungle as well as their clash laners are not under any sort of pressure, they are able to take the mid game fights very well. Pei doing a lot of damage towards the Zhang Fei, but Zhang Fei still has his ultimate, not going to pop it yet, just waiting for the opportune moment, but that opens up the Tyrant to go towards the way of Blue. The second Tyrant for them to pick up.
Yeah, VKS definitely lacking in the jungle objective department here. VKS Danny not quite on point with the Dun. Obviously, we know this player can play very flashy jungle heroes. He clearly doesn't want to pick them up first game because, again, that would just be a little bit too telling for the side of VKS, it seems. But currently, Boom is doing fantastic on both, like all factors here. Other than kills, they are doing pretty great. Like I said, the goal difference isn't a lot because, obviously, Impressive having to die so much means that the gold lead gets nullified. I suppose that's the only trade-off with the Athena pick, but not being able to close down the Hino there. We see that Impressive jumps on to Ejix as well, so all in that mid lane. They've got to be careful. VKS, they don't want to get funneled in because they do not have a first-tier turret to rotate back into safety, and nobody gets picked up.
Yep, still a 400 gold lead, essentially nothing here for the side of Boom. In terms of the map, they do seem to have a better control across the map for now. Danny, once again, trying to get that blue buff. Spread up. Nope, steal. No steal. It's gonna go towards Danny. But at this point, 10 minutes in, has Danny really done anything on the Dun?
No.
Not really.
Yeah, just getting free kills from the Athena. It's kind of like, yeah, well, I got 12 kills. Yeah, but she came to you. She gave you those kills. It's like nothing really impressive to be had there. But this could be the impressive part right now because they are at the Shadow Tyrant. There is a lot of teamfight going on. Hey, no, having to recall as well. Pei taking down Danny. That is not where you want to lose. Danny right now, he has no smite. There is no smite on the side of VKS. We are seeing the Caesar is pretty low as well. Lady Sun being taken down, which is just unfortunate as we see that the blue minion wave is rotating to the bot lane as well. So obviously a bit of a priority down into the bot lane, and they do take the second tier turret once again on the side lane. So holding on to that second tier turret in the mid lane is not a healthy position for VKS going into the 11th minute.
Yeah, Boom Esports definitely, especially getting ending the kill streak of Danny means that everybody gets additional gold, which is absolutely huge. They fed Danny into this prized dinner, and they just had him for Thanksgiving there. So all that gold that Danny's farmed up has been given away, and now it's a 3,000 net worth fee going towards the way of Boom.
Yeah, no, that's also a very interesting mechanic into the Athena pick, is that you feed up that one person, then you literally create a pinata, and that's exactly what is happening to Danny. But we do get a kill onto Impressive. Once again, crucial engage, but the kill is going over to VKS1. Again, would be a great pickup for a kill for the mid lane, but it's just looking too shaky here for VKS. They do not have any dominance in those lanes. They're at the higher ground turrets on both of their side lanes as well. So again, there's just not much place to go back to. They are pretty much... I feel like this is kind of like maybe we should just try and play the best we can do in game one here, and then just go back to drafting game two. Try and play a little bit better here. I feel like the Dun just isn't doing what it needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, we've been critical of this hero for the longest of time across 2 invitationals, and this is exactly why this hero is not high up in our radar. Looks like Boom Esports with the unorthodox strategy will be able to take game number 1 as they get a ace, get the kill on towards Niep, who just respawned. They're laughing their heads off there from the side of Boom. Kind of like they can't believe this worked, but it did, because your enemy's jungle is a Dun.
Yeah. Dun, you can't spell dunce without done, and clearly that's what happened there on the side of VKS, unfortunately. But Like you said, and it's a great pickup that going forwards is that the Athena pick is literally just to fatten up somebody on the enemy team, just so you can then deny them towards the end of the game, so that then all that gold spills out of that one hero, and then you're kind of like, oh, we're now 3k gold ahead, and your enemy team's just sort of like, oh no, like what are we gonna do now? We were pretty much neck and neck with gold. We got all the way into the 12th minute, and now they're way ahead of us in gold, and it really just shows and pays dividends that strategy does work.
Yeah, but just as a disclaimer, you want to do this when your opponent's jungle is someone that doesn't scale towards the late game. He doesn't get additional stats when he gets kills. You don't want to feed a Dian Wei 15 kills before the 5-minute mark. No, that is the worst hero to do it against. But against Dian Wei, against Dun, against maybe, I don't know, maybe against just only Dun, that you don't really want to let him snowball like that.
Yeah, maybe that was the reason why Boom was just like, hey, the pick done. We know exactly what to do. AG Global may not know how to do this, but we definitely do. We've done this plenty of times, and it's definitely worked. But Boom Esports finishing that with a 12-minute game is definitely setting a good pace here. But again, I do still believe that it's All Gamers Global that have taken the fastest round yet. But just look a little bit at these stats here. So as we saw, Danny got 7-2-5. After those 7 kills, he was demolished, and then all that gold went over to the side of Boom Esports. Basically, Danny was basically turned into a crypto coin. He was just sort of like Danny coin for that entire game, and then they were just like, yep, let's get to the peak of the market and let's cash out, baby. Kill Danny, and then we're 3k gold ahead. But just looking at that, 13 kills on the side of Boom, impressive, but still taking the dub. Anybody watching this for the first time would be like, how have they managed to die 13 times but still taken the win? And that is how, my friends, it is science, it is economics, and it is Boom Esports.
It's just basic math is what Blam is trying to say, but it doesn't work all the time. You gotta make sure you do it at the right time, and boy, Boom definitely found the right time to do this. Taking the first game, definitely not the situation where VKS expect themselves to be, because remember, they are the defending champions of these the Honor of Kings Invitationals, and losing against basically a no-name team is not great for your morale.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. In Season 1, they were able to make these mistakes in a group stage because they were knowing that they would go for the knockout stage anyway. Whereas this one, you can't really make that mistake. You can make it once. So if they make it once with Boom Esports, knowing they don't have to face them again, but then go through the rest of the days just completely destroying the other teams, is still yet to be seen. But here we go. Look at that. The 107k damage on the side of Boom Esports for Haino. Pei actually taking a back seat there as well, whilst Toshi under the Renji taking that 77k damage. And then obviously the only impressive stat there onto the side of Evo Keystars is that 68k damage, and then the 50k on the Lady Sun. But again, Dunn taking that 111k. But Boom, impressive. Didn't even mean to take 102k damage. It was just sort of like, yeah, bro, don't worry about it. We will get you. We will get exactly what we've come for in this game. And the fact that you've chose Dunn is played right into our plan. I mean, you saw that Athena get picked right at the end. They knew exactly what was coming.
Absolutely. It's telegraphed from that moment on. And, you know, VKS, they did try, and I mean, you kind of have to take the kill when it comes towards you, right? But unfortunately, when you get it on the Dunn, is not the best hero to get it to. If they got it on maybe the Lady Sun, or even on towards the mid lane, then, you know, it might be completely different. But Danny got most of those kills, and even if a Dunn gets 10 kills at the start, it doesn't really do much.
Yeah, I suppose the only reason Boom Esports had that privilege to do so is because of those side lanes being taken pretty easily as well. So they couldn't afford to get the Lady Sun out of the lane, or else they would lose it. And there we go, 13.
Oh, God.
Who would have known? 13 deaths can get you MVP. So Boom, impressive, taking the MVP in Game 1 against Vivo Keystars, taking that 102k damage taken, and then 5,183 gold. I mean, hey, a beggar's belief, isn't it, that you can die 13 times to get MVP?
Oh, God. My pub games are going to be in shambles. They're gonna watch this stream and they're gonna tell me I'm feeding tactically, so when you get the kill, you get, you know, you get all the gold. No, it doesn't work every time, guys. It has to be very situational. It has to be against a Dun. It has to be against a hero that doesn't scale well. And if you feed anyone else, it's gonna be in shambles. But impressive, still did his role, did his job very well. Created so much havoc that every other lane was just basically uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see the upset from the early game. The fact that he was able to claim the first red buff from Danny, I was kind of just like, oh no, it's happening. It's happening.
It's starting.
And then from there, it was just, yeah, from there, it was just a shockwave. It was a ripple effect. It was the true butterfly effect of Honor of Kings. It was kind of, oh, you killed the Athena once, that's it. Your history has no, I mean, your future has no change, and you are going to lose game 1 to Boom Esports as you get into that late game. But yeah, most of this highlights is like, oh yeah, death to Danny, then fed. And then it was just sort of like, yeah, Boom has now taken this game 1, now that they have cashed in their crypto Danny coin.
All according to Keikaku towards the end, and you know, Boom definitely had, you know, they prepared this. It wasn't something that they haven't had prepared before the match. They definitely, you know, Danny has been playing the jungle Dun for the longest of time. Dun is still in the meta as a jungle for I don't know what reason. So it's great that they have this prepared in their back pocket.
Yes, absolutely. But I feel like if they are going to try and pull this back into a best of 3, then I think this next game is where they want to do that. But again, this could just be the strategy that I was alluding to towards the end of that post-game analytics, that Vivo Keystars are happy to take this out against Boom Esports just so they don't show enough of their cards going into the knockout stages, but then just go on to beat Foot Chaos, go on to beat Team Vitality. But then you've got to, there's a lot riding on that, thinking, you know what, we can beat Foot Esports before because we beat them once, and then Vitality's kind of like, oh well, we don't know if we're going to beat them, but we'll assume we're going to beat them. But I think there's going to be some upset here for VKS that they will take back to the drawing board.
Yeah, definitely. They are a very experienced team. They were the best team from Brazil for the longest of time. So they definitely have, you know, they have the experience. They have the mentality to try and bring this back. So at this point, it's a one game at a time mentality that they have to really take up, because the game is not over yet. They still can take this series, and it all boils down to this next draft.
Next draft indeed, and I don't think they'll try the Athena again, especially if they don't go for the Dun. If they go for Athena first pick, then it's kind of like, yeah, no, they're inting, bro. You don't know what they're going to pick in that jungle, and it might be just something that needs that that thirst and that gold in the jungle. But I can imagine that Boom Esports is like, no, we've pulled out the Athena once. We're now going to retire it for probably the rest of Season 2, because it's not going to work twice unless your enemy is silly enough to pick that Dun. But it's like we've been saying for the whole of match 1. Day 1. Lamb has not been banned. Lamb has not been picked. And I don't quite understand where this huge focus from Lamb in Season 1 from open series has just disappeared. And just, it's not like he's been nerfed. It's just flitted off into the distance.
I guess there is a lot more better junglers now that fits into different roles. Lamb sort of had to fulfill all those roles back then, when you had to both tank up and then deal damage and gank, and also provide the CC in the form of your outs. But right now there's better heroes for more specific roles. So the saying goes, you know, jack of all trades, master of none is still better than the master of one. That is why you choose Dun. That's why exactly you don't choose Dun, because it does absolutely nothing at all. And it has a 60% win rate at the moment. It is still at a 60% win rate. So yeah, interesting position we are in.
It's just crazy. Yeah, and there we go. The Athena's banned. I don't even need to ban it. They didn't even have to ban it. That's a waste. They could have banned like Zhongfei. They could have banned the Elaine. They could have banned something a lot more integral. Even the pay, unless they decided they're going to go for the pay this time around. But locking in the Chao is going to be really interesting here for VKS. You don't really see them pick up this hero that much. But paired with we're in for a treat. Again. Zero. The Fuzu and the Chao comp comes through with the Princess Frost as well.
And Boom is gonna take a leaf out of their book. Hey, Athena is banned. You know what that sets up perfectly for? The Dun jungle. Oh yeah, God.
Yeah.
Oh, why? 7. We had what? This is our 8th game of the day. 9th. 8th game of the day, yes. And we've seen what? 5 duns.
I've seen too many duns to even like consider. Like if I get more duns tomorrow, I'm literally gonna be done. I'm gonna be done. I'm absolutely gonna be done. I want to see my Jing come through. I want to see the Lamb come through. I want to see more pay. Pay's come through twice, and that's it. But there's so many more fruitful jungles that could be picked up here, and just we're not seeing them. Just stop picking the dun, please. But like, looking at the bans over to VKS. Yeah, exactly. Zalong as well. We saw him in the C qualifiers, but they're still just not picking him. They're just teasing us. It's like, nah, we'll wait till the knockout stages to bring out some big guns, which seem to be the way we've done. He's more like a group stage kind of hero, and then he gets towards the knockout. It's like, you are not getting anywhere near that gorge in the knockout stage. But the last ban on the side of VKS is that Lady Chen. They do not want the poor man's Princess Frost coming through onto the side of Boom Esports.
That leaves the Angela to be picked up there by Boom. I wouldn't say a replacement, but sort of a different role, more focused on doing damage than providing the CC for your team. But I guess with the Dun as well as the Elaine as your Clash as well as jungle hero, you don't really need more CC on your team.
No, definitely not. But the Angela is definitely a tried and tested. I think this hero is sitting on that 100% win rate for the majority of the day, because every time this hero comes through, it is definitely an upset for the side. Oh my days, what Flash Central? We've got Guan Yu coming through. We've got Luna. Oh, we're in for a treat. Danny on his Luna. But then again, this is very... I honestly just got a flashback from Season 1. When he picked Luna in Season 1 and it did horrible. Remember that? I don't want that to be the case again. He lost the only game he picked that. Yeah, he literally lost the only game he picked the Luna. So I really hope this actually comes through into fruition and actually gives us something good in this game too. Because if it doesn't, then VKS are just sort of like, just to start, they're doing what I said. They're just going to ride day one out. Boom Esports, they're done. We don't have to play them again. We'll just go and attack the rest of the teams. But the Guan Yu could be very... I have not seen Niap on Guan Yu, and I'm really excited to see that.
It's not an easy hero to play. Niap definitely can play it. He definitely has already played it previously, or else he wouldn't be picking it up at this crucial stage. They are one game away from losing up in this group stage match. Not the highest of stakes, seeing that they are in a 4-team group, but obviously you would still like to be in a comfortable position leading on towards the later stages of the group stage. So this is going to be a very interesting match. We see a lot of new heroes in this map, and the return of the Da Qiao Fuzi combo. Who will take game number 2? Would it be Boom with the Arlie, with the Angela, with the Sunbin, or would it be VKS with the Luna and the Guan Yu with their debut performance?
Wait, you're more excited for the Fuzu and the Chao? I thought we was excited for the Dun jungle pick again. No, did we not rehearse that properly? But no, Dun pick coming through once again. But yes, again, VKS with such a... what could only be described as a Chad team comp. the Futsu, the Chao, the Guan Yu, and then obviously the Luna as well. Obviously, Princess Frost being a fantastic utility mage as well, just being able to lock down those team fights and just do so much damage in the meantime as well. Just kind of using that as a cut-off mechanic as well. But this is the fantastic thing with Guan Yu, just being able to push people in and out of turrets as well. So if you think you're safe, Guan Yu's on his horse and he's like, get out your turret, bro.
Yeah, Guan Yu, one of the more aggressive laners in the Clash lane, and most of the time he doesn't even play in the Clash. He will rotate around, causing havoc, trying to get kills for the rest of his lane. There is the rare occasions where the Guan Yu gets really fed and starts to kill everybody, but usually he's more of the utility role from the Clash lane.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm really going to be interested to see how they navigate the Arlie down in the farm lane as well, because obviously we know that with the life step and stuff like that, but with the fact that Futsu can actually just lock her down with his ultimate, it's kind of just like, hey, your umbrella is not going to save you now, bro. Like that Parasol, just go and get another one. It's not going to work when you're locked down in my lantern. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Sasia plays against Tashi in the farm lane, because last match we saw that VKS's farm lane was actually doing pretty well against Tashi. I believe that the not first blood, but first kill was over to Tashi between the two ADCs, but this time around, obviously, very much close quarter combat, high attack speed. It's going to be really interesting to see if we see more of a tanky Futsu, or they're just going to go full out sort of attack speed, attack items, unlike what we saw on the side of All Gamers Global.
Yeah, and it's getting to the level 4 mark. The Lunas haven't really been able to get any kills. Just picked up the blue buff. Oh, not yet actually picked up the blue buff. So he's going to go back for that. Who's trying to find someone off the... Niap still staying up towards the top lane. Hasn't really made any rotations across the map just because the lane has been very annoying. Pushing the wave up towards the tower and then backing off. Making sure that Niap stays in that lane and not cause trouble somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Miji is just there, just hiding in the bushes, saying like, oh, I've got to wait for the optimal moment, knowing that Princess Frost and Guan Yu are here. I can't just go 2v1 against that combo. But speaking of combos there, Dragon with the Angela taking a lot of damage onto Sacer as well. So this is not being played as effortless as it was on All Gamers Global. There is that just right there. We're pretty much 3 minutes in, and it's very clutch for the side of VKS. The Death on Sunset coming through, just not going to be there to close the gap onto Guan Yu there.
Yeah, still a lot of good damage being dealt there. Maggie with his had to use his ultimate, like you said, but not a big deal early on. Maggie doesn't really want to join fights earlier on anyways. He wants to get his farm up towards the late game. That's a lane for you. He wants to get towards the mid-game stage with a decent amount of farm and then just really start to cause havoc later on. But here, yep, trying to put pressure. Princess Frost drops the ultimate. Bottom lane, yep, that's Angela in trouble.
Oh, okay. Danny coming through.
Good trade.
It was a trade. Yeah, it was a trade for the Futsu down in the bot lane, but taking Dragon down as well, especially with the Blazing Brilliance. That could have gone horrible for the side of EKS, because we know how much damage that ultimate can do, and especially if you manage to like hit one of the other abilities of Angela, it just does even more damage. So again, I think EKS are very lucky just to walk away with that 1-1 trade, to be honest, but they aren't lucky in the regards that they have lost the Tyrant. First Tyrant of the game going over to Boom Esports, and a pressure being put on here to VKS Danny when he tried to invade. Look at him smashing those buttons away. That's the first time we've seen that one. There he is. He's just trying his best to try and close the gap on this Overlord for himself, because they don't want to be walking away with none of the first round of jungle objectives.
Danny, off to a great start, managed to steal away the red buff from the Dun, so that's going to allow him to really progress towards the mid-game stage of the game. He's probably already in a top of the net worth. Who's has fallen once again. A lot of focus has been put by Boom on towards the mid lane. Angela not going to connect on his skills. Danny a little bit too fast, a bit too mobile to land those skill shots without any sort of prior setup.
Yeah, I feel like Boom Esports is probably one of the teams that know how to play against this Futsu. Like you were saying, Zero, is that Angela's spending a lot of her time down in the bot lane, and they've already lost their first tier turret as well. And normally, if that was the case with All Gamers Global, they were able to put the pressure on in these side lanes with Futsu and the Chao, but it's just not taking the same, it's not just aboding the same way this time around, because you've not only got Angela rotating around, you've got a lane, so Miji coming from the teleport of the Clash lane all the way down to the farm lane just to stop those side lane aggressions, and they're playing against it beautifully well. This is something that I feel like R8, if they watch this, is going to be a huge learning thing for them if they ever encounter this combo again. But there's the knock up onto the teleport there. He goes outside of the teleport because he feels like he needs to save the Chao, but that could have been the cost of his own life.
Yeah, but like, thankfully Fuzi is not very squishy. He can still sustain damage all by himself. So here, 4 heroes from the side. Boom is trying to take this top tier 1 tower. Trying to fight back. Fuzi was there. The Dachao drops the teleport, but doesn't get used. Huge silence done towards the backline. Here comes the Dachao Ultima, getting everybody in towards the fight. They're gonna isolate the Dun, and Dun, oh no, the teleport sent back. They're gonna reduce the damage. No, Dun is still alive. That's a G6 really surviving through all of that and not losing anyone in the process. Very well done there by Boom, able to get everybody out, and that leaves a lane towards the bottom lane, able to continue to put pressure on that bottom tier 2 tower.
Imagine Dun going straight into the front line, taking so much damage, and you're not getting the kill onto him. I mean, if I was VKS, I'd be super like disappointed in that whole interaction. Just nothing came over to you. But again, I think this is the problem when you have a Dun, and especially on such a experienced player like Ejizix on the side of Boom Esports. They're just able to know how to navigate this hero, even though, yes, we always say he's quite a lackluster jungler, but he's proving his function in these fights because they have no other tank other than the Dun. Yes, they have a second engage like the Elaine, very assassin brawler type, CC immunity as well, just to sort of like cut through anything that's initially going to stop him. But Dun just being your solid front line and being able to tank so much damage is just showing the capability of this hero is nuts.
Absolutely. And I mean, the G6 definitely is showcasing what a Dun can actually do. Not many players can actually do that, and you know, Dun's not a hard hero. He looks very simple with his kid. Oh, Luna trying to fight back. Oh, and Toshi actually takes the man fight towards Danny, and he loses. Impressive does fall, but they will take that trade anytime, any day. Toshi might be in some trouble. Guan Yu will lock him back. Can he get the fight? Can he get the kill? Teleport? No, Toshi gets away to safety. Oh, wow.
The leaf step coming through and literally clutched it there for Toshi. He was able to get out of that whole interaction. I thought he was a gunner when Guan Yu was on the way around, making his rounds and rotating very aggressively. But again, that was a 1-1 trade, I believe it was, between Danny going down, and then obviously they did take down Impressive, but didn't quite manage to close the gap onto Toshi because of the leaf step on the Ali, which is obviously a great way to get out of those sticky situations like we just saw.
Yeah, definitely very well done there by Toshi. Able to survive through all that bottom lane. Maggie's still alive on the Elaine. He's been farming the entire time they were clashing up in the top, and he's already level 12 right now. So this Elaine is going to head towards the mid game. Very farmed, very scary. Toshi brings the Tyrant down for the side of Boom, and they are having a 500 gold lead. Not the biggest of leads so far, but it definitely doesn't feel like that. It feels like, you know, VKS is in a much more precarious position.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of goal, again, it's not the worst thing that could be happening at the 10-minute mark. They're only like a K behind, but again, it's just also close. The teleport coming through, Guan Yu coming down and actually managing to take down the Ali as well. Are we going to get another kill here? He's back of the queue onto the Sunbin, dodges the Angela CC as well, but nothing else is going to come out of that team fight. But that was a solid 1-0 trade there. Guan Yu coming through that teleport. That is not one hero you want to be seeing, and that horse all up in your face when you realize there was no horse there to begin with, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, yep, I didn't order that. That was a drop ship that I did not want to be seeing.
Yep, Dragon almost got nuked down there by Danny with one single combination, but managing to survive for now. The Tyrant respawns down to half health already. Danny continuing to go for impressive, getting the kill. Not yet, the silence coming through. He's gonna get the kill, but Angela damage way too much. Danny falls once again, but so does Elaine. The Guan Yu was able to bring down the Elaine up towards the top lane, but this opens up the Tyrant for Boom to try and take a fight, because they know that the Guan Yu isn't here. He's not here for the fight. Is there an ultimate coming from the Dachiao? Yes, there is. And here comes backup. One dropping very low. He's trying to get a kill onto his Dragon. Dragon managing to survive. Toshi giving chase. One more right click onto his one will finish him off, but not enough. Toshi will fall, and looks like the Dun is in trouble as well. Toshi will not be able to get anything out of that. Oh my
gosh.
This Dun is still fighting back, still alive. Puts up the shield. He has his ultimate, but here comes backup, knocking him back in. And he's gonna fall finally towards the end.
Jeez, man, that Dun was holding on for his life. Like, we thought his health was getting so low, and then all of a sudden it was like, boop, and then shield, and then it was going all the way down again, and then they managed to take him out. But my gosh, what, like, the effort you have to go through to just eliminate such a simple hero is crazy. But I think that's going to put VKS into a better spot than they were literally a minute ago. Now that they're ahead of the gold as well, not by a country mile, but it's still a little bit, which is always better to be ahead than behind. Obviously, within this game, they are able to take some of the side turrets as well. That mid turret, however, is still up and looking very healthy right now. They were able to take the Shadow Tyrant as well. Not too sure that they're going to go and get the Shadow Overlord just yet because of that Primal Bond.
Silence does miss from Impressive, so that means that Boom has to back off. They can't really take the fight for now. Guan Yu still pushing up towards the top lane. They will rotate a lane over there. Guan Yu, not the easiest of hero to gank. They don't know where he is as well, and yet playing very well this Guan Yu. Oh, they catch him out. And G6 is caught out. Can he survive this? How long can he stay here? He's still alive. He will fall only towards the back line, trying to knock everybody out. Does get a 3-man knockup, but where's the follow-up? Silence coming through. Angela, not gonna be enough. Ultimate coming from the Angela, and still everybody's still alive. But Arlie is here, and Arlie wants to clean up. Oh, Arlie taking a lot of damage there from Niab. Toshi has to watch out. Oh, Angela with the snipe getting Guan Yu down. And the 2-4-3 trade goes towards the favor of Boom.
Yeah, what looked like a promising engage there for VKS definitely turned around thanks to Toshi there on the Arlie. It was just sort of like, okay, that kind of just, I wasn't expecting that to come through and just do so much damage. But then, to be honest, Arlie's just been buffed as well. So I believe it's her attack damage, base attack damage has been buffed. And then obviously there is a buff on one of her skills as well. I believe it's to do with max damage also. But again, this was a farm lane hero that was pretty much always contested in these tournaments, and this time around, in day one, we've seen this hero being banned. We've seen it being picked up once or twice, but I think this is a reason why she needs to be banned, because in the right hands, like on Toshi or even on JR, it's a lethal pick. But once again, a huge teleport coming in here. Can they survive long enough? Because there's no Dun to focus on all that damage. So again, there is no teleport coming through. It was just a little bit of a, what seems like a bait on the side of VKS.
We did see Elaine trying to knock them out of the teleport. Very good attempt, but ultimately was just not enough to stop them from teleporting all the way back to base. So all that effort gone to nothing. Still a 1,000 net worth lead being taken there by Boom. Angela ultimate, not gonna finish off the Maina, and they're gonna be able be content with just taking away the jungle and also taking the top tier 2 tower.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting situation that's going on in the team here. Obviously, VKS have traded the second tier turrets in the clash lane for potentially the one down in the farm lane, and they're able to do it. Guan Yu and Luna are still in that lane, but Elaine and Angela are looking for a rotation as well. Dune potentially coming through here. Oh, yep, there we go. Linked straight onto Danny, but again, Guan Yu going in for the backline knockup, both onto the Angela and onto the Arlie that was locked down, but still able to do so much damage within that team fight. What is going on? Voici Fuzu going back there as well. I mean, that was a lifeline from the Chow. The fact that it was able to get out of there was probably a Hail Mary for Fuzu in that whole interaction. It was just...
Absolutely.
The VKS is just... I'm speechless, man. It seems like their engages are going to go in the way of VKS, but then all of a sudden it's like, Toshi come through and we'll win.
I thought Toshi was dead from that engagement. I thought there was no way he was going to be able to get out of Fuzi's ultimate, but somehow he survived through the lifesteals, through the damage he was just dealing, just standing there and managing to just outlive that 5 seconds where he's just rooted on the spot. So very well done there by Toshio. Top lane, Danny trying to run away. He does still have his combo. He can continue chasing a lane, drops the ultimate to try and give chase. Danny is done running. I want to fight. Where's the backup? Backup's a bit too far for now. And the recall from the ultimate of Dachao gets Danny out to safety.
Yeah, no, that was definitely not the 1v1 you want to be committing on there, especially with Sunbeam rotating around, because as soon as that turns into a 2v1, it'd be the slim chance of Danny getting out of that one alive. So again, the Chow playing not quite the same way as All Gamers Global did. It's more of a lifeline sort of support pick here, whereas on All Gamers Global, there was a... it was just a relentless with that combo. Again, just not quite used the same way on VKS, but I suppose that's down to the lack of exposure against such a great combo for a great team as well. Luna looking to still push this higher ground turret here in the farm lane while she's away from that overlord. She's got to be careful, because if they're able to pick it up, they can just nullify that minion wave in the farm lane, and you've just pushed for no reason, and potentially your teammates going down here. So I feel like Danny needs to start focusing and playing around these jungle objectives a little bit more, because Boom Esports are currently ahead with the jungle objectives.
Yep, so they have to make sure they don't lose this. G6 is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, all stuck alone. Princess Frost ultimate drop. The silence does come true. He's still alive, still fighting. He's still in the back line, surviving through all of that. Still alive, and no one's bringing him down as of yet. The shield comes out a lane towards the back line, doing so much damage. He's taking too much damage on his own as well. The shield does come out. He's trying to survive. He does not have his ultimate anymore. But VKS not able to bring anybody down. They did have to teleport the Princess Frost all the way back to base. But in the end, it was all for naught on both ends. Nobody falls. But does that mean that Toshi will be able to bring down this Overlord? It might just be enough.
Yeah, I feel like there's way more damage on the side of Boom Esports here. They have the Angela, they have Ali, and then obviously to set it all off, they just have Dune taking all that damage, it seems. But then on the side of VKS, it's kind of like these heroes, like the Guan Yu, like the Luna, have to get in there, do the damage, and then get out. But they have such a short shelf life in those team fights, because if they don't do it within a certain time, they just know that Ali or Angela is going to come through and just clean up, because as soon as Dune is in the interaction, it's going to be a lot harder.
Absolutely, and I mean, I'm impressed by G6 so far, making the Dun look like a tier 1 hero. Just being able to soak out all that damage. Sure, he's not doing a lot of damage on his own, but the focus that he's been able to attract to himself has definitely allowed the Boom Esports to play a lot more aggressively, how they want, whenever they want, and they get that bottom tier 3 tower for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this could be, again, another curtain call here for VKS. They are ahead of the kills, so they were last game, but that's without the Afida on the enemy team. But I just feel like Boom, this is just even though we've gone for flashier picks on VKS, it's not really served much in terms of when we have these huge fights, because Dune is able to just soak up so much damage, and then once he's done soaking all that up, you've then got the Death on Sunset come through, and then by the time that comes around, Toshi's there just wiping out these low health heroes on the side of VKS, and it's happened multiple times, but the past 2 interactions have been really rare that nobody's died. So again, You've been going full, bashing your basic attack buttons, spamming your spells, but then nobody dying. Just seems like one of those sort of like mental booms that you'd go through. It's like, oh, come on, man. Surely we could have got somebody in that whole fight, but the fact that they got the Chow, they're able to send people back, and then people are back in. But again, I don't think it's been as effortless as All Gamers Global rendition on this duo.
Absolutely. I mean, Danny, 17,000 net worth at the moment. It doesn't feel like he has 17,000 net worth. It feels like he's not had a great game. But despite all of that, you know, it's just Boom really itemizing very well. They're all bringing the magic resistance cloak, reducing the damage that Danny can really bring to the table, and making them a little bit more survivable, which makes Danny's life very, very interesting because he cannot stay in these fights for too long. Luna's not a tanky jungler. He wants to go in, get a kill, get out, and with those proper itemizations, Danny can't really do that.
But what is it towards the end of the day? What are they having in their food? I mean, this is the second time we've had a Tempest Dragon, and it's always the last 2 games of the day. What is going on? Hopefully it doesn't last as long as Cyrus and Team Secret, but it seems to be a little bit of a running theme between the Argentinian teams and the Brazilian teams. They like to go to the late game, but they also like to fumble the late game as well. But hopefully VKS can break that curse, but it looks like Boom Esports are going to be able to lock down this Tempest Dragon. Are they going to go for the steal? Crucial theft from one coming through. Okay. Well played there by VKS, taking up the Tempest Dragon. We are seeing a few kills left, right, and center. Even the Chow is getting the kill on the board there onto the Dune. And we are going to see the lane looking to go down as well. Luna taking down the lane. Is this VKS comeback right now?
The Fuzu was just saved there by the Dachau, and that allowed them to, you know, really turn the fight around, not giving any single kill. The huge steal coming from Princess Frost as well definitely gives them an out for the moment. And if you look at the net worth, it's basically even right now, but VKS does have the dragons to push out the side lanes for them so that they can just focus on towards the mid.
Yeah, I think that's all they really need to do. I mean, if anything, they want to try and take these high ground turrets whilst the likes of the Elaine and the Dune are down and currently on their death spawner. But again, that's just something that they either can do or can't do. But it looks like they're able to take that high ground turret in the clash lane. Whether they can do exactly the same thing in the farm lane is yet to be seen. But still, that mid lane is still looking pretty healthy. Hopefully, they can still try and secure one of these second-tier turrets just so they can get a little bit closer to the crystal. And I think that's why Boom Esports allowed them, if they did allow them to have that interaction go their way, the last one we just saw. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're here to clean the house here. With all the higher ground turrets almost being down, the mid one still standing. They still have a Tempest Dragon Vanguard here in the mid lane as well. And they're here to clean up shop. Are they going to be able to just have a team fight where they can wipe or at least take down 3 of Boom Esports and then just push for the crystal? But there's that Death on Sunset onto one there. They are trying to take out Princess Frost, so there is no more Winters coming here. But Dachau puts down the teleport as well. Princess Frost getting the kill onto the Elaine. We see that the Tempest Dragon Vanguard is taking the crystal as well. We saw some damage going up to the crystal, but they have decided to focus the team fight as well. Danny taking down Toshi. They are looking to give some revenge to Boom Esports. VKS are not going down without a fight. Dodging out Angela's abilities there, but they're still not closing the game. They have to wait. What is going on, Zero? Are they going to be able to close this now? Danny is looking to focus the crystal, and they get a game 1 win from Boom Esports. VKS are not down yet.
That was way too close for comfort there for the side of VKS. I mean, their early game, they had a good start in the early game. They lost, they fumbled in the mid game, but somehow after the Tempest Dragon steal, they were able to claw their way back in the game. So they have to, you know, clean their mid game up because Luna was definitely nearly at 20,000 net worth towards the end of the game, but it was it didn't look like, you know, you had a very farmed Luna in that jungle.
Yeah, no, it's kind of put VKS into a weird position because, again, I wouldn't waste a ban on Dune, but At the same time, I wouldn't pick it because then they'd go for the Athena again, unless you're planning to ban the Athena. So there's a little bit of a mind game going on here with Boom Esports. But like we were saying, in the whole of that game there, it was just seemed like even though Danny was ahead in terms of the economics of the jungle, it just didn't seem like it. There just wasn't enough damage coming through. I'm just not too sure what happened other than obviously Dune being able to soak up so much damage. It's like, what do we do?
It's just that when you have two of your heroes focusing on magic damage, then it makes the itemization for your opponent much easier, right? We can just when we buy a single magic cloak, it reduces damage from 2 of your cores. That's huge. And if you look at the item builds from the side of Boom, nearly all of them have some form of magic reduction or another, which really makes the life of both the Luna and Princess Frost hard. And of course, you know, Guan Yu doesn't do a lot of damage. The Da Qiao basically provides almost no damage. So it's all that you have 2 magic damage dealers. You've got the Fuzi, which kind of deals a mix of both with the lightning, and of course the Guan Yu, not the best damage dealers towards the end.
Yeah, no, at least VKS was able to break that curse between Osiris and VKS, where it seemed like the end game just wasn't quite their end game. But towards the end, that upset over the Tempest Dragon, we saw that Boom Esports were really focusing it, but then VKS won with those Season 1 Invitational steals. If there's any crucial kill thefts that you need, it's definitely that Tempest Dragon.
All you need is just one. I mean, this is a game of objectives, not about kills. It all boils down to one team fight, one push, one mistake, and VKS definitely managed to capitalize on the opportunity that opened up for them. They got the steal, they got the win, and now they're going to be ready to prepare for game number 3.
Yep, and as we can see, a lot of damage on the board because it was a post 20-minute game again. So 2 20-minute games in a match in day 1 as well, which is generally not always on the cards. They don't surface till around about the knockout stage, but this just shows those watching at home that these 13 teams are something to be trifled with. But again, there is just so much on the line. There's not only the top 8 teams going to EWC next month, but there is also that $100,000 as your top prize. So again, everybody wants to get that foot in. Everybody wants to be in the top 2 of their groups respectively. But there we go. We can see the jungle graphed here as well. So no tyrants other than the Shadow and the Tempest Dragon going over to the side of VKS. But then obviously Shadow Overlord, Shadow Tyrant, and then Tyrant going over to Boom Esports. So a lot more jungle objectives going over to Boom Esports.
And the MVP of the match will be going towards one that theft, the steal on towards the Tempest Dragon, definitely the turning point for the game. And he's had a fantastic game. Wasn't caught out a lot of times, only died the one time, and was able to to just stop the aggression that that the side of Boom was trying to do, and that was really well done there by One. And it's gonna be all on his backs in the next game, because Danny, as splashy as that Luna was, didn't really seem to get a lot of things done.
Yeah, no, in terms of Dune was there, definitely soaking up the damage and clearly putting a lot of pressure onto the side of VKS. I mean, if they went for any of the jungle, obviously Dune is not the kind of pick you really want to be banning. I feel like it is a waste of a ban, kind of like the Athena ban, because obviously unless VKS ban the Athena and then go for the Dune themselves, is going to be really interesting in Game 3. But here we can see that it wasn't an easy game. It's not like VKS, when they turned up at Season 1 Invitational, were just having easy games left, right, and center until they met their Brazilian counterpart, Alpha 7. This was a hard game for the team, and I feel like this has really kind of tested VKS in the group stages, and seeing how they reacted to that Game 2 win really shows that they worked for it, and all because of VKS 1's crucial kill theft. I feel like if that did not happen, we would have been seeing a 2-0 here for Boom Esports. So big up the mid lane of VKS 1 for picking up the MVP. I feel like if he didn't get MVP, it would have been cheated.
Absolutely. He was the sole reason that they managed to force this to a game number 3, giving VKS one more chance to showcase on the main stage what they've got. So they have to really take this opportunity. These opportunities don't come a lot. VKS, I mean, it's not often we say that the defending champions need to step up their game, but they definitely do need to play a little bit better in the next game if they want to defeat Boom Esports.
Yep, a little bit more clear, a little bit more precise for them to see a more of an overwhelming victory rather than kind of like, oh, thank you, one, for giving us that literally second win there. Because if it weren't for that, that would have been a convincing loss. Because again, just how they navigated the early game, the mid game, it just wasn't VKS. But then again, this is a Brazilian region that dominated Season 1 because all the other regions that were playing in Season 1 were fairly new. Even if they were some returning players, Brazil as a whole is generally a more solid region than the others. Obviously, there's no European region yet, but hey, well, let's see and wait what goes on there. Let's see if the European representatives can bring a bit of one or two. But again, going against a Southeast Asian team and going 1-1, I feel like that's a really good victory so far for VKS in the group stages, considering they don't normally perform that well in the group stages, whether that's due to personal decision or they just wanted to sort of not feeling it today sort of thing, or something just didn't quite go well in game 1. And it definitely was that Athena that really threw them off, I feel like, in game 1. And then game 2, again, like I said, it wasn't a convincing win, but it was a win.
A win is a win, and that win gives them one more chance in this first game of the group stages. The win here would put them in a good spot to at least finish second in their group, but they're gonna need to bring up more of what we know that they can become, because VKS often is not that great in the group stages, but you know, as the tournament progresses, that's when they're the scariest. And again, with the Athena first ban.
Oh, so maybe they are going to go for the Doom then. Maybe they are going to go for that Doom pick if Boom don't pick it up first. And they go for the Pei and Byron, though. What an aggressive combo. But I suppose if Danny goes for the Doom, then maybe we could be seeing some like, we aren't killing him as the way that we're meant to be. But seeing that Ali has been locked down for their farm lane is going to be really well. I feel like that will do really, really good for the side of VKS. We've already seen Lady Sun. The last game we saw Futsu. But this time around, we're going to see Ali. Oh, hey no. Going to be in the jungle there. Hey now, hi no. Are we going to get VKS Danny on the high no, which it's the first time I ever saw him play in the jungle was on VKS Danny. So really interesting to see this hero being played by Danny again. And we know that this hero can soak the damage. Maybe not as well as Dune, but still very good.
Yep, definitely. I mean, when you play in the jungle, you never played as a DPS. You never played as a damage. You always bring it up as tanky as possible, just to keep it, just to utilize the potential of his ultimate. So, I mean, Danny, he's no stranger to tanky junglers. He plays the Kaiser, he plays the Dun. So, you know, this Heino is just another arsenal that he can really utilize.
Yep, and looking at those bans as well, they take the Princess Frost and the Angela off the table for the mid lane. So again, we may get a new mid lane, we may get Gang Mo, but Princess Frost, Angela, and Lady Shen has already been picked. So it looks like we may actually get a new mid laner come through at this time around on the side of Boom Esports, but they do locking the Zhong Fei. So again, massive tank, especially we saw this combo before. I don't remember if it was paired with the Pei, but we did get it with the Byron, and it worked favors for the recent teams as well. But it's going to be really interesting to see who Boom Esports picks up in that mid lane.
Yeah, there's not many options left if you want a utility mage. You know, Princess Frost is out. Zoyu is not great in this matchup. It's hard to stun the Arlie as well as the Heino. So maybe just go for the Angela again would be the best option. Or if you want something more aggressive, then the Maestro Nui would fit perfectly in this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, both of those have been banned, though. That's the only problem. So, again, I think this is why they're taking so long to pick the ban pick the pick is because Ganamo is literally the only one on the table unless they decide to go for something a little bit different. Maybe like a Shangguan or something like that, something that doesn't particularly get picked up. But we know that some of these players play those heroes. But it's, come on, show us. This temptation is killing me. Are we going to just get a standard Gamo, or are we going to get something flashy like the Shangguan in the mid lane? No, they go for the Shou-Yu.
The poor man's Lady Zen is on the field. And at least, you know, that solves your damage problems for the side of Boom. I mean, Pei, Byron, there are a lot of burst damage, but Zhou-Yu is the one to force your opponents to build magic resist, just because of how annoying his flames are, the damage over time, the negation of the zones, and his ultimate, having the stun. And not to mention the pushback that he has on his utility as well can be a good choice for the side of Boom. But his early game for Zhou-Yu is not great. He needs that level 4 before he's really able to join these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he does have the use of his flames to be able to damage the turrets as well. So again, that's always a great thing. More so towards the mid to late game, because obviously early game when they have the shields up, it doesn't really do much anyway. But when you're just trying to get like a macro play or trying to close down one of those turrets that have just been pesky for the first 4 minutes or going into the 7-minute mark, I think Zhou-Yu will be a good pickup here for them. And then when it comes to the likes of the Charlotte, being able to push her away as well with the wind is probably going to be a good thing for the side of Boom Esports, because nobody wants a mid laner that's a sit-in duck. And unfortunately, I think if anything else, like the Ganamo would have been a sit-in duck, so all you really have to get out of there is guard the grave, and that's the only use you have. But I suppose it's the same with Zhou-Yu, is the push away is your only gateway out there. So if you push her away, but then she dashes in, it kind of just negates it. But then Charlotte has gone for the Intimidate instead of the Flash.
Yeah, the Charlotte wants to play on the more tankier side in this game. That's why he's gone for the Intimidate. He doesn't really need to provide damage for his team. They have the Arlie, they have the Heino, so he can fill in more of the utility role in this position, reducing the damage that Boom can bring on towards the table, and that might be good for them.
Yep, it's nice to see that some of these picks are coming through. Once again, obviously, Zhou-Yu is the first time around, putting some aggression here onto Niap in the Clash lane, as his lane is pretty much been wiped out. But I suppose that's the good thing about the Lady Chen and the Zhou-Yu. They are fast clearing mages in those mid lanes. So again, even though you may leave the lane if your minions have been pushed further ahead, but it's not going to be long before either the Zhou-Yu or the Lady Chen actually just pushes their minions and just completely negates it, so there's nothing to be pushed or to be claimed in the mid lane. So I feel like we're going to see quite heavy rotations from both these mid laners in game 3, and by the Lord, it looks like the Clash lane needs it more than that farm lane, because both of the supports are down in the farm lane as well. Mozu going against the Zhongfei is going to be really interesting, because obviously Unbridled Rage, being able to push back, being able to leap in onto these jungle objectives. Mozu is going to be more than likely just used for that long range stun onto the likes of the Pei to kind of just like just hold back those engages. And speaking of engages, Pei here doing a lot of damage onto Mozu. There is that stun again, the leaf step coming through for Seiza there, and getting the first blood for VKS on the Arlie as well. So nicely well played on VKS, getting first blood in game 3.
Yeah, Pei doesn't want to die early on. Every single death is more time. He's not farming, he's not snowballing. And, you know, that was just, Boom, just a little bit too aggressive, knowing that the Lady Zen was rotating over. And the CCs in that tight area, one ultimate from the Lady Zen means that you are stuck. You either stand and fight, or you just die.
Yep, funneling her function, being able to just like try and bait them into a small area and then be like, ah, crap, they've got Lady Shen, we didn't realize. And then that ultimate comes through and just starts freezing everybody. It's like, oh no. But again, showing the function of this mid lane hero, and probably one of my favorites, to be honest. We do say it is the poor man's Princess Frost, but I say it's the aggressive man's Princess Frost. With that, just drop the ult, walk away, and see you another day. But again, we are seeing a teetering gold lead here. It's just a tipping scale throughout the remainder of these 4 minutes here, whilst we wait for both of the first jungle objectives to appear, both the Tyrant and the Overlord up in about 10 seconds time.
Yep, Caesar having a much better game compared to what he had in the previous first game, so that's gonna bode well. Arlie, another one of those heroes that can really benefit from snowballing. So if the Arlie is able to get to a great start, they might just be able to run away with this game. Danny playing very aggressively, the knockback. Can he get a stun follow up before Danny pops the ultimate? No, Danny's still alive, still healing. The Lady Zen drops the ultimate as well. The dragon has to back off, has to use his splash to get away to safety, and they will back off. But that leaves the first Tyrant open for the side of VKS to pick up, and they will be able to finish it off very quickly.
Oh, I thought we was going to see Impressive go through and try and smite it as well, because obviously Zhang Fei with the smite, that could have been the closing deal there for the crucial theft on the side of Boom Esports. Probably the only support that can use the smite and should use the smite, because he's so tanky. He has a jump in. It enables him to steal these crucial jungle objectives as well. But I feel that was really well played by the side of VKS this time around, getting that Tyrant for themselves. Obviously going to boost the damage of the Arlie. We already know she hits pretty hard in the early game, and it just gets even worse and worse throughout the game. As we saw there, what a nice little gank under the safety of his turret. We thought that DRNG was safe, but not the case. VKS dominating this early game.
Yeah, kill on towards Toshi. Toshi on the DRNG wasn't able to back away from that, despite having the Purify mid lane. At G6 man fighting against Danny. Danny does have the heal. He's in melee form, so he's gonna be constantly healing up. G6, can he really do anything about this? He's trying to use his life and defend the best he can, but Haynor is just gonna get the hell out of dodge once he's done with the tower.
Yep, so that's the first side lane turret taken by the side of VKS, which again is gonna put them in a great position going into this early game. Have VKS got Boom Esports number here? So far, it's looking like they have. I mean, the stun going on to Arlie, very close. The life step keeping herself alive. She manages to dash out as well. But we see Byron coming through. Oh, being able to teleport back. Is she going to finish off the Jour? Oh, what a play by Caesar there on the side of VKS. What a beautiful outplay by Arlie. Yes, it came to a quick conclusion, but that was ballsy, like going back in with that little health to take out the Jour. Amazing.
He could have ran away and survived, but he decided to inflict emotional damage along with physical, and he got the kill. Sure, pay with his life, but the morale increase is more important than the goal you give away towards Boom.
Absolutely. I mean, I'd be beating my chest if I got that kill, you know what I mean? I'd be absolutely on top of the world. But not only did they get that really risky kill, they was able to push the Clash lane all the way to the second tier turret as well. So again, we're seeing that early day one MO coming through, where there's been a lot of pressure being put onto the side lanes here. So again, just no turrets other than the higher ground turret now lasting in that Clash lane, which means that there's going to be a lot of pressure towards the Overlord side of things. Whether we're going to see Boom Esports actually respond to that now, the fact that they actually have just one singular minion, but I don't think that's going to be enough for them to actually get through and do anything there, especially with how feisty Charlotte can be as a hero. But that mid lane looking pretty low as well. We see that VKS Danny's trying to freeze that wave in the mid lane, as we just saw that VKS getting another side lane turret. So Boom Esports not looking the healthiest they have in this best of 3.
Oh, absolutely, it's looking like the early snowball for the side of Boom Esports did not work out. Danny's having the time of his life on this Haynor right now, just harassing people behind the towers. He's not done yet. He wants to fight. He knows that he has the ultimate. He has that get out of jail free card, and he wants to utilize that to his fullest. Still fighting there in the front lines, and really becoming a menace for anyone who's trying to fight him.
Yep, so second tier turret goes down in the farm lane as well, and it looks like the next victim is that mid lane turret. So again, everything is opening up for Boom Esports in not a good way. There is less opportunity for them to escape to a safe place now, and we're seeing an attack on that higher ground turret. Even though Jour has his flames there, we were looking at a potential takedown of that high ground turret, but this could have been a little bit too overzealous here for the side of VKS. But we see that Haino is able to recall with that ultimate and stay alive. So again, only losing Maina in the whole of that interaction. It turns out to actually be a very positive outcome for VKS as they take a lot of damage onto the higher ground turret.
Yeah, 3,000, almost 3,000 net worth lead here being taken there by Boom. They haven't really been able to close out any of the jungle objectives so far, but here they're trying to get the Shadow Tyrant. Oh, the steal! Perfectly done by Caesar. Without smite, without anything needed, goes in, gets the kill, get out.
Yep, he is definitely living up to this pick. It seems like that this has been a pick that's a long time coming for Caesar on the side of VKS, but Mosey getting that stun onto Pei. Unbridled Rage coming from the Zhongfei into the backline of VKS, but is that going to be enough to sort of throw them off to this barrage of attack under the high ground turret? They have no minions, however, they do have to go back because they cannot push without those minions. I mean, they could, but the turret would probably have their way with them and probably clear them all out if they did decide to stay in that turret range. But again, I feel like VKS could win this best of 3, which from that game 1, shaky game 1, we're seeing a beast from the Brazilian team.
Yeah, but late game has not been the forte as Niap does fall. Is this the beginning of the end? Nope, Caesar gets a kill on the dragon. The rock on towards the backline. Oh, but look at this. The Byron goes towards Caesar. Maybe we get a kill. No! Maina was just at the right place at the right time, being able to stop the aggression, and Caesar survives through all of that. Opens up the Shadow Tyrant for VKS to pick up, and that's going to enable them to really control the game from this point on. They lose Niap, but they get 2 in return.
Yep, getting 2 kills and the Shadow Tyrant. I would take that any day, to be honest. I mean, now that the Arlie's got even more of a damage buff there for another 80 seconds, it's just going to make her a little bit more troublesome onto the side of Boom Esports. And here we go. And again, just so much aggression here from VKS. Beautifully played. And we're going to see the instant replay now for one of the plays going on. Here we go. There it is. That 2v1. Yep, beautiful. Right to the back of the queue there. Mosu getting that kill. Well, no, sorry, it wasn't Mosu. It was Ali getting that double kill thanks to the Mosu there, which was beautifully played by VKS.
Absolutely, and they will be able to get the Overlord as well, which is going to help them push out the lanes, especially this tier 3 tower. The bottom lane's already almost down. They just need a little bit of a push to finish off the mid lane and the top lane. And this Shadow Overlord is just at the right place at the right time.
Yep, again, another aggression rocking around now. The fact that VKS is able to get that Shadow Overlord. We see that Maina going in with the ultimate onto Byron, but it's just not going to be enough. Are they going to be able to close the kill? No, Danny goes down. Again, I think that may be the first time for Danny to actually die in the match there, because there's not many kills on the board. Let's see there. Yep, so that was his first death. In game 3. Could this be the troublesome moment for the side of VKS now that they don't have Danny there to soak up a lot of the damage, because the only other real tank that they have is the Mosu, but again, it's not going to tank as much as Danny's Haino.
Absolutely. I mean, Haino has been coming to this tournament. We've been talking about Haino getting banned every single game, and you know this is one of the showcases of why this hero needs to be dealt with in the draft, either banned out or have some sort of counter against it, because of how annoying it can be. It's tanky, it deals damage, it's always in the front line, it comes back to full health every time it drops low, as long as it's not bursted down. So if you have no answer to that, you are better off just taking that off the board.
Yeah, but especially now that they're ahead by that 4k goal difference. Again, it's nothing huge, but I think a few slip-ups from VKS, which may not be the case. Again, we have the DRNG potentially going activated at some point, and then obviously the more items Byron gets, the little bit more of a sustain into these team fights he will have. But Zhongfei going for the wide flank, it seems, there, coming up from the blue buff. But he was hoping to predict the high nose recall there, but he's already placed it somewhere else. So whether Zhongfei's like, oh, it's not there anymore, but then realizes, but no, he was just waiting for the Unbridled Rage to come through. There is that triple crucial crowd control, but nothing comes of it. There is no kills being picked up here for Boom Esports. Again, the minions are coming around. They just need to focus that high ground turret so they can get those empowered minions in the bot lane, and they are going to get that now. Farm lane means that it is all completely wiped out. There is no more turrets standing between VKS and the Crystal in the farm lane.
Yep, that is going to open things up here for VKS if they want to finish this game anytime soon. But looks like they are not comfortable doing that yet. They just want to make sure that they have everything ready, everyone's full health, they have all the ultimates. And all the buffs that they can get before trying to end off this game, and rightly so, because you know, this being the last game of the series, they want to make sure that they secure the win instead of maybe just engaging a little bit too early.
Yeah, I think the only thing that VKS need to sort of just watch out for is the fact that they don't get sort of like too overconfident with this one, because again, if you just show a little bit too much overconfidence, I feel like Boom Esports is a team that could punish you for it. So just playing the way you have been, but just making sure you take those extra careful steps when it comes to these engages is probably the safest way that VKS can kind of solidify this 2-1 victory. But no, okay, Ali's gone down. DRNG is now melting the health of the heroes on the side of VKS. Niap looking pretty low there. Down goes Charlotte, and like I said, a little bit too overextended. Down goes one. There is only two members remaining on the side of VKS. Danny and Maynard are still alive. It looks like Boom Esports are going to try and go for this Shadow Overlord. They should be able to take it with ease, and no response from VKS, and I think rightfully so, because if they started to trickle in now, it probably would be the means of the end for VKS in this potential 2-1 victory for the Brazilian team.
Yeah, only a 2,000 net worth lead, not huge in any way necessary. Oh, Toshi being able to get that power, but there was a nice stun from Mayna, stunning onto street players. But Boom really pressuring right now. They're really wanting to look for this opening. This was one of the biggest openings. They got 2 towers out of it and managed to stabilize the game as well. But can they finish it off? It went from, you know, VKS being in a fantastic spot to finish off the game to the game is even once again.
Yeah, it's that all-important part where those minor mistakes can turn it into a major issue. And currently, right now, for the side of VKS, that DRNG is the major issue, it seems, as well as Byron now hitting harder than ever in this 16-minute match going into the 17th minute. But again, all of Boom Esports onto the bot side of the map, looking to take that second tier turret in the farm lane, looking to get ever so closer to that higher ground turret, because they want those enhanced minions. They have them on the side of VKS, and Boom Esports want them themselves. But I feel like VKS is only one team fight away to clear this and win this. However, Boom Esports have taken the gold lead as well.
Yeah, but at this point, you know, the small lead doesn't really matter much in the grand scheme of things. Impressive, taking a stun to the face, but able to jump away in time. Bottom lane, Pei is gonna do a little macro play, put some pressure also towards the side lane. So Dragon was in a dangerous position, was forced to pop the flash to get away to safety. Danny playing the front lines, keeping everybody back. Niap will teleport back to base to push out the bottom lane. And that allows Boom to just regen and prepare for the next fight.
Yeah, that farm lane minion wave definitely gave him a little bit of time just to give it a bit of a breather, just to sort of recuperate and then go back at it again. But we're seeing at this point that it's not only the damage dealers that are doing God's work on the side of Boom Esports, it's that Zhang Fei. Just that intense engages from this hero. The fact that he can get so much health, so much shield as well. And not only that, just try and get those 3-man knockups, those 4-man knockups, just that crucial crowd control that we know that this hero has a massive capability to do so. But then not only that, you've also got to watch out in this side of the game that he's got so much health that he could dive these jungle objectives, pay on the rotator round onto the Shadow Tyrant fight here.
Yep, not going to commit to that though. Jizzix still poking and prodding. At this point in time, the pace not really the tankiest hero on the board. Impressive. On towards the sidelines, gets spotted out there by Niep. The Tyrant already down, very low. Pops the ultimate is impressive, trying to fight back, and again it's still no impressive. We don't get the last hit, but towards the back lines, the Charlotte killing off 2. That's huge for the side of VKS. They're almost wiping out everybody. Impressive is still alive, trying to fight back. A Jizzix wolf off. That just leaves Toshi. Can Toshi clean up all by himself? No, he cannot. He has to back off. Oh, Impressive, still alive. Toshi is still pretty healthy, so this probably should not end the game here for the side of VKS, but they are for sure going to get some real estate here in this game.
Yeah, as long as they can get that higher ground turret here on the side in the middle lane here, I feel like this could be crucial for them. But then again, we have Ali looking to aggress the Durenji. This could be the curtain call here, the 2-1 victory that VKS were heavy much so hoping for. The Sage of Sentry come through, but it's not enough. The Crystal goes down, and the Brazilian team do it. They take a 2-1 victory from Boom Esports. Day 1, they are atop of Group A. It's VKS.
Not an easy victory by any means. That was a tough fought battle. Boom definitely brought the intensity. They definitely brought the pressure on towards the defending champions, but VKS manages to hold on and take the series 2-1. But Boom definitely showcasing that they have what it takes to play against the best in the world, and the rest in Group A have to be looking out for them.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably argue, I mean, even though we don't know much about Team Vitality, and I'm going to be pretty reserved with this comment next, but we can honestly say that Vivo Keystars could have probably potentially played the best team other than themselves in Group A. So now that everything else for them in the group stages could potentially be an easy cakewalk.
Oh my god, it's a bit chaotic here. You guys, can we move a bit? That'd be nice. Yep, it's gonna be a lot of crowd this time on the stage because we're joined by Mr. Andrew, our translator here today. Thank God. I can speak back English finally. But congratulations to Vivo Keystars.
No, valeu.
Are you guys okay? Ready for the interview?
Yeah.
You guys winning? It was a hard win, by the way. Okay, I think you can put up the mic as well. So, okay, congratulations for Vivo Keystars. Now, first and foremost, I need to ask your jungler, which is going to be your captain as well. Can we pass the mic? Now, the jungler and the captain, game number 1. How does it feel going against Boom, Athena?
Bom, primeiro de tudo, parabéns, né? Tudo muito bom. Queria saber como que se sentiram nessa primeira partida, assim, jogando contra o Boom.
A primeira partida foi um pouco difícil. A gente tomou um pique que não esperava, que foi a Athena. E, bom, pela dificuldade a gente decidiu banir ela o resto da série, porque a gente sabia que num jogo tradicional, num jogo convencional, a gente era um time melhor.
Well, the first match was really tricky. We were caught a bit off guard by Athena, as you saw. But we knew that if we put our effort, we would be able to make a comeback, so we kept our focus.
Did you get angry in that game?
Ficou com raiva.
Sim, com certeza. É um pique muito estressante de jogar contra, principalmente quando se é jungle, porque ela basicamente não deixa eu jogar o jogo inteiro e também atrapalha o meu time com isso. Então, com certeza é melhor banir.
Yeah, of course, we got very upset about it, but we managed to make a comeback because we knew we had what it takes to come back.
If the player or impressive is actually right in front of you right now, the way he plays, even on second game, what would you say to him to impress him, the one that actually played the Antina?
Se você tivesse um impressive aqui em frente de vocês, o que vocês falariam para ele? O impressive.
Bom, que com um pique convencional ele não tem chance contra o nosso time.
In a traditional match, he'll have no chance against us.
Oh, wow, boom, ouch, ouch. Okay, but you guys had so much curveball here. One more question coming out from me. It's gonna be, you know, after you had that massive, very tricky and mentally exhausting game, how did you turn the things around when it comes to the second map?
Depois dessa primeira partida tão difícil, né, que deve ser cansadora, como é que vocês fizeram essa remontada?
Como eu falei, foi uma partida que a gente não esperava. É um pique que, bom, a gente não achou que eles iriam executar. Então a gente só manteve o nosso mental, a gente focou na próxima partida, porque sabia que era muito possível virar a série e foi o que aconteceu, né?
As I mentioned, they just caught us off guard on the first match, but we knew very well that we could make a comeback if we focused. So that's what we did. We just played to our strength and we focused and we made it.
Really? Really? I saw that tug of war, boys. I mean, like, that was definitely not an easy. I'm like, are we losing? Are we winning? You know? But speaking of which, last question from me, of course, for tomorrow's map, and for tomorrow's matches, for all the teams that you might be watching for tomorrow, who would you hope to join, or who would you hope to win for tomorrow's matchup and series as well?
As partidas de amanhã, o que vocês queriam que ganhasse amanhã?
Eu acho que a Loops, que está assistindo a gente, porque eles também são representantes do Brasil, eles são da nossa região. E aqui no Mundial, os dois times são amigos, são parceiros. A gente é Brasil, a gente quer o melhor para nossa região. Então a gente está torcendo muito pro sucesso deles no campeonato.
Obviously, we'll be cheering for our brothers from Loops, because of course they are from our countrymen. So throughout the competition, whenever we're playing in a global competition, we are brothers, we are one.
That's why I asked that question for them too, you know, because they've been staring at your face the whole time. But thank you so much and congratulations for Vivo Kids Stars. This is Brazil, guys. Yeah, but that's going to be the wrapping up. We could toss it back to the casters to just finish our day. Casters, back to you.
What an explosive last game, or at least last match to finish off day one. I mean, that was an absolute banger. I mean, I've been hyping that much matchup internally. Obviously, we can't really show bias, but in terms of internal excitement for all the games today, that was the one that I was excited for the most. And they did not displease. It was just amazing. Obviously, first game, Boom Esports felt like they had him against the ropes. We heard that VKS, Danny says, they just caught us off guard. In a traditional match, we would always win. And second game, obviously very close. We saw a post 20-minute match. And obviously, due to VKS1 taking the MVP and taking that crucial kill theft on the Tempest Dragon was the reason why they was able to close that game 2. And then game 3 was very neck and neck. There was one small mistake between VKS and Boom. We thought that it was going to be the end for VKS in that one, but then they was able to bring it back. So there's no way, there was nothing better than that match could have done. I think that was a great way to end day one, to be honest.
Yeah, but Sasser really played out of his mind in this last game. I mean, early on, he was getting solo kills. Later, in the late game stage, he was just unkillable. He was picking off the key heroes from the side of Boom. And really, if Sasser wasn't on fire in this last game, it could have, towards the late game, it could have gone either way. But he definitely was the MVP of this match, at least in my book.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, to be honest. I mean, other than probably the amount of damage that either Danny or Mayner kind of soaked up there. Obviously, Mayner only dying once, but getting 9 assists on the board. I feel like he was the reason why we sort of got so many close kills for VKS. And Niap, obviously, not the strongest performance in terms of Clash Lane on the heroes that he knows and is tried and tested with. But regardless, I still think that Charlotte still held up against the Byron. Sometimes when we see Charlotte going against Byron, it's normally an onslaught for the Byron pick there. But again, we see those different multifaceted ways that damage came through on the side of EKS. 3 of the heroes going over that 100k damage. The Heino, the Lady Chen, and then obviously Ali as well. And then nobody actually peaking over the 100k damage, even the DRNG on the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, lack of damage definitely was something that we pointed out there in the draft. You know, the Zhou did alleviate that a little bit, but ultimately it was just not enough. The heroes from the side of VKS, they're mobile. They're hard to land the skills from the Zhou. You've got the Arlie, you've got the Heino, you've got even the Charlotte, who's just constantly going to be moving around. They're not going to be standing in your fire to take the damage. So without any form of direct damage being dealt to them, it's hard to take those fights. And Boom, they did almost manage to claw themselves back in towards this game, but Sasser definitely stopped them at their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, even if you didn't even watch that game, you can tell by that gold graph where you could say there's one point in that game where the Boom Esports team almost had them dead to rights, and you could point it out on that graph. It's literally right towards the end there, and obviously, overall, the jungle objectives went massively in favor of VKS. And like we said, Sasa taking the MVP, really being that staple pick on the early, just to deal that 111,000k damage dealt. And just as soon as we saw that really risky play in that blue side, on the red side, but blue buff, where he went in, did a lot of damage, came back out, and thought, you know what? Life's too short. We are going straight in for that kill. Ever since that point, I was just like, this is a master on the early pick, and I want to see it again in these replays. It was just such a great play here, in that fight in the teams. And I want to see it here. Here we go. Here we go. There's a little bit of damage to Jour. Puts the Parasol back there. Goes back in. Parasol over there. Goes back in and then dies. It's just, poetry in motion for that hero. It's just absolutely beautiful. I have to say, that's probably like my favorite play in the entire game.
Also probably an unnecessary play, but you know,
yeah,
for style points, right? You can't get style points anytime. And here, good support there from Mena, keeping him alive. That could have been a very crucial kill. And here, they managed to pick up Danny. That allowed them to start getting themselves a foothold in the game. And this next fight, Toshi was just on fire, but ultimately in the grand scheme of things, it was just not enough for Boom. At that late stage of the game, the DRNG does fall off and the Arlie just really does too much damage.
Yeah, I feel like if they had much more of a stronger positioning in that, where they VKS made a mock-up there towards the end, I feel like if Boom Esports had a bit more push in that mid lane, I feel like they could have probably won that and taken it all the way to the, or past the higher ground turrets. So again, if it was just a little bit more focus in the lanes, I think we probably would have been seeing Boom Esports at the top of Group A, where we see Vivo Keystars right now. And what a nice thing to see, because throughout the entire of the day, even regardless, obviously, within Impunity and LGD, it seems like it was more so like the West versus the Southeast Asia, other than that first game. And obviously, it's nice to see that Brazil came out on top and at least did one for the lads within the Western Hemisphere. So it was nice to see that Vivo Keystars and obviously Season 1 Invitational champions not showing that they completely just fluked that whole tournament, that they actually have the prowess, the skill to go against some of the Southeast Asian teams.
Yep, still has been an action-packed day of Honor of Kings. We've seen so many heroes that we probably were not expecting. I mean, Dun for the 5th time in 9 games or something. That is 5 too many Duns in my book. But hey, we've seen some great performances on that hero, so I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. It has, you know, its flashes of brilliance, so I can see why teams are a bit partial to that hero. And we also get to see some fun heroes. Danny on the Luna, definitely very flashy, and we have been seeing a lot of Heino today as well.
Yeah, no, I really liked the Luna pick, but at the same time, I felt like it was just sort of like there was just not much done with it. And again, I think that was just thanks to Dune just having to be able to soak so much damage in that game too. So again, I think if I want to see a Luna come through, I want to see like your enemy team has made a slip up. They've chosen all squishy heroes, and you're just going to punish them with this pick because, again, that is the perfect situation for a hero like Luna. But going against a tank, that's hard to melt, especially Dune. But yeah, like you say, it's day one. We saw some really fun picks come through, like the Guan Yu as well. Ganmo has reared his head, but it didn't quite do what we expected it to. Agudo, again, not the greatest fun pick, but I suppose that R8 Esports are going to learn whatever they've done today, and they need to definitely step up against the next Brazilian team, which is Loop Esports. So again, really excited for tomorrow's schedule. But again, is there anything you're looking forward to for tomorrow? Even though obviously you won't be with me, I'll be with a different caster. But if you're watching, what would you be more excited for?
Oh, it's going to be interesting to see how the groups, especially the groups with only 3 teams, pan out. You know, they are potentially in danger of being eliminated, or may have their slots secured. So it's going to be very important to see how they do there. But for tomorrow, we're going to open up with Team Secret against Kagendra, Foot Esports against Vitality. That's going to be the first time we're seeing them on stream. Loops versus R8 Esports, and RRQ going up against LGD.
Yep, I mean, I'm not going to say where I think my match is going to be the most excited, but by the flags, I'm pretty sure you can tell itself. But I think across the board anyway, these are just some banger matches regardless. I mean, from what we saw from LGD, finish it off with RRQ at the end of the day is going to be awesome. But then obviously starting up with the Team Secret again after what we've seen from Team Secret today, again, is going to be really interesting. To know that Team Secret almost failed one round against Osiris makes me think that Kagendra could have them against the ropes tomorrow, to be honest. I mean, yes, it was because of the smite, and we can probably allude to that, and with it being the Doom pick, but I think Kagendra may go and take them to a full best of 3 tomorrow, and that'd be a great way to start tomorrow's matches, to be honest.
Absolutely. A lot of banger matches tomorrow. Unfortunately, I won't be able to cast it. I'll be able to watch it without any issues. So yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day tomorrow. I'm very sure the audience will be on their edge of their seats watching the games as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward to being here tomorrow again for you guys. It will be myself, but we will be joined by Kindo Fu, a caster you may know of previous other games, but he's going to be here joining me on the Honor of Kings stage as well. So again, it's going to be really interesting to see how Kagendra play against Team Secret. I think out of all those games, the best of 3s that are potential is probably the first match. Maybe this, to be honest, I think everything bar the last match, maybe. You could see a full best of 3 because we don't know the true extent of Team Vitality. We don't know how well Foot Esports have improved. And then Loops being the second seed of the Brazilian scene against R8 after R8 taking a round 1 over All Gamers Global, which none of the teams in the Open Series was able to do. Makes me really excited to see the full potential of all these best of 3s tomorrow, bar, I'd say, the last match, depending on how well RRQ play.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, that's going to happen tomorrow. 4 great matches tomorrow. We might see some groups already decided by the end of tomorrow's matches. So it's a bittersweet feeling to see, you know, these great teams not be able to move on, but hey, it is the nature of the beast. It is a tournament, and you know, the best team made the best team win.
Yep, so that's it, guys, for today. Hopefully you enjoyed day 1. We will see you tomorrow with some more games, some fantastic games from the rest of the teams within Season 2 Invitational. I'm Blam, and with me has been Zero. Take it easy, guys.
the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I